A deep, quiet night gently enveloped the village with its dark blanket. Gaizé Dia, a man at a good age, tried in every possible way to treat his guest with a drink, but he constantly refused and eventually agreed to only one glass. Meanwhile, at this meeting, Gaizé Dia has been waiting for a decade. Mugech remained adamant to the jokes of the old man. His outfit was worn, blood-splashed. It can be seen that he had already suffered a lot of trials. When they first met, both had been a few years. Youth only straightened their wings in their hearts. It has been about 40 years since then, and during this time everything has changed significantly. At that time, he was still a young warrior, though he has now become a gray-haired old man. It was in those days that he appealed to Gai Renja with a request to apply powerful technique to return back in time and move it into the past. The Great Regression technique is one of the most prominent achievements of the Gfi family. This powerful ability has been sanded for centuries and has been constantly passed down from generation to generation as the most valuable inheritance. However, it is almost impossible to master this technique. Renja could well bring the case to an end, but the circumstances forced him to retreat from his intention. For this reception, it was necessary to collect 5 special ingredients, but it is almost unrealistic to get them. That is why 40 years ago he promised Mugek to perform this technique if he got all the necessary components for him. The first was a thunderous bell, a sacred artifact that belonged to the cult celestial wind. The second was the sacred roast for the incense, a relic which belongs to the treasures of the genus of divine dragons. And then, the main highlight, Carp, who lived as many as 10,000 years. Finally, the demonic soul is hidden, which is cherished by the cult of demons. Indeed, the warrior went on a journey to gather all 5 artifacts. The last ingredient, a mysterious demonic soul, he decided to get out of the human world for a long time. Renja was almost convinced that he gave his soul in the nameless valley and would not return from there alive. But now he returned and devoted almost his entire life to the search for the necessary materials. He more than once wanted to leave it all behind, sometimes even squeezing the thought with Mr. Givi. But despite all the doubt, he moved persistently, without stopping on the way to his goal. When Renja first met that young man, he was still quite young, but since then years have passed, and now he has become a gray old man with a tired look. Now that the ritual was about to begin, Genjia asked the boy with interest, what made him strive to get back into the past? In Mugek's eyes, the heat of anger instantly flashed. Glancing ominously, he said, terrifying, that he would certainly return to take revenge. Renja could not figure out who the guy actually directed his revenge, if even his ability was not enough for it, and now he dreamed of getting back into the past. He confessed that he intends to take revenge on the mug. All the leaders of the 3 most powerful groups that stood on the side of Murim died from his hand. The head of the Alliance Murim and the head of the Unorthodox Union were killed. The same fate befell the Heavenly Demon, and all this was carried out by the hands of Muga's puppies, the most powerful man ever known. The owner of the guy tried to conquer the man, because most likely, even if he returned to the past, he is unlikely to overcome such a strong and influential opponent. However, he did not depart from the thought, at any cost he was going to end this man. After all, the heavenly demon whose life was taken by this man was the father of Mr. Heme. He is not smoked by the thirst for revenge because the puppies of Muga lost his father, and not even because he has deprived the life of his naive brother. In fact, he believed, there is nothing wrong with the fact that those who sold the soul of the demon are destroying. However, he was burned by the desire for revenge because that day Muga deprived the lives of not only influential persons. He did not stop even in front of servants, chefs, or a baby that she had no idea about martial arts. His cruelty did not spare even defenseless kittens and puppies. Zhangzia was so stunned that he could not believe that Mugi was really capable of this. Be that as it may, he never managed to deprive him of his life in this century, so there is only one way out, to return to the past and finish the plan. Renja agreed to provide support, but put forward his condition. If the regression technique works, the guy must do one service for him. The grandfather asked the man to ask that if the method is happening, let him try to find him in the past. Renja calledly desires Mugek to be married under any circumstances. Such a funny demand cheered the guest, but the man remained quite serious. Therefore, the warrior barely restrained the smile and promised that he would take care of personally. This man would remain a hard-working bachelor. To carry out regression technique, they rose and decided to move to another room. The warrior sought to end all as soon as possible. After so many wandering, he lost his hand and one eye, so, exhausted, barely held on his feet, although he had not completely lost his strength. They laid out all the artifacts, carefully preparing for the ritual. At first, Renja gently took a small box, holding his breath. He unfolded her, and inside was a mysterious demonic soul, similar to a tiny, endless black hole that emitted powerful waves of energy in all directions. He allowed her to fill the space of the room with amazing energy ribbons, and it was at that moment that the ritual began. Having made his hands in a prayer gesture, the old man said unknown words in some forgotten ancient language. Other artifacts were also intensified, strengthening the demonic soul, expanding and changing its shape, until they gave rise to a huge, endless portal that reached human growth. Renja was delighted. He still managed to achieve the desired, although he did not hope for the true result. Mugek, surrounding everyone around, was hardly restraining. Pain that pierced every cell of his body, forced his teeth. Seeing in which a miserable state the man is, the old man decided to go to the trick and use his own technique on his own. He swore to return to the past and warn Mr. Heme's respectful evil. However, the opportunity to return into the past was the cherished dream of his entire family, and for him it was even more valuable than her own dignity. Therefore, to give up such an occasion would be a continuous meaninglessness. However, it was at the moment when he was already on the doorstep of the portal that the man unexpectedly realized that he had completely lost his ability to move. Its devilish acupuncture points were sealed. Suddenly behind him, Mugek, whose eyes were burning with a bloody rage. How did he dare to do and almost deprive a man's chance to return on his own? Of all others, only a few warriors were seen as his proxies, and he belonged to this circle. Suddenly, the man grabbed him firmly by his throat and threw his nape on the floor with a sharp movement. The mind quickly returned to Renja, and he began to apologize with sincere repentance for the fact that his selfishness had mastered him for a moment. He was well aware of what efforts and victims it cost a man. In fact, he would not have to do it. The warrior was well aware of the cause of such behavior. After all, he is familiar. He himself was a selfish. Throughout his life, he only took care of himself, and it was this trait that allowed him to collect all the necessary materials. If another person stood in front of him, the warrior would be without hesitation. Since they are familiar, the warrior could easily forgive him this moment of weakness. He gently put his hand on the old man's shoulder and sincerely thanked for the fact that he was waiting for him all his life. The old man was so angry that his tears themselves had gained his cheeks. Once again, with bitterness in his voice, he confessed that he regretted that, having succumbed to the temptation of the dream, he allowed himself to become weak. And suddenly everything was frozen. The world plunged into a colorless silence, and time stopped his run. Mugek stared at the stationary figure of a friend, trying to understand what just happened. Suddenly a voice was cut from the darkness, which solemnly announced that the man finally defeated all the trials. He looked around and saw in front of him a wise elder who appeared from nowhere. The old man shone with sunlight, and his legs were as if widening in the air without touching the floor. The warrior asked who he was. Suddenly, the old man stated that he had the power to move the man into the past. A person does not grasp the ideas of heaven, so they will not be able to master the art of returning into the past. The true essence of this technique is not the materials themselves, but the efforts that the man made to get them. He overcame all the trials and lived his life, constantly striving for one purpose, sacrificing for her all that he had. The forgiveness he had to give Gi Jia Jia was the final test, the most difficult of all, but this obstacle man overcame surprisingly easily. Slightly suspicious, he turned to the spirit. If all the trials are behind, let him now fulfill the promised spirit and send him to the past. He said he wanted to return to punish those who deserved death, and to save those whose lives should not break off prematurely. In addition, this time, he would seek to go with meaning. Perhaps the reason for his ardent desire to return into the past lies in deep regret for uselessly spent the current life path and unbearable anger at Muga's puppies. He regretted his every act in this life, from birth. It seemed that the circumstances were constantly in charge of his choice, and while he was aware of it, his path was already coming to an end. The old man confessed that he became wondering what Mugek's life path would be like this time. He was looking forward to the beginning of a new guy's story. After these words, he disappeared into the air as elusive as he appeared, and the surrounding world broke out and came to life together. The moment was delayed, and the guy heard the acquaintance still apologize to him. This act was, without a doubt, unknown on his part, but he sincerely hoped that the man would not betray the promise made by Renjia. The man did not answer these words and hurried to say goodbye to the interlocutor. He is unable to restrain himself anymore. He firmly stepped into the portal that dissolved directly in front of him. With each step, he plunged further, and the outside world gradually lost its expressive forms. When the guy opened his eyes again, his life was already boiling around him. He found himself in a huge area where the unbridled roar of the crowd was stunningly rolled up with waves. The young man needed only a few moments to look around and realize he really managed to get back into the past. It was the beginning of a new era in his life, moments that gave a feeling of fresh breath after a long comfort. However, the carefree lightness of his soul quickly dispelled. Nearby, he noticed the emperor, who was grandiose on his throne. In addition, this man was his native father. Suddenly, an annoyed man turned to Brunette and asked how much he intended to roll here. Before him, a majestic and powerful warrior with a formidable sword in his hand grew up, demanding a duel immediately. Mugek immediately guessed that he was on the day of battle with a new demon. His father, the heavenly demon, announced that he was not going to limit the choice of the future leader of the cult, only his own bloodline. This led to a real explosion of indignation in the benches of the cult, because it turned out that everyone had a chance to become a heavenly demon. The head clearly demonstrated his seriousness, organizing competitions between the heads of future generations of cult. And the winner of the new confrontation with the demons will gain a unique opportunity to challenge one of the two sons of the heavenly demon. The victory in this decisive battle gives a chance to make any desire and the heavenly demon payables to fulfill it. So this red-haired man was the finalist of the tournament and the last rival of the young man on the way to the desired dream. Now the guy remembered how deeply he was offended by the fact that the choice fell on him. This meant only one thing. It was considered a simple target, weaker than his own older brother. However, looking back into the past, he realized that there was another reason from which he could be chosen. He brushed the cook and ordered him to sprinkle to the rice of the younger poison that dissipates energy. The chef completed the plan, and under the influence of poison, the guy lost the ability to control his energy. Once upon a time, he was defeated through this insidious reception. Mugek shared with his father what happened, but he remained silent and did not say a word. He just cast a look at his son, which read silent condemnation. How could you so easy to get into such a slight cunning? After that, the younger resorted to several decisive actions brought to the extreme in attempts at least somehow change the course of events. Through his own miscalculations and failures, he gradually lost his position in the fight for inheritance. And all this has swirled after today's defeat. Noticing that the guy was plunged into his own reflections, the redness made an effort to switch his attention to himself. He was unfortunate and even offensively to see such indifferent calmness of the younger. To cool the passion of the eldest, the guy asked his name. Although he really had no idea how the name was, the red-haired one perceived it as a new image. He introduced himself as Gu Pen Ho. This man was one of the 7 students of one of the most powerful 8 supreme demons, Doxy. His mentor was the demon's heaven's sword, and he was the 5th student of this legendary master, Pen Ho. Mugek looked toward his father. Earlier, he had no concept of it, but now he was convinced that even before the duel, his father had already guessed that his son was treacherously poisoned by poison that sucks all life forces. He was silent about it, because he was interested in seeing how his son would find a way out of such a difficult situation. Although he retained the skills acquired in his past life and could overcome the Penho-ho with one only movement without any inner strength, but in this situation, he prevents him from revealing the true level of his skill. To hide this, he unexpectedly announced everyone in his eyes that he would fight from the Penho-ho without resorting to any inner strength. Not only his rival, but the whole audience was amazed at this act. The audience appealed to the boy's desperate confidence, so the crowd exploded and began to exclaim his name. Therefore, in order not to lose dignity, Red also stated that he will fight without the use of internal energy. Then the crowd subsided a little. Everyone was courteous to evaluate how different the strength of the opponents. However, as both refused to use internal energy, many feared that the battle would seem too boring. Such an answer only ignited the enemy's anger. "Fold," he warned the young master, so that he would not lose his vigilance in his clash with him. His sword was ruthlessly cut everything that happened to him in the way, without leaving his opponents with no crumbs of compassion. Meanwhile, Mugek completely immersed himself in his own feelings. He felt a stranger in his young body, but still hoped that he would not let him down and listen humbly. Without hesitation, the Ruda hair warrior tuned to the duel and sharply ordered the boy to prepare immediately for the battle. Suddenly, Mugek stated that he did not even plan to take a sword in a duel with his older. The more he despised his opponent, the more humbled the warrior in the eyes of all viewers. It was a lot of angry, and he was ready to ruthlessly end Brunette. But he could not decide on such a leader of the cult. However, with the intention of taking his hand away, he hesitated to rush the attack. Fortunately for himself, Mugek immediately realized his body responds lightly, so there will be no difficulty in controlling the movements. When the enemy's sword was pierced in front of him, the guy suddenly pushed his feet from the ground and, skillfully evading, performed a stunning salto back. After that, he confidently stood on his feet, landing with the calculated accuracy. His heart was joyfully poisoning in his chest with unusual force. It was great to feel young again. The angry opponent did not allow any pause. Upset with the first failure, he immediately went to a new attack. Mugek instantly mastered himself and rushed forward, attacking the enemy. Pen Ho has not yet had time to strike, as suddenly he got a mighty push of an elbow into his chest, from which he had taken his breath. And, not having time to be left, he immediately got another devastating blow to his fist in the face. Besides the fact that this blow drove him off his feet and finally deprived the fighting, he also broke his nose. But the warrior failed to happen so simply. Mugek raised him on his feet and took his hand again. A powerful wave of devastating blows broke through just into the shoulder and chest of the enemy. He flew back from powerful blows once after, choking blood. Then Mugek finally thought about the decisive attack. Suddenly he firmly grabbed the man by his wrist, squeezing him with all his strength. After jumping, he asked with a shittish smile whether the red hand handed over to the chef to lose it. Pen Ho did not even have time to open his mouth, as Mugek showed a visual example why he should not resort to dirty tricks in contractions. In one sharp movement, he broke his hand. It was a lightning victory. The opponent no longer had the strength to even move and would not even decide to enter this hopeless clash with an invincible young master. Now that Mugek has returned to the past, it will no longer allow foreigners to interfere with their own destiny. By order of the head of the cult, the battle was immediately stopped. He greeted the winner and reminded that he was ready to fulfill any of his desires. Mugek recalled that the winners usually asked his father to evoke a special sword or to reveal the secret art of combat technicians. The crowd, with a fading heart, hoped that he would ask something like that. This time the guy decided not to ask for feudal riches. He would trust his own instincts. So, to the great surprise of all those present, Brunet suddenly smiled and stated that he wanted to go with his father for hunting. He was aware that in his youth this man was fond of hunting, so he would gladly master this skill under his leadership. The cult leader was confused for a moment, but he skillfully hid it in front of everyone. He proclaimed a solemn voice that they would go on the road at dawn the next day. Then, without delay, he left the meeting restrained. Penho, barely back to his feet, could not believe that the younger, having got a chance to make any desire, chose something so petty. Then Mugek was smiling again with the name of the red-haired. Mugek's caustic jokes were so angry that the guards had to intervene and restrain him from a fight. Now that Mugek has returned to the past, it is no longer attracted by the aimless and wild existence that these people live. Penhode was taken to healers, and Mugek went home, to rest and gather with forces before the new day. Outside the window, a picturesque evening was spilled. The guy stared carefully at reflecting his young face in the mirror. He was strikingly different from who he was before, and that's not surprising. In his thoughts, the young man returned to his first goal, the mug's puppies. What actions can he take right now? If he manages to find the enemy and destroy him before he gets power, the problem will be much easier. The problem is that it is almost impossible to find it. In the world of Jianggu, he appeared suddenly, as if he had fallen from heaven. After he has defeated the Museum Alliance, an unorthodox union and a demonic cult, it disappeared from the eyes of mankind. Since then, only a little information has been preserved. To declare his name in an attempt to find it is a dangerous provocation. In the end, Mugek's main goal was still to surpass the mug's puppies. He was passionate about his own thoughts. The guy did not notice how someone entered the room. The gentle voice was gently addressed to him. They were in front of them, a low, full woman in armor, illuminated with a warm, friendly smile. She was called Li Ank, and it was she who was responsible for the safety of the young man, being his loyal guard. Earlier, Mugek and no idea had that the striking physique of a woman was the result of her many years of admiration for martial arts. She mastered the technique of body fossilization, a unique ability for a while to turn her body into a strong, like a real stone. This technique is secret and familiar only to the elected. However, a serious disadvantage of this technique was that the human body increased significantly in size. However, it was this ability to help protect the young gentleman. She boldly rushed to Mugek, closing the aura of the sword, which he directed to the owner of the hut Muga. It was at the cost of her own self-sacrifice that she saved his life. Suddenly, the girl wondered why Mugek was looking at her so strange. Apparently, the guy again plunged into his own reflections. He did not mention what girl this girl has a melody and pleasant voice. She was able to give him life, but for him, she remained only another guard. In this life, he will never take it as something understandable. He will be genuinely admired by everyone that this brave girl does for him, and will appreciate every act of her. Everyone said that before becoming a maid, Li, the Academy of Sciences, was famous for the most charming beauty in the world. But one day, this incomparable beauty girl suddenly lost her slimness and got a lot of recovery. Then the guy did not know how often she sobbed because she had recovered and never paid attention to her crying, swollen eyes. She sacrificed her own beauty, seeking to protect him, although she had every chance of becoming the most beautiful woman in the world. How could Mugek so ruthlessly treat her in her past life? In his memory, the mention of how removed and unloved he treated her. But this time, Mugek firmly decided to change everything for the better. It will help you get rid of the side effects of body boiling. Li, the Academy of Sciences, wondered if everything was fine with the young master. He barely smiled noticeably, and when he heard from the girl a remark about his strange behavior, assured her that everything was fine with him. As it was possible to hope from the Lian, a devoted guard who was standing on guard every day, she immediately noticed that something had changed in Mugek. The dark-haired guy moved to the door and mysteriously said that he was about to show Lee an even more amazing thing. She wondered where they were heading, and the guy in response with a smile said that their goal was to turn the dining table. The young man, accompanied by his guard, went down to the dining room where all the service staff had already gathered. He strictly asked them why they did so, unambiguously making it clear that he was in mind. The summer chef looked at the young man in confusion and asked to clarify what he was in mind. Then the guy frankly stated that he was poisoned and again made claims against a certain chef. He was really guilty of everything but tried hard to deny it. At that moment, his grandfather said that the guy had done so through a new losing rate and loss of money. This chef is in debt because of its detrimental dependence on gambling. He lowered all parental savings as well as money borrowed from friends. That is why he had to take such a desperate step. Realizing that the young gentleman had already learned the whole truth, the guy fell on his knees and began to be pleased to forgive him for this horrific mistake. Then Mugek asked the last clear question, and the cook confessed. It was he who poisoned the dish of the young owner. The next moment, the sharp blade of the sword of the master flashed, and the traitor's head immediately flew from his shoulders. For the cook, it became an unspeakable shame, and it was for this that Mugek decided to punish him. The old chief, along with other employees, immediately fell to his knees and began to ask forgiveness for an unskilled employee. The boss understood that responsibility lies on it, because it is he who is responsible for everything that is happening in the kitchen. However, Mugek considered it differently. For example, his father cannot be responsible for all the falsehoods and the outrage that are engaged in their cult. Therefore, the old man will not have to be responsible for the carelessness of his subordinate. He warned the man from self-blame and urged not to speak nonsense. He completed the conversation. The guy strongly went to the exit. Finally, he reassured the boss, asking not to worry, and cook him for dinner with crushed chicken. Lee Ank rushed after the guy. He, turning to the chief, was charming that he did not look at their dining room for a long time, although the girl remembered perfectly. Mugek came here literally a few days ago. It was funny to think about it, because for Mugek since then has passed for more than a decade. The next morning, as soon as the sun came down, the cult leader did not break the promise. He was already waiting for his son at the gate of the estate, completely ready to go together on the road. The man took almost nothing but weapons, so he was surprised how many small, unnecessary things were captured by his son. The guy's shoulders hung a large, spacious backpack, packed under the tie. He assured that he took with him only the most necessary, everything they would need for the next few days. The heavenly demon only said that they went on a trip for one day, but Mugek hoped that his father would like the hunt, and they would stay there for a long time. The father laughed at his son's self-confidence, but he refrained from any further comment. Without a minute, they went on the road. On the way, they happened harsh, majestic mountains, which buried many tangled trails in their bowels. The father and his son were moving silently through the thickets of the forest, rising up the mountain. Suddenly, the man expressed his younger praise, noting that he had exceeded his hope. Did he pay attention to the fact that Bruneta hid his skills acquired in his past life during the Battle of Penho? In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and uncomfortable questions, the guy decided to open his secret to him. On the way, he confessed to his father, who intentionally hid his true abilities. However, his father himself suspected it for a long time. The son smiled and compared himself not to a cat that hisses, but with a real predator, who cleverly hides his claws. But then the man wondered, why the predator to hide his claws? Mugek did not even think about it. That is why in the eyes of his father, the young man still remained only kittens. Therefore, the man asked his son how skillfully he learned the skill of the sparkling sword. The art of the flying blade is transmitted exclusively on the hereditary line of celestial demons. It is believed that it is an extremely advanced martial art, similar to those that take over the strongest demons. The young man proudly stated that he had mastered this art perfectly. At the same moment, a deadly arrow of light was hung near his head. She almost touched the boy, but completely sailed his backpack. If Mugek had not turned his face at the last moment, a powerful energy charge could leave him without half his cheek. The father decided to make sure whether his son had mastered this art, so he launched a projectile. Otherwise, his actions could truly be severely injured by a guy. If it had happened, he would not spare about his act in any way. The guy would deservedly for his lie. But if the young man was able to evade, so he really mastered this technique. Although the man kept cold-blooded, he still noted the success of his son, praising for having mastered complex equipment at such an early age. They moved on and later stopped at a cozy lawn. Mugek asked his father whom he mastered the art of hunting. He replied that he learned from his older brother. It was deeply impressed by Mugek, because for the first time in his life, he learned that he had an uncle. The heavenly demon said that the cause was his past. He once killed his brother when he was almost the same age as Mugek. Suddenly for the man, his son praised him, saying that he was a real fellow. If the father did not do so, Mugek would never have appeared in this world. Mugek remembered well. Even his father was gravely given battles with relatives. Many times he has observed it in his past life. Usually those who look unwavering hide the deepest wounds in the shower. Then there was nothing left of the celestial demon than looking for a way out. He never was able to find the way to victory in the fight for the throne without spilling the blood of his brother. Mugek hoped that his father would not even suggest that his son could do the same. He is not capable of not even his father could do. In addition, Mugek has no reason to do so, because the leader already knows how well his eldest son is spoiled and cruel. It would be too risky to entrust such a man to power. The father struck the dislike of Mugek with his brother as soon as he disappears from sight. The conversation was not crowned with some clear conclusion, so they were silently moving on. Soon, Mugek and his father went to conquer the highest mountain in the outskirts. There, on her wooded top, they were waiting for hunting. In his past life, Mugek has not had a family, so it is difficult for him to imagine what it means to be a father. So he always thought, what did his father really feel for him? Senior and younger Hem, without much difficulty, reached the top. Before their eyes, there is a wonderful landscape, a thick forest, filled with greatness and shrouded in a light haze of mystery. The father noted that today's dinner was already hiding somewhere in the woods, and Mugek barely restrained the impatience. He did not suffer from hunting faster. The owner Jem advised his son not to hurry but to close his eyes and feel everything around him. The guy did as he was told. Martial arts masters determining the location of the enemy are tuned to fluctuations in the air around. People often talk about it as an energy flow that radiates a living being. At first, Mugek felt only one energy wave around. It was a powerful aura of his father. Then the man advised his son to concentrate a little energy and direct it on one line. The young man directed a thin flow of energy forward, but the man ordered him to narrow the jet even more. The son obediently fulfilled the instruction. He seemed to soak the ball of yarn, pulling the thread, which became increasingly thinner and longer. He carefully, as if pulling the thread from the ball, released and directing energy. Suddenly, the guy felt that he had encountered an invisible obstacle. The father wondered what it was like. The young man instantly realized that he was dealing with a huge, tall tree. Then, having obeyed the next instruction, he directed his energy to explore the surrounding space. Laying the path more and deeper in the woods of the forest, he suddenly felt a powerful flow of energy of wild Vera. At least he was sure of that. In creating, the wool seemed rigid, and the body was elongated. In general, it could well resemble a bear. But his father only confirmed his initial assumption. The heavenly demon confessed that at first he could not see the boar at such a distance. The young man smiled. After all, he possessed a body that allowed him to master the martial arts incredibly quickly. So soon, it is not difficult for him to grasp the subtlety recognition. The hunt ended successfully. When the evening had already enveloped all around, the men caught a wild boar, burned the campfire, and roasted the meat at the fire. The heavenly demon impressed with what skill his son prepared prey after hunting. Even before the regression, Mugek repeatedly hunted wild boars to feed, so he had considerable experience in this case. However, he modestly replied that he just learned of it from the book. He prepared this dinner specifically to gain his father's commitment. No wonder he pulled so many supplies all the way. The father had something touched these words. He thought that Mugek had gone with him only to impress and prove himself as a future heir. But Mugek immediately denied this assumption. Even if everything was like that, a similar intrigue would not affect a man. Mugek himself is sure that he is able to become a successor without any support from his father. All this testified to his unwavering confidence in his own. Then the man wondered, what is the real reason that his son decided to go with him for hunting? Mugek told that he had two reasons. First, he sought to learn everything from his father and become even stronger. The heavenly demon wondered what would happen if this guy gained even more power. He hurriedly explained that he did not intend to strengthen his strength to overthrow his father. The heavenly demon is still full of energy and power, so it does not make any point in spending their best years on this senseless. He is enough to master all his father's martial arts, and when the right moment comes, take his place. He needs to master the demonic art of 9 disasters, bringing him to perfection. Better yet, even this level is surpassed. After all, even his father, who thoroughly owned this martial art, was defeated by the mug. He must surpass his father to become a shield for him, for his native clan and innocent people who need protection. Suddenly, his father interrupts his thoughts and asks, "What is the second reason for your desire to go hunting?" The young man smiled widely. He frankly acknowledged that he actually just wanted to be alone with his older one. That is, in fact, for the first time. The father, with an ironic smile, noted that the young man is in vain to feel in vain. They can cost him life. But Mugek was a different opinion. He spent time next to the most powerful person on the planet. Everything that this man has taken for, whatever he touched or sought to master, has always turned into something majestic. Every time the guy tried to remember his father, there were no images left in his memory. The child's mind kept only vague echoes, the moments when he felt fear and reverence for his power and grandeur. He sincerely did not want such memories in this life. However, he did all this not for his father, but solely for himself. The night passed quietly and unnoticed. Just as he waking up at dawn, Mugek realized that it was time to go back. But suddenly his father stopped him. He firmly decided to continue hunting. If the son has gone to the forest with the heavenly demon, then they should at least overcome the tiger before returning. Mugek rapidly turned to him. Meanwhile, his father was already moving away, throwing his call and calling. The young man stood up and hurried. A little later, they were on another large lawn. The father again ordered Mugek to close his eyes. This time the prey was hiding to the right, about 100 yards from them, much further than the previous time. The heavenly demon sought the brunette to feel the breath of wind filled with his own energy. For all the years devoted to the study of martial arts, he never thought of directing his own energy into the flow of wind. No one showed him such techniques, and in any textbook about such subtleties was even mentioned. At first, Mugek released his energy. In order to apply this technique in a real battle, he needed to direct all the force to the target at maximum speed. He acted exactly at his father's instructions. However, Mugek felt both his own energy and the breath of the wind around, but could not understand how to combine the two forces together. He quickly realized it was important not just to follow the wind or to direct energy nearby, but to be able to combine them into one. The powerful energy flow, picked up by the unmanaged wind, rapidly rushed forward, maneuvering between the tree trunks. He felt the same goal that his father told him. In the forest, the tiger really chatted, although Mugek seemed to be intimidating him. However, the man remained absolutely serious. He recommended the young man not to be lazy and regularly release his energy. The more energy flows it will be able to control, the more significant his chances of surviving. Another hunting outlet ended successfully, although she took away from men almost all day. When it began to darken, his father revealed his main secret to his son. He treated him with his favorite wine. The guy tasted the drink. He liked it, but still had to pretend that alcohol was too strong for him. After the life experienced in the past, everything was perceived differently, but the father should not be known. The heavenly demon noticed that the real demon does not complain to the strength of alcohol. A dispute broke out between them. Mugek insisted that it was more important to have an unbreakable will than to be able to drink a lot. Instead, the heavenly demon noted that his son lacks the firmness of the spirit. He would even dare to raise his hand on his own father. Mugek had to agree, though in fact, if he had a good reason to kill this man, he would not hesitate for nothing. Today, for the first time in his life, he has a true conversation with his father. How can it love this person stronger than themselves? Mugek confidently told his father he would not really raise his hand. That is why the heavenly demon believed that his son had no cruelty. In this case, he will have nothing left to master the art of enjoying strong wine. The next day, the father and son finally returned to the estate. Mugek used a free minute and devoted her training. After a few days of hard workouts that have passed since the regression, he learned to direct his energy into airflows without difficulty. Now, he manages to manage 3 or 4 such flows at the same time. He could not imagine that his father would teach him to dissipate energy to study the surrounding space. It felt as if he got another chance of life. After all, he has the first to notice the enemy who sneaks with the attack. And if Mugek does not stop training persistently and learns to release more than 10 energy flows at the same time, it is likely that he can easily dispel any masking techniques to which his opponents will succeed. However, even his father, a master who exceeds him in the skills, was defeated by Muga's puppies because he got the pavilion of the heavenly demon. The pavilion of the heavenly demon is a carefully protected place, fortified by 3 powerful barrier formations, 6 insidious traps, and a reliable guard made up of selected members of the elite. Moreover, in 8 different destinations, 8 supreme demons are located with their male, guarding a heavenly demon. In the north live swordsmen from the famous kind of northern celestial swords, and in the south, descendants of the family of southern heavenly blades. In the east, there are iron fists, a terrible force of the fraction of the eastern fist, which is headed by an unbreakable demon of a fist, invincible in battle. In the west, there are dark magicians from the western illusory formation, headed by a lichen demon which steals the soul. In the northeast, nameless warriors are chatted, dreaming of turning into predatory demons with evil smiles. In the southeast, swordsmen live, who, along with the witch, do not part with a glass, forever arranging lush guns. In the southwestern lands, poisonous canines live together with the poisonous king. They tirelessly study all kinds of poisons. And in the northwest, the mad monks settled, who lost their mind under the influence of the demonic teachings of the Buddha, which knocks people out of the way of truth. In his past life, the guy thought that the enemy penetrated from the outside, but later he realized the outer border remained adamant. No attack broke through him. Mugek is convinced that one of the 8 supreme demons probably allowed Muga's puppies to penetrate into the pavilion of heavenly demon. There could be several traitors, but they did not find any. And it does not matter who he is, because Mugek does not consider all the 8 of the supreme demons traitors. After his father's death in his past life, none of the 8 supreme demons took revenge. On the contrary, they decided to stop the existence of the entire demonic cult. Before that, the events will not unfold soon, so Mugek is already aware of all the 8 supreme demons. He knows everything about their past, what was their life path, and even remembers the last moments of each of them. This time, it will take advantage of the acquired knowledge and its influence on these powerful supreme demons. After completing the workout, Mugek was going to go out into the yard and go to his home leisurely. But as soon as he came to the door, he heard a few men disrespectfully insulted from the outside and interrogated whether the young master is still in the training room. She was rudely ordered to go inside and get her owner out, while ignoring any respect. The girl at first tried to set up everything alone, limited to conversations. However, it was at this moment that Mugek appeared behind her back and his gaze was eagerly testifying to the dissatisfaction with how these men allowed themselves to talk to his guard. At first, he was struck by the fact that Li A was waiting for him after his workout, although he asked her not to be distracted from his own affairs. However, their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the Brazen. One of them wondered why the guy suddenly took up the training and without stopping for several days in a row. It was a student of a warrior of bloody heaven, Jan P. In fact, it was only through Heavenly Demon that he dared to behave so boldly. When he stated that any of the members of the cult could become a successor, the privilege of being the son of a Heavenly Demon immediately lost his exclusivity. In fact, it only ignited the ambitions of many cults of cult. Everyone sought to defeat the sons of the Heavenly Demon and gain glory. Yang, with his comrades, visited Mugek to inform him, because of his actions, Penho have lost the opportunity to engage in martial arts forever. The young man asked in an annoying manner, "And what about it? Do I now have to sympathize and take care of this self-confident soldier?" The men insisted that the son of the Heavenly Demon personally admit guilt and publicly apologize to Pen. Mugek well understood the purpose of John by appeared here and why he was forgiving him to apologize. The best student of the Bloody Skyblade has not yet been defined. That is why all his pupils compete with each other, trying to win his affection and surpass each other. Yang desires to get public apologies from Mugek to demonstrate his principle and show that he did not humiliate the wizard of the bloody non-benchblade in front of anyone. Mugek told the boy that he was not sure whether his teacher would choose John by his best student only because he came to defend their honor. The angry guy exclaimed that he was brought not only by the desire to find Penho. However, Mugek did not want to listen to it anymore. In his opinion, it was John who had to apologize. The guy, as he should hope, did not realize what he should apologize for. Mugek stated that a real warrior should be asked for forgiveness in Li Ana. He was not ready to endure such rudeness in his subordinate. Li A tried to reassure her master, but he was not even going to leave the young man just that. He confidently spoke forward, approaching his opponent. For such cruel and humiliating words to the girl Mugek, the desire to force Yan to stand up and ask her personally. But Yang stubbornly refused to stand up to the girl, and again he allowed himself to call her a fat. Brunotto was not like that. He again allows himself unnecessary words. Jan even stated that he would die sooner than he kneel. It was this answer that Mugek was expecting. For him, it was the last drop. If he is so stubbornly refused to apologize, then let him respond to his own life. With such thoughts, the guy calmly exposed the sword. Yang decided that he was a dark-haired either jokes or trying to scare him, and maybe completely crazy. But he did not think to joke. Mugek has given him the choice, either becomes a lobe and asks for an apology in Li Ana, or let him go to a match with a young man. Yang did not have the slightest opportunity. It would be a serious spot on his reputation, and the mentor would remain disappointed with such a development. Mugek is indifferent if they were humiliated by himself. It does not matter to him that this man seeks revenge, but he will not allow him to behave so with his subordinate. Yang could not believe that for a young man this full girl is so important. This awareness made him even laugh. A threatening flame broke out in the eyes of the warrior, and he also squeezed the weapon firmly, taking a call to battle. Friends tried to refuse him, but he remained adamant in his decision. Since this guy was a descendant of the Heavenly Demon, John decided to spare his life. However, as well as Penho, he was convinced of his advantage. He believed that he would inevitably win in the duel and deprive the boy's hand. But the events unfolded completely differently. The blade of a man with a whistle fled the air above Mugek's head, but he cleverly evaded the impact. No one and I to blink had time, as Mugek had already inserted the blade of his sword directly into the enemy's throat, instantly tearing his life into him. Mugek was convinced that his dirty tongue was the culprit of the warrior, so he aimed at the mouth. It was by these mouth that the warrior despised his subordinate, and in the same mouth refused to ask, for which he had punished. Mugek with cold-blooded confidence got his sword, allowing the breathless body to slowly fall down. Jan's friends rushed to the boy with anxious, unconsciously nurturing the hope that he was still alive. However, death caught up with him instantly. They began to threaten Mugek, assuring that it would not get off their hands. But the guy did not regret the committed and still flared indignation, so the friends of Yang were worth picking up the words more carefully. Mugek warned them, if they try to dissolve false rumors about this case, he will certainly find everyone, and the boys will share the fate of his friend. Without waiting for new troubles, they raised the body of a friend and quickly disappeared from their eyes. The frightened Lian suddenly asked the master, why did he go so far for her? The guy was striking that the guard continues to worry about him, despite the fact that she has been much more trouble. She was worried that the demon of the blade of the heavenly vault would not leave this case without attention. Mugek was convinced that he did not carry any guilt for removing the one who fully deserved death. Not surprisingly, Lee Academy of Sciences covers fear of consequences. In the demonic sect, there are 8 outstanding masters of martial arts whose influence is felt everywhere. Not only do they have skillfully owning combat equipment, but also control subordinates, who do not dare to neglect even the heavenly demon. The Bloody Skyblade is one of the 8 most powerful rulers of hell. Mugek cruelly crippled one of his students, and the other has generally deprived his life. However, this man is unlikely to do something because he has no benefit for him. And what will he fall out of it? He will only be condemned for the poor training of students. However, Lee Academy of Sciences suggested that his self-esteem could be affected, and therefore did not rule out that it would lead to trouble. Suddenly, Mugek stated that their teacher was actually deprived of any pride. He carefully put her hand on her shoulder as if soothing, and asked not to worry too much about him, which would not happen. Mugek, unlike the bloody, bearing demon of the blade, could well benefit from the death of Jan P. His victory over Penho and the murder of Yang will instantly attract the attention of everyone to the sect. If in the battle for the inheritance were given points, now Mugek would receive his first. He almost moved to his room to finally relax, as he suddenly heard a sincere gratitude, which was a little uncertain. She did not understand herself with joy, because the gentleman supported her. The guy was also glad, but in order to preserve the appearance of a serious and harsh owner, he carefully hid his emotions. He was genuinely glad at heart, who was able to help. He wanted a smile on her face to never disappear, and her life was full of true happiness. Already dressing in the pajamas and tuning on a vacation, Mugek was sitting on a wide, flat boulder in the middle of his estate, looking thoughtfully in the surrounding evening landscape. If you think about, it was completely absorbed by the void after the collapse of the demonic sect. Despair was so comprehensive that the existence lost any meaning. He did not even dare to imagine how everything would turn if he did not know about the technique of great regression. The boy's thoughts suddenly broke into a firewall, and just a wide blade flashed near his face. It was a demon of the heavenly bloody blade, which with a frantic, almost brilliant fury, drowned on Mugek. The guy was engulfed by a cold trembling. He could not imagine that the opponent would appear so quickly. Will he be able to evade the sword while in such an uncomfortable position? It does not matter how many memories of the past he retained, because his spiritual strength is still not enough. Suddenly, the man took the sharp blade from the youth's throat and sat down on the boulder near him. The old man stretched in the smile of his mouth, but it seemed more stretched than sincere. He asked Brunetta, which made him do so. Mugek frankly stated that he had deprived the life of his student because of his lack of hiding and rough, unworthy treatment. The guy asked the demon whether he appeared here to challenge the younger son of a heavenly demon and take revenge for his students. Then the man pressed the blade again to the young man's neck, strictly warning, he can kill him without any hesitation and take his head directly to his father. However, even a shadow of curiosity or fear flashed on Mugek's face. He could not think that the blade of the demon was really able to leave him without his head, because it is only necessary to mention the spooky look of the heavenly demon, and the body is hampering horror. Surprisingly, it really happened. After leaving the threats, the man hid the weapon again and then painted something on the sand, a sign in front of them. Mugek wondered what it was. A small cross was visible on the ground. The man explained, "This is a visual symbol of how angry the celestial demon will be." The short line of the cross was denoted by Mugek, and the long, the old one. Then Mugek added another risk on a long strip. This raised the weight of Mugek in the scheme. He was convinced that the status of the son of a heavenly demon would give him the value of much greater power. The demon of the bloody heaven challenged and suggested a couple, whether the heavenly demon could kill him if he brings him his own son's head or not. Mugek, although worried and realized that his chances of victory were quite ghostly, he lied to them, assured that the demon did not take into account the strength of the parental love of the heavenly demon. That is why the man suggested to check his guesses in practice. The crazy failure of his students was insanely. He was not going to release the young man so easily. Without losing the hope of reaching the enemy, Brunette noted that their dispute is meaningless. The heavenly demon has 2 sons, and the demon only 1. After that, the passion of the man subsided a little. He smiled and acknowledged that Mugek was more resourceful than many of his students. Feeling the opponent lost his vigilance a little, the guy finally sighed. He noted that if the student of the warrior imitated his mentor, he would probably not die. Suddenly, the demon changed on his face, became serious and harsh. With a shaded look, he said that his life and so full of suffering, so he sincerely hopes that their paths will never intersect. Mugek eagerly picked up this idea and promised not to forget the wise guidelines of the master. Just the old man finished the conversation, as unexpectedly jumped up and disappeared into the air along with the failure, which arose as suddenly as it disappeared. Only when a man finally left, Mugek allowed himself to exhale through his teeth with burning pain. Lifting the nightgown, she saw on the side, under the ribs, 2 large, dark hematomas. They appeared that, sitting next to the boy, the demon struck him twice with his sword's arms, but Mugek was forbidden to raise pain. The demon of bloody heavens seemed to those who were allowed, but in fact, it was not true. The master carefully builds strategies and thinks about every step forward. The fact that he twice emphasized, "I will take the heavenly demon to the head of Mugek," clearly testifies, this decision was not spontaneous. He really deeply reflected his intentions. He visited the pavilion, hoping to meet Mugok. The battle with the student of the demon made an unforgettable impression, so he most likely perceived Mugek's desire to hunt with his father as something exceptional and amazing. After the brunette killed his student, he was curious. "I wanted to try a new opponent." He appeared here to find out whether a young man is a successor. Is it the first to stand before the demon of the bloody heaven, it will become it? Later, the same night, Mugek returned to the training again, and suddenly felt familiar with energy. He was his father. Interested in why he was on the roof of the training hall, Mugek decided to find out what was happening and moved the other way. The heavenly demon froze on the very edge, looking thoughtfully in the boundless distance. Suddenly noticing his son, he suddenly spoke and stated that he had heard about the murder of a student of a demon of the bloody sky. The son confirmed heard and added that this young man rightly got what he deserved. However, the heavenly demon stated that it did not matter if his death was fair. The other is important. The demon of the bloody heaven searched for the cult leader precisely through these events. He hardly seeks Mugek to respond to his actions. It surprised the father, because demons usually do not make such requirements because of the death of only one of their supporters. Mugek realized that the demon of the bloody heavens decided to check the depth of his connection with his father. He wants to find out what punishment he will fall on the guy and whether he can carry him. Then he will finally become clear whether the father of a true contender for the heir sees in him. The heavenly demon was in a hopeless position, so he was forced to pass his own sentence. Mugek noted that there was no reason to punish, but his father was already okay to invent them himself. While hunting, Mugek asked his father which of the supreme demons does he trust above all. It was right. Mugek really asked his father when they were in the forest. The mysterious heavenly demon never answered him. Now he cut off to him that he did not rely on anyone, even on the most powerful demons. Among other things, Mugek emphasized the need to establish clear rules and discipline in the sect and streamline a hierarchical structure. The guy explained that everything happened because, in his opinion, they retreated from the true path of demons. To hear a similar one from your own son was a real surprise. The father wondered what Mugek was in mind, and he replied that, in his opinion, the true path of the demon lies in the faith that is inherent in their sect, in the unbreakable desire to overcome the highest evil. The heavenly demon froze, looking carefully at his son. Is this really true? Mugek acknowledged that he did not perceive the light faction as the complete opposite of their sect. Their sole opponent was all-consuming evil. Mugek meant such a disaster, imbued with hatred and treachery that no one would be able to withstand him. Even the demons would shudder seeing him. The ideals of justice and nobility, which are so zealous, can still overcome fine evil, and Mugek doubts that they can overcome evil in its purest, all-consuming form. In the end, the light forces tend to forgive even the most difficult guilt. While people are of the highest value for them, how will they be able to repel evil that have long lost the human likeness? In all Murima, only they have the power to destroy the cruel, all-consuming evil, becoming even more ruthless and dangerous than it. They should force a great evil that cannot overcome the light fraction, bow their knees in front of their cult. Only in this way will they be able to grasp the true essence of the demonic path. If their cult does not choose the true devilish path, they will soon decline. Mugek believed that for the sake of survival, they should go through a well-deserved punishment. This is where the guy completed his monologue. He was sure. His father did not even think about such things, and even more so, hardly anyone dared to talk to him in a similar tone. After all, Mugek himself did not realize this until he was in the sect. Only endless journeys by the central valleys to which he dedicated his life to reveal this truth. However, contrary to all the expectations of Muk, his father failed to feel his father. On the contrary, the man considered the son of a son to be arrogant and bold. Mugek, with a tired look, said that he should no longer share. Then his father noted that he finally realized why the demon of the bloody heaven insisted that Mugek was punished. He noticed a little interesting from the guy and now tests him with his father. Mugek suggested that he was probably wondering whether he is worthy of becoming a candidate for the heir. The father noted that Muga could perceive a potential threat to their sect. One way or another, the old, of course, is an extremely sharp eye on everything unusual. Suddenly the man turned steeply and commanded his son to follow him. It was a real surprise. Where did they go so late? The owner Jem brought his son to a place known as the Cave of Little Heaven. Mugek is known to serve as a place of trials for students and descendants of the heavenly demon, where they get a chance to become applicants for inheritance. It is not difficult to get there, but you should fail the test, and you will remain there forever. The possibility of successful passage is only 50 by 50. Half of the heavenly demon found its death there. This place is so dangerous that even the arrogant older brother Mugek never expressed his desire to get there. In any case, Mugek will have to overcome this test if he really wants to become a celestial demon. The muck himself, his father, went to the cave when he was about the same young as his son now. Mugek wondered how long that man spent in this place. He was informed with a gloomy look that it had been 2 months. And this is because his father is considered the most prominent martial arts master among all the heavenly demons. Only he was able to pass this test in just 2 months. Other heavenly demons took about 3 years to overcome this path. So, as a punishment, Mugek was sent to this cave without even giving any opportunity to prepare. The young man was covered by fear. His heart was crazy in his chest, but he could no longer retreat. There was no other way out. It is amazing that his father sent his son there only because of a demon's desire to impose such a punishment. After all, there, among all the dangers, the young man could well withstand the fatal end. Is he really indifferent to Mugek's fate? Or maybe he wants the guy to harden, become stronger and got out of there. Having collected all his unbreakable will, Mugek accepted this punishment and promised that he would get out of the cave even faster than his father. He just smiled in response. He asked his son at least to return from there alive. On the face of a man, no less anxiety was read than that of Mugek. He did not really rest what happened. Without spending a minute, Mugek stepped down inward and the heavy door closed with his back. Walking through a wide corridor illuminated with a flickering glow of neon stones, Mugek thought, what about in this spooky place that she turned into a grave for so many people? Not far from himself, the guy suddenly noticed a stone with the instructions engraved on it. The first point staging, defeat all the opponents without using neither the aura of the sword nor its strengthening. If you do not succeed at the allotted time, in 10 days you will get another chance. When ready, enter the red circle. Several deep and capacious pots were visible next to the stone. The only food here was the grain balls. Without spending a minute in vain, Mugek immediately approached the bright red circle and became inside, clearly following the instructions. At the same moment, a whole army of combat dummies suddenly appeared from the ground. They became the first enemies that Mugo had to come together. Their bodies were crossed by bright red stripes, and the impression was that the guy had to cut the monsters on these noticeable lines. The young man rapidly rushed on the offensive. He skillfully dissected the dummies at the point what was indicated. It turned out that their strength is far superior to everything that Mugek imagined. Suddenly, he saw one of the dummies suddenly began to slip underground, although he was not even crushed. Mugek rapidly rushed to the enemy and skillfully cut him away, not giving any chance to escape. After that, the enemies began to disappear one by one underground. Mugek fussedly rushed, trying not to release any of them and respond to every movement in time. One of the dummy almost happened. He almost broke down finally. But even at that moment, Mugek managed to run to the enemy and at the crucial moment to demolish his head. He almost had to stay here for another 10 days, only after a moment of inattention. Before his regression took place, he would have lacked skills to pass even the first test. One of the walls suddenly opened the passage, inviting the guy to go to a new trial. On the stone stove near the first test, the records of Mugek's predecessors have been preserved. Some confessed that he needed 9 attempts to overcome the trials, to others, 17, and to someone more. But the last inscription ridiculed all the previous one in one laconic word, stupid. Mugek immediately recognized the message from his father in this note, and it cheered him up. Although he was right, Mugek was comforted as he expressed his ancestors with confident and majestically. In the center of the next hall again flashed a purple luminous circle. A variety of weapons hung on the walls. In view of all his various skills, it is safe to say that in this test they will certainly come in handy. Item first instruction. Use the swords hanging on the wall and spread the stone in half for 2 hours. You are allowed to use a sword aura or strengthen it. Second point. If you do not succeed in the allotted time, another attempt will be given only 20 days. Mugek stepped into a purple circle, and suddenly a stone stand arose in front of him. He resting on it flawlessly polished stone spheroid. 2 hours, overwhelming only one ball in half. If he used the aura of the sword, it would be 100 or more. The young man leaned closer, looking closely at him. It was felt that there was some wonder here. Then he lifted his sword and struck him with all his power on a stone ball. The blade immediately crashed into him in small fragments. As Mugek predicted, it will not work to cut the stone without much effort. He grabbed the next sword, filled him with the power of aura, and full of determination, swung to cut the stone in half. The young man directed into his next blow a crazy energy of energy, hoping to finally achieve the desired result. But suddenly he stopped, thinking, isn't this easy way for him, too obviously solving the problem? I wonder how others acted when they were in this place. In the chronicles it was stated that stretching the ball without reinforcing the sword aura is impossible. Only one person argued that he could do it, but everyone without hesitation recognized him with a frank liar. Then Mugek began to view his father's records. They argued that all the statements of the predecessors were nonsense. If you crush the stone, wait for failure. The young man could not tread why his father left such a strange inscription, because he could simply offend others, as he had already done during the preliminary test. Suddenly, the guy realized that the instructions did not use the aura of the sword to complete the task, but only have the right to use it. It turns out that, in fact, there is a way to split a stone without the use of a reinforced aura. The words of the father were performed as a warning. It is not necessary to use the reinforced aura of the sword, because during this heat is released. Then Mugek began to remove a variety of weapons from the wall and tried his best to break a stone ball. However, despite his efforts, he could not leave any scratches on the ball. How can he cut it without the use of aura? Time is rapidly floating. Should he just strengthen the aura and move forward? Mugek did not give rest that his father managed to overcome the test without such a step. Suddenly the guy was illuminated by an unexpected thought. He sharply put the weapon away and closed his eyes. The guy used the same way of scattering the energy that his father taught him. The guy directed the flow of energy to the ball and immediately felt an unusual echo. It was a limit hidden from the usual eye. This was not an illusion at all. The barely noticeable line clearly outlined a perfectly even circle around him. The young man gathered all his attention and waved his sword exactly along this line, putting all his strength in the blow. At that moment, the bullet split in half, dividing into two perfectly equal parts. Surprisingly, there was a little unexpected inside the ball. In the center, a hole was cut out in which the pill of demonic essence resting. If a master of demonic martial arts accepts this pill, he will have an unheard-of force. If Mugek tried to cut off the sphere with a sword, strengthening his aura, the pill would simply burn out of high temperature. This award is intended for those who are only relied on with the true skill of owning a sword. Mugek smiled smugly, swallowing her and looking forward to the effect. He stopped for a short time, settled on the floor, and plunging into meditation, felt a powerful flow of energy and incredible power through his entire nature. Now he felt that he finally accumulated enough strength to easily overcome the rest of the trials. In the next room, instructions were hung on the wall. The first point demanded to separate life from death. The second point reported that if the task is not completed at the allotted time, the participant will receive another attempt in 50 days. Mugek stepped into a purple circle and just a stone stand on which a variety of herbs were laid out. It grew both healing and poisonous herbs. Mugek had to divide them into two corresponding groups. The boy was lucky. In his past life, he tirelessly searched for all sorts of ingredients needed for Gai Jana. Therefore, it is perfectly understood in all sorts of medicinal herbs and poisonous plants, knowing their properties and effects. Mugek has unmistakably determined which of the plants is the only safe, and confidently took it into his hands. The answer was correct, however. In order to exclude the possibility of accidental guessing, he was offered another task. The guy removed the right answer from the old stone slab. The stove dropped underground, but nothing has changed. Is this the finale of the test? On the traveler's plate it was stated, "Those who do not know on the herbs will have to taste each of them to find out unnecessary." Mugek was aware of relief. Neither he nor his father had to throw himself in the maelstrom of dangerous adventures. It would be impossible to predict the consequences in any case. In his letter, his father also mentioned it. The next test will be the final. The instructions stated that you have to survive in the ghostly trap of life and death. If in the world of illusions you are stumbled by death, then in reality, it will also become a fatal end for you. All the reviews showed that this test is terrible, difficult, and truly scared. Even Mugek's father, in his address, warned everyone who is experiencing this trial not to lose vigilance. Mugek strongly crossed the threshold of the last bloody circle. At that moment, everything around him slowly melted in the air, changing in his eyes. As soon as the illusion was dispelled, the guy was right in the middle of the endless desert. He was amazed at how much everything seemed real. Even the touches of sand or other surfaces seemed surprisingly realistic. It is difficult to believe that there is something that is so plausible to reproduce reality. It was only necessary to think about it for a moment, as a whole horde of insatiable living dead appeared around him. Although it was only illusions, they seemed quite real for Mugek. Their desire to deprive him of his life did not resemble the usual execution of the order. But even before the threatening danger of Mugek did not fear fear. On the contrary, he was able to see in all this story a wonderful chance for himself. As if by order, the dead rushed at him, fueled by frantic anger and a relentless thirst for blood. But the clever and gifted young master skillfully evaded every blow that these creatures tried to impress him. And just in the moment, when he had time to dodge, his sword was already cutting down the heads of enemies. No enemy could slip away from his relentless, deadly blade. To avoid a massive attack, Mugek did not hesitate for a moment. He skillfully used kuvirka and jumping, skillfully slipped out of danger, remaining unattainable for numerous but clumsy opponents. Since Mugek has never had deal with people, he could, without any hesitation, fight with all this undead. He rapidly destroyed enemies one by one. Thanks to the pill of demonic essence, Mugek was able to manage its spiritual energy freely. One wave of monsters was barely subsided as the next occurred in the desert. All of them rushed to the unfortunate sword, however. Thanks to the skill that Mugek mastered under the strict leadership of his father, he was able to monitor every movement of ominous dead in this endless army. The blade of the young man's sword cut the air at such a speed that they did not even have time to understand what happened, not to mention that at least somehow react. All of them lay down from the blade of this sword, and surprisingly, the guy coped with them surprisingly quickly. Only the crushed remains of their bodies were scattered on the wide steppe. The young man remained alert, realizing that the test is unlikely to end so easily. However, the fog, which arose from the boat of the sand dust, gradually began to dissipate. The new opponents did not appear. However, since the illusion never dispelled, Mugek quickly realized that the test had not been over. Soon, a new flock of half-dead monsters was brought on him. The power that radiated from the new army has increased strikingly. It was much more powerful. At that moment, Mugek felt for the first time how difficult it was to resist these rivals. Hardly managing to evade, he almost hit the arrows once after, which was targeted just in his head again and again. When he was fortunate to evade the arrow, the next moment he had to bypass the tight blows of enemies with swords. The further you progress, the more dangerous opponents become. That is why the father warned all the participants in his message. Do not lose vigilance at a moment. It was the first real trial for Muga after returning back, and with every minute, the fight became more and more fierce. Continuing to constantly fight on the verge of life and death, he was forced to rely on the experience gained in his past life. They organically merged with his current body, forming a whole. Although the guy was on the verge of defeat, he did not think to stop. Numerous types of weapons flew from all sides, every side, and deadly blades were collapsed from the sky. But the guy skillfully reflected each projectile, cleverly and lightly turning the sword over his head. The shells he reflected were richer and flew with a roar directly into a crowd of living dead. Sharp blades cut their jaws and other parts of the body, after which they settled on the ground, losing their lives. In the end, only one healthy left all over the huge army, who managed to survive this chaos. Mugek cuts the enemy in half and sighs with relief. In the end, the trial ended. The battle turned out to be so tense and exhausting that he had already had time to wet with sweat. At the exit, he was already waiting for a solemn, welcoming inscription. He was wished that the youthful power gained would be a source of prosperity and glory of the sect of heavenly demons. All the trials were left behind. Mugek felt pride, because he coped in just one day, while his father spent it a whole month. However, if they learn about it in the sect, a real break will rise. If Mugek returns so quickly, his achievements will be more suspicious than admiration. So the guy decided to stay in the cave for a short time to hone his skills. He needed to master new knowledge thoroughly. It was because of this that the guy returned to his father home just 100 days later. The guy lied to his father, assuring that he had argued, but he did not succeed in reaching heights as he had. Then the father wondered if the young man had broken the ball. He confirmed that so. He acted according to his instructions. In a ghost trap, he also listened to his father's advice and did not allow himself to lose vigilance for a moment. At that moment, a smile flashed for a moment. It may have just been Mugek, but he was genuinely glad that he could justify his father's hopes. The man acknowledged that the guy still had wit. He straightened and proudly stated, "Everything is right, because he is the son of a great heavenly demon." Even before the regression, the boy seemed to be pleased by the father, pushing his children in the brutal struggle for the title of the heir. Now Mugek finally realized who his father was. He belonged to those people who are able to sacrifice even their own child for the welfare of the sect. However, finding pleasure in their duels is not about him. Suddenly, someone else came into the hall and also expressed his admiration for the young master, for brilliant overcoming the cave of little heavens. It was the second person in the sect, one of the few to whom his father trusts a little. Before them was the main advisor, Majag himself. The young man politely bowed his head, greeting the elder. The man confessed that he was glad to meet the young man here because he needs to discuss with the master an important business concerning the sect. It was amazing, but from the expression of his father, Mugek seemed like he was striving for it. Mag said that they recently received an anonymous letter in which the facts of corruption in the ranks of the demonic army were exposed. Did the demon of the bloody blade of heaven again put it to this event? The demonic army is just one of the combat units, which is commanded by the demo brother of the bloody sky. Last year, the sect had already received a similar letter and began its own investigation. But it all ended tragically. The officer who led the case was killed. He was lost by the army of demons, but the culprit of this crime soon paid for his life. That is why this time the right hand of the leader of the sect wants the young man to personally take this investigation. Mugek was well known how risky it was. Everyone who is caught in complicity in corruption will inevitably be executed. However, everyone who decided to become part of this crime is good at hiding their traces, and even if the officer is the son of a heavenly demon, no one is about to ply with him. This mission is so risky that it will have to sacrifice its own life. That is why the responsible and dangerous task was entrusted with Mugek. The young man guessed that he probably was another test that his father arranged. The man reminded him that it was his son who insisted on the importance of control. The young man replied that this is possible only if he became a heavenly demon, but if Mugek rejects the task, it may look like a manifestation of his cowardice. Given how everything turned, he had nothing left to agree. So the young man told his father that he decided to take up this dangerous cause. The guy had no idea that his father thought, but was quite tuned to participate in this performance. Suddenly Mugek confessed that if his days and were really police, he would like to drink with his father once. He was ready to leave. The leader suddenly froze in place. Mugek quietly confessed to Maya that, despite the harshness of his father's behavior, they are in fact indifferent to him. And the man noted that in fact everything looked completely different. Be that as it may, the next day the guy went to perform his task. It was there that the guy had a special investigation officer, SEO Darren, a representative of the Nirvana Pavilion. Mugek was genuinely surprised, because he specifically asked him to send him the most charming woman from all over the pavilion. The young man with boredom joked that apparently, according to the older advisor, he is approaching these requirements. Not wanting to inflate this topic, Mugek suggested that you immediately go to business and start work. And they go right now. On the way, the son of the head of the cult appealed to his companion to share what a person is the commander of the demonic army. The partner said that his name was Gunyan, and he is a younger brother of a mighty Dox, known among all as a demon of the bloody heaven. For the 8th year, this army has been operating under his leadership. During this time, the warriors fulfilled the most risky missions, and their courage and skill gained their deserved recognition as true elite forces. Mugek came to the conclusion that they were doing their work brilliantly. Suddenly, Mugek stopped and cast his gaze on his companion. He asked the guy whether he wanted to open the rot with him in the ranks of the demonic army. The young man replied that he really was intention, but Mugek was worried about another. The appearance and behavior of CEO did not fit until this moment. He lacked passion and true interest. Red-haired noted that he believes that the exposure of corruption would change nothing, because it will not lead to anything. In this case, he made a subtle clear that real changes in the sect would only be possible when new leaders will appear on the top. Mugek first decided that the guy was just afraid to take this case, but in fact, everything was different. Brunetta even captured it. He liked that the young man did not show any fear, even given that the previous officer was killed. However, the guy shared that the past special investigation officer was not only a well-known person, but also his direct supervisor. And yet, the person who opened his door to this world and became his mentor. At the entrance to the pavilion of the demonic troops, 2 chunky guards, which closely monitored the main gate of the estate, Co Dieterin named his name and reported that he had a conversation with the demonic army commander. The Muegi seemed quite funny. The young man, despite his fragile physique, showed great courage, which in fact surprised the most. The guards refused to let them down, as it was possible to get inside only with the permission of the management. Then Darren rushed in papers and showed them an order to conduct an investigation signed by senior management. The guards asked them to stay in the yard because they needed to inform the leadership of the visit, but SEO was not going to spend time and wait. He was extremely indignant that the guards, having an official order, were still trying to prevent the investigation. However, when they were on the lands of the demonic army, officers were forced to obey its laws. Darren felt a rage boil in it. Are these people so self-confident and carefree that they allow themselves to be so bold? They even stated that every word of Red is a solid nonsense, and the only thing he is capable of is to sway his title, whereas in everything else he is absolutely worthless. Seeing that his assistant was in a difficult position, Mugek decided to finally intervene. He wondered in the guards whether they recognize who he really is. They knew. Of course, can you not recognize the son of their cult? However, Mugek could not understand at the time how they dare to turn to him, so knowing who he really was. The guy did not even blink, approaching the guards, and with all his strength, he rode them both in his stomach with his fist. The sudden blow knocked out all their breath, leaving without strength. Their faces broke out with a blush of surprise and shock. Men cried away from pain, the powerless fell to the ground. Now there were no obstacles on their path, so Mugek called a partner with a gesture and stepped inside. However, they were already waiting for a new trouble. The path was blocked by the warriors of the demonic army, who gathered in the pavilion. CEO again demonstrated his permission, strictly warning that he could send them for lattice if they continue to obstruct the official investigation. Suddenly, the highest and seemingly most powerful warrior in the entire army emerged from the crowd. He asked who these guys were who made such a noise. Darren called Special Investigations Officer and politely asked the man to name his name. I was in front of me, the head of the 1st Demon Army Detachment. This is the second most important person here. His name became synonymous with cruelty even among the demonic army. The glory of his atrocities flew all circles of hell. The man wondered why the Reds suddenly got off and approached them even closer. Darren reminded that he was an officer and arrived here with an official check. Therefore, the captain should monitor the tone of his statements. And if someone dares to lift, then all of them are immediately arrested for obstruction of the investigation and insulting of the official while performing their duties. A wave of mocking laughter swept in the hall. None of the audience perceived this weak officer seriously. They were wondering how this guy was going to arrest them. Like the last time, as soon as Mugek felt tightness in the air, he immediately decided to intervene. He stepped forward and strictly greeted the captain of the NG. Since the last time they have met at the last feast, a lot of time has passed. Mugek reached for a friendly handshake, but as soon as the captain reciprocated, he clenched his palm with such a power that even this formidable man did not refrain from surprise. He did not even suspect that the guy was capable of such force. Maybe he really exceeds him. From this thought, the back pierced the ice cold, and the face distorted the grimace of despair and pain. Mugek explained that they had important things towards the commander of the demonic army, so he suggested that the ridicule and not interfere with them. Otherwise, he threatened that the captain would have to say goodbye to his hand. However, the captain of the NGO was not going to give up so easy. There are always those who, hoping for their noble origin, stubbornly remain in the illusions, believing that it will protect them from the ruthless blade. Mugek wondered if a man who would be able to properly own this sword, holding him in only one hand. The captain accepted the challenge, deciding to find out which of them would be a real ruler of power. However, Mugek was not before. Without stopping, he quickly passed the army rows, and the officer also pulled. He made good joke to the captain that next time he would certainly treat him with a booze. When they had already departed a decent distance, Reddy asked his partner with a question where he was familiar with NGO Dan. Mugek replied briefly that he first saw him today, and the captain retreated only because Mugek deliberately broke his hand while handshake. Thanks to this, they moved further, heading simply to the army leader. The commander's office was located on the 7th floor, so they were slowly rising in long stairs. However, at the entrance to the office was also chatted. The guards reported that the boys would be able to meet the commander only on the preliminary entry. Mugek sighed heavily. How did they still not tired of scaring all visitors with the same phrase? The young man ordered the guard to release the passage, explaining that they were performing an official check. The effort to stop the official during the duties has become a frank obstacle even for the head of the sect. Seeing this order, the confidence of the guards suddenly protected. Mugek noted that of course they can continue to treat everyone from above, but to dare to show the same boldness about the order they were not allowed. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the office, who ordered the guards to miss the young owner inside. It was a captain of a demonic army. With a wicked smile on his face, he turned to a young master with a greeting. He apologized to the fact that his subordinates were not too correct with the officers, but his voice did not catch a hint of real repentance. Mugek looked carefully at Gukonyan. He felt a powerful wave of force that came from, at first glance, the usual figure of the captain. Even SEO Darren could not keep trembling from this energy. Mugek, with sarcasm, noted that the demonic army soldiers seem to have a lot of free time if everyone so desires to fight him. He advised them to spend these hours with benefit and at least flip through the pages of several books. The commander, smiling ironically, quoted the proverb that courage is often inherent in non-man. However, Mugek is convinced that nowadays real courage is knowledge. They allow you to create a well-balanced strategy and think through further steps. The man smiled again. He was interested in watching the son of the leader of the cult grew and gained his mind. He wondered why the young boy was entrusted with this investigation. In response, Mugek explained that he was the will of his father. He is said to be guilty of a mistake he made during a joint hunt. Despite the fact that it was not true, Gunyan believed in this fiction, and she even cheered him up. Mugek guessed that the military had a great part in the investigation. Because of this, it was dangerous to reveal the whole truth. The man wondered if the pavilion of the heavenly demon renewed the investigation after receiving an anonymous letter. Darren was already going to dispute, explaining that such information could not be disclosed, and Mugek said with confidence, yes, it is possible. This was extremely contrary to the officer code, and he could not squeeze what strategy the Mugek was intended. Gunyan was perfectly understood that the whole essence lies in the letter. By holding a leader of a demonic army, which consisted mainly of wild, corrupted warriors, he has repeatedly become a target for a variety of gossip and defamation. Mugek assured that the investigation would be completed in the shortest possible time, and apologized in advance for the possible inconvenience. However, the leader insisted that you should not apologize. It seemed to him that his relationship with the younger son of the cult of cult was much warmer. Mugek could not assert this with confidence. After all, the brother of the head of the army, a demon of bloody heavens, stood on the side of his older brother. Yet Gunyan emphasized that he with his brother, two completely different personalities. He openly sided with Mugek and the heavenly demon. It was a lot of mood to the boy, so he was hopeful for fruitful cooperation with the head for the next days. The head divided him with delight and promised to organize a spacious place for the officers, where they could stay overnight. But as Mugek was going to go, the head of the clan detained him to say a few more important words. He urged the boy to be careful in this place, because he was sincerely worried about his safety. Mugek wondered if the man meant the murder of a former officer when he proclaimed his warning. The head answered him with an unnatural smile, assuring that it was not true. After all, the heavenly demon would never condemn his own son to death. Gunijan assured that it was a very natural excitement. After that, Mugek bowed, and he and the officer left the hall, leaving behind an incredibly tense atmosphere between them and the head. Mugek guessed perfectly about the hidden intentions of the head of the army. His hospitality and care, only skillfully played play, empty hypocrisy. It seems that the true purpose with which Mugoko's father sent him here was the desire to make sure that one of them would certainly meet his death here. In the evening, the assistant of the head of the cult reported to the man about all today's events that happened to his son. That evening, Mr. Hem shared with his deputy that his son noted they supposedly got off their demonic path for a long time. Does this really mean that a man has sent his son to such a dangerous place only because he expressed something similar to the words of a heavenly demon? In fact, the real reason was that the heavenly demon sought for his son to confirm the loud promises with specific actions, not just in words. The next day, the officers were nailed to the entrance to the pavilion of the dead crook. Everyone considered it redundancy, and the fact that Mugek was particularly annoyed that those who treated him with neglect and sought to leave the officers at the entrance were most vigilant. They were convinced that they were allowed everything, but could not endure themselves when they were treated the same. The commander of the 3rd Corps of the demonic army took the initiative and confidently expressed the position of the entire army. His name was Young-ho. No less than others, it was annoyed by the fact that outsiders appeared in their territory. CEO carefully shared from Mugek. Among all the commanders of the Janho Corps, he has no equal in the martial arts. In addition, this man is distinguished by extraordinary inflammation. However, Mugek did not go back. On the contrary, he intervened with enthusiasm. The commander asked the guy why they put a dead crow on the dread. What did they seek such an act? Mugek said that one of the demonic army threw this thing directly on the bed, so he decided that it was probably one of the local army traditions. The commander noted that instead of such pranks, it was necessary to simply study the abuser. The young master nodded as a sign of consent and announced that he was then choosing an angel. The man did not immediately stop what exactly was about, so Mugek specified that the investigation was in mind. Of course, this instantly forced the man to strain. Mugek demanded that he provide all the documentation concerning Yang Commander. Everything concerning finances and its financial transactions. However, the commander was convinced that even the officer had no right to do with him in the same way. The warrior approached the brave young man and slammed his foot on the ground with force, radiating the threat. Mugek remained absolutely indifferent to what he said. He noted that Young has a full right to express dissatisfaction, but cannot interfere with the investigation. Otherwise, he will be accused of betraying the state. This was a lot of action of an irritated man, so his warriors began to persuade the commander not to touch these officers. Mugek again stated that he would start an investigation with the commander, Jan Ho. Realizing that the argument was in vain, the commander was forced to agree to the audit. They lonely, in one of the rooms, sat down at the table and began to study the materials concerning the commander carefully. However, Mugakov did not like the fact that Young-Hu intervened in the case and constantly acted on his nerves. The commander was convinced that he deserved the right. But most of all, Mugek was outraged by another. It turns out that he was aware that the Young-Ho sent an anonymous message. At that moment, not only the commander but also the CEO was frozen. How did Mugek manage to find out such information? Someone shared with him this information. Did he reach that? Young-Ho also deliberately put on a mask of misunderstanding, seeking as if he did not understand what the dark-haired. However, he quickly realized that he was in vain, so honestly confessed that everything was that way. He, in his turn, was interested in Mugek guessing it. Mugek said that Yang intervened in yesterday's incident, although it did not concern him. He did so as not to raise suspicion of the demon army commander. In addition, it is the members of the third building who differ in the highest discipline. When Mugek hung a crow, only the subordinates of the yoke remained absolutely calm. Neither laughing nor a rough word came from them. A few minutes ago, Mr. Ho subordinates, concerned about their commander's condition, tried to keep him. However, their anxiety was fully justified. The commander's behavior spoke for themselves. The person who heads the detachment in the same way could not notice the rot within the organization to which he belongs. However, Mugek's suspicions were not only based on it. He did not voice the next reason, but as soon as Mugek heard the word about the commander's inflammation from Seo, and memories of his past life broke out in his mind. He recalled the event when the most powerful commander was killed among all units of the demon's army. He probably was destined such a sad conclusion because he sent an anonymous letter about the state of affairs in the army. Young explained that he refrained from a detailed description in the letter because he was not sure that his appeal would find a proper response. He did not think that the heir of the heavenly demon would take the investigation. Mugek wondered what decision the commander had just learned. Yang Ho was extremely unfortunate, but he came to the conclusion that the son of a heavenly demon was in danger. Mugek was surprised that the man showed such frankness. Did the sincerity become fashionable among young people again? CEO only reminded with boredom that, by the way, Mugek was younger than everyone else. In any case, the guy sought to know more about what was happening in the very heart of the army. Young Ho said that the commander uses the army for his own benefit, does not neglect to accept orders for murder, and forces the subordinates to do these dirty cases. Mugek believed that the commander was on the side of only one of the factions, but this discovery completely destroyed all his ideas about the situation. The free movement of martial arts masters and already creates great difficulty for the troops, and now they also use this for their own profit. But how can it be? Mugek guessed that, given the scale of the demonic army, it is probably the first corps that deals with this. Young Ho was surprised why the guy came to such a conclusion. He explained that he learned about the role of Young Ho Ka, as well as everything else, watching the reaction of the Third Corps. The first to stop the officers were the warriors from the First Corps. In addition, they reacted mostly to the appearance of a crow's body, expressing the most indignation. After that, Yang Ho said that the martial arts master, who first killed the former investigator and later committed suicide, was his friend. It was he who became the person who first sent an anonymous letter. Mugek wondered how closely these warriors were closely related. Young and that warrior joined the sect at the same time. For the commander, he was almost like his brother. Young is convinced that his life was cut off by Dang, the head of the First Corps, acting on the order of the commander-in-chief of the demonic army. If the words of John Ho are true, it is a large-scale corruption. They did not even stop before the assassination of the investigator. It remains to be guessed whether Mugoko's father and Majag did not know anything about it. The guy is almost sure. Both suspected something. That is why they sent him here. The father again arranged a check, wishing to make sure that he would have the determination to set up this situation, even if he faces the supreme commander of the demonic army himself. Mugek decided to complete the conversation, noting that the dead warrior was a real friend to him. Young nodded, because it is really about him, but the commander could not boast of such stability. After the death of a comrade, he would have to react at least. However, Mugek believed that Mr. Ho should not be able to blame himself. On the contrary, he thanked the commander for his courage. At that moment, the man finally broke out. Bitter tears, which he tried to restrain for so long, broke out of his eyes. Today, he gave Muck a new hope to find his true demonic path. In his opinion, the unification of a celestial demon should turn into a place where individuals like Youngus gain a true weight and a significant role. In his previous life, Young Ho died, but this time he will not allow the story to be repeated. After all, he returned to the past to save those who did not have to die. After the interrogation, Mugek, along with SEO Darren, went out to the yard to rest and freshen up a little. Suddenly, the red-haired noted that Mugek is not at all like the person that so many people talk about in the cult. For example, some believe that the guy does not pull on the role of a heavenly demon. The officer immediately apologized for his frankness, but Mugek perceived his words as a true praise. In his opinion, comparing someone with a heavenly demon is a questionable compliment. Now their sect has covered fear. Mugek came to the conclusion that it was time to finally change something. Their sect must be transformed. If this does not happen, the Hem genus will be on the verge of destruction, and the sect will collapse. The next day, one of the servants came to Mugek, shouting and announcing they had serious trouble. The young man immediately postponed all his affairs and hurried after a frightened servant. He led him into a spacious hall. The army of demons, without reproach, attacked the servant of the pavilion of the heavenly demon and brutally beat them. Among the wounded was CEO Darren. Mugek immediately approached him and asked his well-being. The guy got a good pilgrim, but managed to endure the pain, but his partner got a lot more. The poor young man had the ribs broken, so Mugek immediately ordered him to be sent to the infirmary. The servants immediately took up the case. Only the fighters of the 1st Demon Army Detachment, as well as Mugek and Darren, remained in the spacious hall. It was a matter of Godan's hands, and he did not even dispute it. Mugek wondered that he prompted him to cause bodily harm to the Nirvana Pavilion. Godang noted that this guy accidentally hit him with his shoulder and even failed to apologize, just walked past. So the man decided that a little teaching Zukvalets was quite fair. However, Mugek was completely convinced that it was the commander who intentionally pushed the events to such development. The man laughed. Well, if the guy does not trust him, there is no point in refuting. Everything really was like that. Suddenly, Mugek snorized the elder's fun, addressed him, and reported that the 1st Corps was actually releasing poison. Mugek was well aware, Godanga's servants for him, a real poison. The man not only did not realize what the young man was, but also decided that he was just dreaming of the treasury. Mugek remembers that the NGO Dang is not the first time being dealt with by members of the cult of Heavenly Demon as follows. The same thing happened last year. And 2 years ago, he generally deprived the lives of 3 people during a fight in the bar. All his victims belonged to the masters of the lowest rank, so the army simply silenced these incidents. Godang proudly stated that the reason lies in an excessive number of meaningless people who do not respect the demonic army. Mugek reminded the interlocutor that as the son of a heavenly demon, he had the right to pass a death sentence. The commander suddenly realizing what is happening. Then he calmly asked, "And what of that?" It seemed to him that the boy would not have the courage to such an act, but he was cruelly mistaken. It is about this poison that Mugek said. Foolish people behave in such a way so as not to fall in the eyes of others. In such a situation, most would be extinguished, but it restrains itself for the sake of subordinates. He does not realize that the dangerous path has already chosen. Hardly Mugek moved in their direction, as the detachment immediately reached for the swords in synchronous. The commander stretched his lips in a smug smile and quit that it is like to challenge the entire army of demons. Mugek, with a sublime appearance, replied that unlike NGOs, he was at least not hiding behind his subordinates. Godang lightly waved a broken hand, gloomily noted that he was injured through one coward. He added with an ironic smile that Mugek was lucky. He is not able to fight with a guy now. Then Mugek suggested that the duel, but with one condition, no one should use the right hand, because the opponent is broken. But at heart, the man felt a fear of a real clash, so he hid it in jokes and admission, constantly avoiding open confrontation. Mugek insisted on his own stubbornness that SEO was already completely confused, losing the thread of conversation. What actually seeks this dark-haired, skillfully provoking a senior opponent in a duel? In the end, he succeeded. Godang pulled his sword, demonstrating his willingness to take the call. Darren shared with the partner an interesting detail. This man is ambidexter, that is, equally skillfully possesses the sword of both right and left hand. That is why the commander behaved so confidently. It was he who was the first to attack, but his blade was passed. Mugek cleverly evaded the blow without even making efforts. From such a powerful blow to the sword, the stone floor flew to the pages, but Mugek managed to cut off the sideways. The warrior tried to strike Mugek just in the air until he had touched the earth, but the guy cleverly pushed his feet from the wall, turned into the air, and agilely avoided the next attack. He twisted the sword in his palm with a light movement, and with a smile on his mouth, decided that it was time to act in response. With one lightning blow, he pulled his left hand in the man, in which he tightly squeezed the sword. The next powerful blow hit the commander's face, and he immediately fell to the ground. The wards of Danga lightly flew to the guy from behind, full of thirst for revenge on his leader. But incredibly clever Mugek, with the same franticity and skill, immediately cut his throats to several attackers. Both CEO and other detachment members froze, stunned by unspeakable horror. Then Mugek solemnly stated that each of the dead was accused of betrayal. Holding on the verge of life and death, Godang called Muk. He pleaded for mercy, full of despair. However, Mugek remained adamant. He asked the man whether he wondered what happened to the families of those whom he killed in the bar. He was convinced that Dang never even thought about it. After all, these families lost their father, son, or husband. Their life will never be the same as before. Dang admitted his guilt, full of repentance, but it only ignited Mugek's anger. He mowed his foot with all his strength and painfully cut his husband in his face. Who does he think if he allows himself to do the fate with impunity and kill innocent members of the sect? That's where his punishment ended. The commander died of injuries incompatible with life. After that, Mugek again went to the office of the leader of the demonic army. He collapsed in his chair at his table, lazy, watching how a servant girl performs a fascinating dance for him, entertaining his lord. He treated the boy with tea and carefully admitted that he had heard rumors about the troubles of Mugek. He confirmed, though not his fault, the conflict really took place. The man informed that the commander of the first building was appointed only because of the lack of other candidates. From the very beginning, his candidacy has raised serious doubts. Mugek annoyed that the leader was so false and treacherous. Instead of revenge on the person he worked, Gunyan decided to hang all his sins on him. He noted that although Danga's death came during the investigation, he was one of the commanders of the demonic army. So this act can be expensive, Mugek, if they decide to do a big deal. The head organized all these events so as to complete the investigation at this stage. Is the death of one commander and his 3 subordinates is no longer a sufficient tragedy? Mugek sincerely thanked the head for his active support. Undoubtedly, he would seek to finish the case on a major note, but there was one rinse. Namely, there is no evidence. He arrived here with an official check, but does not have what to report to the management. The head noted that the evidence can always be fabricated. However, Mugek emphasized that the letter also referred to certain requests, for which they promised a monetary reward. It is not easy to hide such things. To finish the investigation, strong evidence is required. Hoping to reveal the true intentions of the elder, he resorted to provocation. If Chanyan seeks to put a point in this story, he needs to obtain convincing evidence. After a while, Mugek completed the conversation and headed to the infirmary, where SEO still remained. He sought to find out how the victims felt. CEO expressed gratitude to his partner for calling a demos to the infirmary, and he added that he was now taking care of the patient with broken ribs. The younger noted that he did not need to thank. Let him now only temporarily perform the duties of the investigator, and they still remain colleagues. Suddenly, a demon ghoul appeared. I put a gray grandfather in front of me, the most prominent healer of the whole sect. He does not waste his extraordinary skills on a common people. It helps only those who hold a truly influential situation. He reported that, fortunately, the guy's life was not threatened. However, it will take time to fully recover before he can return to business again. Mugek assured the man that the injured sex service is wounded, so you should not spare medicines for their recovery. The servants looked with gratitude to the young owner. They felt real pleasure when they saw him sincerely honor their work. He completed the conversation, The young man left the infirmary and followed him, SEO. Mugek shared that the commander of the demonic army insists on termination of the investigation and demands that all the blame be put on the commander, in chief of the first building. Darren could not restrain the indignation. How can he make such decisions, even after the death of one of the most removed subordinates? But Dang was not such a significant figure. He is only a small link in the commander's mechanism. His post will not remain without the owner for a long time. Mugek threw the head of the lure and now waited with curiosity to react. CO asked to speak more specifically. However, Mugek promised to reveal all the details only after the leader shows interest. And now he suggested that they drink together until they wait for the news. The young man smiled and decided to rely on his friend. The next day, the demonic army distributed several magazines to its officers. In the house of the commander of the First Corps, there were records of murder orders together with banknotes of 1,000 nannies. As the brunette predicted, Chanyin instantly swallowed the bait. The guy asked a colleague to find the smartest from the First Corps. He was convinced that it was this genius that forged all these records. Meanwhile, the guy will meet with the commander of the demonic army. You need to win anything for the Red for a few precious minutes while he is busy in search. Entering the office, Mugig reported that they managed to obtain the evidence found in the home of the commander of the First Corps. Having suffered a surprise, the head was happy, they say. Finally, the investigation was completed. He has already agreed in advance about a place where they could celebrate this event. However, Mugek hastened to stop him, because there is one important detail. The smile immediately faded on the commander's face. What else happened this time? The evidence was given to demons, although it was assumed that officers should find them independently. The leader wondered, is it so important? Mugek assured that the chief advisor was not at all meaningless. If he learns that the evidence was given by the demonic army, it is a bone shadow of suspicion, not only of the investigation, but also for all his conclusions. For this reason, Brunette suggested that the investigation continues. This will not take more than a day, so Mugek was counting on cooperation by the senior. The guy himself remained dissatisfied that he could not end everything immediately. The investigation will be delayed only through bureaucratic formalities, so only standard service papers will be required for Mugek. Although the head did not delight this news, he still promised to turn to his subordinates for help. Brunette did not need any super-secret information. He was only interested in documents concerning the demonic army hiring, and even the wills of those who went on dangerous campaigns. He needed it to compare the handwriting and find out to whom these records belonged. In the end, the investigation brought him to a boy named Young Gu from the first building. SEO, along with Mugom, tracked him, seized and tied him, preparing for interrogation. Brunette informed the accused that he was aware of the forgery of magazines with orders for murder he received. As it should be expected, the young man began to deny everything in a row. Probably he simply obeyed the obtained orders, so Mugek needed the guy to be frank and sincerely told everything. But he stood stubbornly on his own. He assured that he did not participate in anything and did not receive any orders. Mugek was well aware that his fear was conditioned by a real threat. The commander of the demonic army is quite capable of depriving him of his life. Suddenly thinking, he said that the young man was free and could go. Since he is not going to answer any question, you do nothing. He is indifferent to make fun of a simple paw who only obey someone's orders. A tense, like a bell, silence prevailed between them. Before letting go of the boy, Mugek warned him. Even if he is silent, the commander is equally searching for him after the investigators depart, because witnesses cannot be left. It is possible that the leader of the demonic army already guesses that Mugek is investigating him. Seeing the young man unharmed, he will not think of anything. He will immediately order to execute him as a traitor. Apparently, everyone decided that the warrior told them absolutely everything. Traitors in the army of demons were punished extremely cruelly. A little later, Mugek appointed a meeting with CEO. On it, SEO reported that the order to liquidate the officer from the Nirvan Pavilion and his longtime friend was given not by anyone other than the commander of the army of demons. The one who executed the order was already the late Dang. However, his crimes are not limited to this. They are still a number of cruel acts. They have deprived the lives of many people, but the commander of the army of demons will not allow itself to grasp. Then Mugek calmly noted that he did not intend to put a man in prison. He intended to destroy this scoundrel. If the leader of the demonic army is grasped, the demon blade Sky Demon will not be left sideways. He will not allow to watch the execution of his brother in silence. He will rather take his decisive step. But Mugek was well aware that it is only necessary to give up, and a whole garland of counterfeit papers would appear right away, which would be written as if the Dang had acted out of his own will. In such a situation, the NGO Dang will become a goat repel, and Mugek himself will be mounted in defamation and endless approaches. If the commander is left alive, he will destroy anyone who knows about his crimes so that everyone is silent forever. Even John Ho will not escape such fate. Even CEO Darren will be among these names. If, during the arrest commander will die, the situation will change radically. Then you only have to prove his guilt. Darren understood all this perfectly, but he was concerned about the fate of a colleague involved in this story. After all, the demon of the bloody sky blade will not leave the image without revenge. However, Mugek understands that not everyone is able to pursue revenge due to the death of a native person. This is especially true of the demon of the bloody heavens. It is not peculiar to spend precious time on attempts. After these words, Mugek stood and slowly went to leaving the room. As promised, he is really going to kill the commander. Darren asked, "Really right now?" That's how everything happened. For a while, Mugek was in the commander's office, where he thanked him for his help in the completion of the investigation. The man sighed with relief, glad that this story finally ended. However, despite the peace of mind, he was sad because it was time to say goodbye to the young man. Mugek promised that when he receives the status of the heir, he would surely thank the man for his help. The commander will never be able to erase the case from memory. To lose so many people because of their own greed, this is not forgotten. Mugek suggested that the man celebrate the completion of the investigation with a glass of drink. And he adopted the proposal with delight. Mugek filled the man with a glass on the crown, but at the same moment his face became gloomy and filled with seriousness. Suddenly he asked the commander, why did he decide on such a step? His wealth would be enough to live in a deep old age. So why did he attract a demon seeking even more enrichment? The man looked at the investigator with surprise, not understanding what is the matter. After that, he sighed heavily and began to resort again, as if it did not apply to him. He noted that such a question should be addressed to the commander of the first building. Mugek coldly asked, why should this puppet be known? At that moment, the commander realized that the investigator already knows the whole truth. Mugek sought the man to confess himself to his actions and shared his own reflections on it. The commander's silence only finally convinced the young man. The soul of the old man stopped to the ground. There was nothing left in it except for insatiable greed. At that moment, the man finally lost his self-control. His fierce rage broke out even harder. He simply crawled because some brazen dreamed of getting into his business. Mugek noted that the commander seems not all right with reason if he undertook to perform custom murder. Blossoming from the rage, the man smashed the table, which divided them, and powerfully ordered Muck to stop carrying nonsense. But he did not manage his eye as the blackberry struck. Using the right moment, he skillfully dropped the sharp sword directly into the man's chest. It was the fifth technique of the flying sword, the celestial opening. The blade ruthlessly pierced the body of the man and came out from the opposite side, exactly in the middle between his shoulder blades. Mugek drained a glass to the bottom and threw him down with a score, where chaos and debris had already prevailed under his feet. After that, he slowly rose from the table. He told the commander of the demonic army, which was accused of abuse of the army of demons, killing more than 20 people and inciting new crimes. Chanyan trembled from acute pain that had his chest. Is this arrest? Why was it necessary to act so cruelly? Mugek stated that the death of a man is already inevitable, So in his opinion, it is better to allow him to get out of this world faster, for the sake of the rest of those who stayed. Without a shadow of pity or compassion, he stretched a sword from a man's chest coldly. He drawn the air for the last time, and subsequently, a continuous hell of pain made him feel that he would start to grasp his own blood. These were the last moments of its existence. Having restored justice, the young man gathered in the commander's office all the army of demons. He publicly stated that the commander of the demonic army was killed, trying to resist arrest for his serious crimes. And SEO Darren ordered the custody of all the fighters of the First Corps. They are waiting for an official investigation. The young man bowed to respect and immediately took up the assignment. The head of the Third Corps, John Ho, was instructed to take command of all the corps except their own. Its units were obliged to support the Nirvana Pavilion in investigators in conducting a detention operation. All responsibility for this investigation lay on the Muga's shoulders, so his orders were equated with the instructions of the head of the sect. Therefore, all without delay, they went to perform these tasks. Shortly after the end of the investigation, Mugek reappeared in the pavilion of the heavenly demon. He was already waiting for his father, advisor and demon of a blade of bloody heaven. Mugek stepped up in the hall, already anticipating that he would have a hard time. The demon of the bloody sky looked at him with an unspeakably cold look without saying a word. Mugek calmly congratulated him, noting that he was glad to see this man again. He wondered how he had things and all right. He sought to know more about what happened in his brother's pavilion. Mugek noted concisely that he had already outlined everything in his report. If desired, you can see there. However, the demon of the bloody sky insisted on it precisely to hear the details personally from the mouth of Mugek. The father with the assistant was silent, just looking closely at the boy. They seemed to have decided to watch, waiting for the younger to say in their defense. He then reported that, having investigated with the detectives, he found out that the demon brother was engaged in dark affairs. During the detention, he resisted and even tried to kill him. He sincerely apologized to the man for the death of his brother. Surprisingly, the demon reassured. They say, everything is under control. Although the commander did so shamefully, the punishment is no longer avoided. Still, one thought did not leave his mind alone. Undoubtedly, he lacked the brother of the mind, but not so much to dare to attack after his evil deeds have already been discovered. Probably the commander sought help from the bloody blade of the bloody heaven when he realized that he was in a hopeless position. He now suspects that Mugek has deprived the life of the commander and made an attempt to stop the emergence of the conflict. The brunette kept himself in his hands. He noted that he was unknown to the true cause of such an act, but carefully suggested that the man could simply not be able to put up with the fact that a young man dared to stop him. The demon noticed a fixed body before appeared in the pavilion. It seemed to him that his brother's breasts were imbued with a single relentless blow. Obviously, the guy's combat skill is far superior to what could be imagined at first. It is difficult to believe that the new moon was able to destroy the commander with one single blow. Mugek modestly remarked that everyone was giving away from his father. The demonic army commander was so excited that he did not use all his power. The demon smiled cunningly, though his smile seemed a little curve, and thanked the boy for opening the truth. Finally, he was able to feel relief and breathe calmly. Surprisingly, the old man does not blow the crumbs of rage. After all, Mugek took not only his student's life, but also his brother. It seemed that anger would have to overflow it to the limit. The heavenly demon exchanged his gaze with his subordinates. He advised a demon of the bloody sky temporarily to relax because it would soon be waiting for a painful preparation for the funeral. The man worshipped the Lord and quietly left the throne hall. Perhaps the demon of the bloody sky tried to convey to his father that he went too far and thought whether it was worth solving this situation in such a radical way. However, for some reason he said nothing and left the room silently. For a moment, the silence reigned. Subsequently, the young master was sincerely noted for his brilliant work. The evidence he provided was undeniable, so the case was easily solved and without the slightest complications. However, they immediately saw that the young man was worried about something. Mugek hastened to assure everyone that everything was fine with him. The assistant father was already going to add something, but in time he took his hands and stopped. When Mugek asked what the interlocutor meant, he just waved indifferently. After that, one of the servants brought to the hall a long chest in which the sword lay. It was a reward from the head of the sect for his brilliant task. A long sword was visible on the floor, and Mugek immediately recognized this weapon. A blackened demon sword appeared in front of me. It is one of the most valuable swords, equal in value to a white demon. The young man proudly clenched him in his palms, and a wide smile blossomed on his face. Mugek addressed his father, noting that if he wanted to make a gift to his kind, a white demonic sword would be better. However, his father was convinced that the black sword is best suited to his son, emphasizing his character and essence. The young man exposed the sword with a smile and noted that he probably did not understand him at all. The sword radiates such an icy aura, although the young man has not even started working with him in energy flows. This caused a pleasant admiration. The sword was indeed a weapon from legends. Although the appearance of the heavenly demon did not give any emotions, he was in fact satisfied with the achievements of his son. His right hand thought, "Does the leader of the sect our pride, looking at a happy young master?" He completed the review of his sword. Mugek suddenly noted that, truth be told, his father overdone a little with a gift. The deputy was a different opinion. He believed that the difficulties caused by the demonic army commander became one of the most pressing problems for the sect. Therefore, the rapid completion of the investigation was a real surprise for them. Even the heavenly demon was completely jumped by this turn of events. He believed that Muga's survival itself would be a real luck until it fulfills its mission. Mugek guessed that his father was tricking. He chose this place for his son, believing in a happy finale. The father already understood. His son mastered the skill of flight with his sword. In addition, he absorbed the pill of demonomic essence. However, he did not suggest that the head of the army of demons could die. Now he finally realized why this sword was given to him. This act became a real challenge for the demon of the bloody sky vault. As if he admitted in words, "Yes, your contribution to the affairs of the sect is really significant, but it does not give you the right to disgrace his son through the incident." Mugek bowed low to his father, sincerely thanking him for such a generous award. Then he gently added that he was grateful, and for the very meaning of this award, that his father felt his son understood everything. The man and no idea had that his son would be so smart. He then announced that Mugek was allowed to go to all four sides. The guy just stepped into the yard of the pavilion as he heard that he was called. On a stone performance in the lonely sat a demon of a bloody sky. He appealed to the guy to stay for a short time, sit next to him before divorcing. The sun was gently warming, and the weather was surprisingly clear and gentle. Obviously, this grandfather was not going to disappear without a trace. Mugek came obediently and settled side by side. This summer seemed extremely hot. As the guy approached, the demonic eyes flashed with a hellish fire, and his body instantly swept aflame, which emitted the unbearable heat. He fiercely exclaimed to Mugeko, indignantly asking how he dared to arrange a trap for his brother and deprive him of his life. Even flowers under their feet were faded and dried from this devastating flame. The man swore that he would break the young man into pieces and bring them to the grave of his brother. The man breathed heavily, holding back anger and feverish thorns, unable to master himself. And then, as unexpectedly as he was angry, suddenly calmed down and gifted the young man with a sincere smile. He asked if he had to say that in the throne room. Suddenly, Mugek repeated this technique, only his flames burned with a saturated blue tinge. Does he have the right to destroy the established order of the sect for his own ambitions? The young man strictly warned, if the demon will do something for his corrupted brother, Mugek will turn him on the stuffing without regret. And then he suddenly smiled sincerely and added that he would have answered the old man sitting in the hall. Such an answer caused a real laughing at the demon. He simply could not hold back his emotions. Although the question was exhausted, the demon still noted that for the sake of Mugek, the commander could behave a little more delicate. Mugek noted that he made every effort to resolve the issue delicately. He wanted to put a point in this case simply by sending the man resignment. But the commander crossed all the borders once after. More precisely, there were no restrictions for him at all. The demon stabbed his head. Mugek wondered, if he was aware of corruption in the army of demons, why allowed the situation to get out of control? The demon from the bloody heaven confessed that he tried to talk to his brother, but he did not even want to listen to him. However, honestly, it is difficult to call the demon. Upon learning of his brother's death, he, to be frank, felt some relief. In his thoughts, the idea flashed. Now his brother will no longer be an obstacle in his way. Mugek froze, barely breathing. It was difficult for him to believe that the demon was so frank about his relationship with his brother. Suddenly, Mugek said, "They say he is well aware that his grandfather was feeling." He wondered if the same feelings would have covered him if he had learned of his brother's death. "I would feel relief, because he would not have to take his life on his own." The demon did not answer the word to this statement while keeping silence. Mugek was wondering what thoughts were swarming in the man's head when he looked at him. However, he did not develop this topic. Only in passing he noted that this year's heat would exceed all expectations. Fortunately, the heat of demons does not bother, and then he still left his rooms to rest. Mugek could still not hurt what he was thinking. Judging by his words, after his brother's death, he felt relieved, but Mugek did not leave a premonition. This man intended to get rid of the boy. Or maybe the past will dispel and disappear, like clouds in the sky. But whatever happened, Mugek did not regret the done. In the evening, he visited the training hall to test his new weapon. He had to get used to the sword and master the art of possessing him. The first moments after obtaining a new blade have a special weight. The blade must respond to the soul of his master, and this gloomy demonic sword requires a much closer connection than any other weapon. The ordinary sword has no power to discard its ruler. If there is no close connection between the sword and its owner, the true power of the blade will remain hidden. Initially, the guy tried to get used to a new sense of the sword in his own hands. He studied his weight, the shape of the hand, every detail of these weapons. Then he tried to pass him a little energy. It turned out to be surprisingly, and the body immediately spilled a wave of incredible pleasure. The guy focused on the starting position, preparing for the start. At first, he tried to strike a normal blow, and later moved on, began to invent a variety of techniques and tricks, gradually adapting to the unusual weapons for himself. At first, he mastered quite simple techniques. But this was an important stage, because this is how in the future he will be able to open a sword with the true art of battle. All day the young man dedicated to persistent training. When the guy finally came out, he saw a whole crowd of people who were already waiting for him in surprise. Among them was the 6 demons of the bloody loud blade. Truth be told, Mugek did not go around at all. They came or forced them to be a demon. It did not have any value to him. Even their hostility has never stopped for him. They simultaneously directed a powerful stream of aura in its direction. The smallest mistake is enough, and a crazy wave of demonic energy will break its insides into pieces. That's how they try to break his will? They sought to humiliate him, to present a pathetic shed, which could not step beyond their own estate. Suddenly, he remembered, having received so many aura, it is possible to use the technique of strengthening the meridians. He used a mysterious technique that enhances its meridians, because on all sides it is directed by demonic energy, which is sent by several masters of martial arts. The more opponents, the more powerful this ability. A great opportunity to experience new equipment and become even more powerful. The energy came rapidly, but thanks to this technique, the burning was able to erect a powerful protective barrier around it and move forward. His skill went beyond the second stage and reached the 3rd level. Subsequently, he managed to reach the 5th, final step. The fiercely they tried to overcome it, the more power the young man gained. But as soon as everyone realized that this did not produce any result, the crowd immediately stopped directing energy to its direction. They watched in an incredible force that their opponent has just demonstrated. The guy stepped forward with adhesive confidence until his path was crossed by the students of the bloody blade of heaven. There was only enough to smile and a powerful look, and people immediately rested, eagerly giving him the way to exit. After a grueling workout, the young man went to the throne hall to meet his father, but he was not in the usual place. Suddenly, Mugek heard a familiar voice behind his back. His father asked if the guy wanted to rest a little. The guy rotely shuddered and then replied that he did not want to do it because it seems to him another check. The man only walked past him, throwing after the young man again, distorting his words. And then he persistently convinced his son to try to take the throne of the heavenly demon, no matter what. Realizing that there was no other path, he dropped into a place and cast a careful look around, considering the majestic and spacious hall. The father asked the boy what emotions overwhelm him now. He thought he was feeling excitement, but now he was indifferent. The heavenly demon confessed that he felt the same. Mugek struck his father's indifference. He did not feel the crumbs of guilt after he was shed so much blood, and even his brother, for the sake of this power. What emotions did he rage inside? Suddenly, the heavenly demon changed the conversation and noted that the heavenly blades, who were waiting for Mugek near the training hall, appeared there at their own will. The man has already learned about what happened. Mugek assured that he had found no crumbs of weakness until they released the demonic energy. However, as soon as he left this place, a trembling wave of cold ran through his body. He thought his fear came from the opportunity to make mistakes in his own judgments. He had to be mistaken once. The price would be life. And even if it were a miracle to escape, there could be no question of inheritance after the destruction of demonic blades. That is why a real anxiety has hampered at him. After all, it is extremely frightening to make a decision when everything is most expensive. Surprisingly, when Mugek was engulfed by such reflections, he remembered his father and even confessed to him. The guy himself could not understand why the choice fell on him. The heavenly demon turned to his son, emphasizing, "The true follower of the demonic sect never looks back to the past. They always look forward, seeking to surpass themselves and become better than they were yesterday." The young man glanced at the eldest, trying to comprehend what was said. Is the father really trying to support him? In the soul, Mugek barely smiled noticeably, and then confessed, "There is one thing that does not give him rest." He meant a steel statue of a demon standing in the corner of the hall. In his thoughts, it seemed that instead of this terrifying demon would look much more appropriate to the graceful statue of a beautiful girl. For example, one of the 4 flowers is the legendary beauties of our sect. It would be possible to put these 4 girls in the demonic statues, and then the space would come to life with bright colors. But the guy instantly realized that such a decision would not please his father at all and hardly find his approval. At this point, Mugek himself realized that his words became a full nonsense. So he rose from the throne and stated that it is probably time to go and let his father return his place. However, before leaving the room, he suddenly turned to his father with the question, was he allowed to destroy the demon, the owner of the bloody heavens? Hearing such a serious question, he first looked at him with a harsh look. However, he just laughed and added, although his son had enough agility to overcome the head of the demonic army, even if he does not dream that the demon of the bloody heaven is as naive. Mugek wondered why his father sowed enmity between them. Is he not going to be responsible for his actions? Well, it was the desire of the son himself. The heavenly demon solemnly announced, "It allows the heir to head the Nirvana Pavilion." Nirvana Pavilion is a supervisory department that belongs to the demonic sect. Noticing embarrassment on his son's face, his father wondered if everything was fine. Does he no longer seek to build a strict discipline and exemplary order in the sect? That's right, but what lies behind this unexpected increase? Perhaps the father again decided to use it to resolve the old affairs that he once put up for later. Is he indifferent? His son will survive or die? However, guessing random is a futile business. From now on, Mugek will trust only his own eyes and ears. The father left his descendants in that cave, but at the same time he interferes with his son in risky cases, pursuing his own benefit. Mugek noted his father. If he wants his son to achieve significant success, let him provide him with everything he needed. He asked to give him access to the archives of the heavenly demon. There are many unique and secret reports of Murum in this place. Only the selected access, among them the heavenly demon. The father could not understand if the son really thinks that when he visited the archive, he will be able to master the highest martial arts on his own and solve all the difficulties. This is a very naive dream. It is quite simple to throw an eye on the headlines of manuscripts so that the youthful aspirations will break into strict reality. In fact, many manuscripts are stored there. However, even if Mugek is lucky and he will come across one of the best martial arts guides, their level will be the same as the art of a steaming sword that he already knows. However, the guy did not think to give up. In his soul, he sincerely hoped for success. My father glanced at him. The son embarrassed him as if some suspicious thoughts were spinning in his head. However, his father still allowed him to plunge into the archives of the heavenly demon. It was a great honor for him. The young man bowed low to his father and sincerely thanked him for his support. Already on the same day, the guy moved on the road. In his past life, he returned to the sect of the heavenly demon after its decline, to take possession of a mysterious demon. In the sect, everyone was certain that the guy was no longer among the living. This is not surprising, because for those decades, his face has undergone unrecognizable changes, so none recognized him. In the end, the young man had to go through a long and difficult road, from a simple student to a person who had the opportunity to speak personally with the head of the sect personally. It was from him that the guy took the secrets of this martial art. He shared with him the secret of the 4 steps of the god of wind, the most prominent art of rapid movement, which consisted of only 4 movements. It is rumored that this technique persistently mastered the generation of new celestial demons, but over time, knowledge of it disappeared and the secret ceased to pass on. However, it is rumored that it was Ju Bekdo, the head of the sect in the past life of Mugek. He thought to grasp all 4 steps of the divine wind. He shared his story with the boy, only accidentally encountered the archives of the heavenly demon on the lost art of 4 steps of the god of wind. He managed to win the title of sect leader. Then Mugek could not understand. If all the records were stored there, why were everyone sure they had disappeared without a trace? The man explained that the reason was that it never lay on the bookshelves. In this life, the guy knew exactly where to find him. The manuscript with this technique was an old, shabby book that served as a support for one of the shelves. The Bekdo told him about it and informed him. Someone thoughtlessly used these invaluable records as a stand under the 19th bookcase. Now these ancient records are in the hands of Mugek. Their cover, pointed for years and covered with dust, kept traces of the past, but despite they remained incredibly valuable. The guy was surprised that his grandfather did not lie. These things really existed. He unfolded the book and smiled. These 4 steps are quite enough to get around the whole world. The 4 steps of the god of the wind laid 4 key movements: the shadow step, the shimmering movement, the gait of the owner of the demons, and the lightning jump. The shadow step is used to go unnoticed during penetration. Initially, this ability was used to go unnoticed for only 1 person, but with experience and exercises, this number gradually managed to expand. It is rumored that having mastered the art of the shadow step, you can disappear directly in the eyes of a whole crowd and no one will notice a trace. The shimmering step is necessary to protect yourself. This technique will help to survive even when the enemy attacks cannot be avoided. The 3rd step is the movement of the demonic ruler, which allows to rapidly attack opponents. It is able to completely destroy any protection of the enemy. And finally, a lightning step. Having mastered it, you can accelerate to incredible speed, almost reaching the boundaries of the light beam. Mugek got acquainted with each of them. 7 days have passed since he first stepped onto the archive. Mugek returned from there and reported everything to his father. He asked if his son managed to find something new in the archives. Mugek, with a sublime smile, replied that his true art was a movement. Namely, the art of 4 steps of the god of wind. The father strictly stated that it was a beacon. The son could not master the shadow step because this technique is considered irrevocably lost. Mugek only smiled slightly and noted that he would have lacked the courage to lie to his father. Then his father suggested that Mugek show what he could learn during this time. The young man wondered what he would receive. The father, however, just smiled cunningly and said that he may consider a chance to give him life. Then Mugek fulfilled the request of the man. He gathered all his will in his fist, focusing entirely on demonstrating his skills. The father was sincerely impressed that his son really went on to prepare for the shadow step. It was only necessary for the guy to dig, as he immediately dissolved in the air, becoming invisible to everyone around. The father was out of surprise. The son moved the room with such incredible speed and lightness that it seemed as if he just disappeared in one corner and immediately appeared in another. The silhouette of his son was barely guessing in the air. He was almost invisible, as if a real ghost. The stunned father asked where he mastered the art of the 4-step course of the god of wind. The guy did not hesitate. Everything is in the archives of the heavenly demon. The father decided that his son was lying again, and from this thought, his rage began to gradually break up inside. He knows that none of the archives of such records were known. However, Mugek once again assured that he had mastered this technique there. The father could not understand why the son was so urgently trying to deceive him. Then he wondered, not his father is sure of their absence only because he looked at many records there. After all, these documents were in a completely unexpected place. My father wondered whether Mugek really knew that the technique of 4 steps of the god of wind was stored in the archives. The guy denied, he sought completely different martial arts and accidentally came across these records. They served as a support for the lower shelf. The wardrobe seemed to his skewed, so Mugek decided to align her. This is how he found these records. The father sighed heavily and suggested that most likely all the important information had already been erased. The son asked how his father managed to guess it. He noted that he would have done exactly the same. The heavenly demon plunged into thought, as if something important flashed in his thoughts. And then he asked his son to tell him about the art of steps. It was quite predictable. The purpose of Mugek is not to overcome his father and take the place of the heavenly demon. He strives to destroy the mugs and save the entire pavilion of the heavenly demon, and then go on a journey by the world, knowing the joy of a free and light life until the father is authorized. Therefore, he did not have any difficulty teaching his father 4 techniques of the god of wind. However, for some reason, he refused to fulfill his father's request. He glanced at him strictly, not understanding why he refused. The son noted that free cheese happens only in Mousetrap. The father reminded him of how he taught his son once during the hunt, even not asking anything. However, the guy in a joke replied that it was just a pay for the vodka. Although the heavenly demon remained dissatisfied, this scene was striking at the same time. How did Mugek still be able to restrain his incendiary play? The young man smiled and answered that he had all his strength until he grew up. Then his father wondered what his son wanted to teach this technique. The young man informed that he would accept the proposal only if his father will teach his skill to protect the heavenly demon. This technique strengthens the whole body, but only celestial demons can be captured. Mastering it is equivalent to birth for the second time. The heavenly demon firmly stated that it was impossible. The art of protecting the heavenly demon is inherited only. Then Mugek secretly appealed to his father to teach his skills. Outwardly, this technique in no way makes itself. Even if you master it, no one will guess. After that, Mugek bowed politely and asked his father to reflect on his words. But the guy still has not managed to get out of the room, as his father had already agreed. However, he asked, first let his son tell him about the 4 paths of the god of wind. The young man and no idea had that the man would agree so quickly. Once it was about it, Mugek suggested that his father start studying immediately. Did he ask if the son was not suspected of something about him? Isn't it worried that, having received his heavenly demon, just get rid of him? A dark-haired guy did not think to be afraid. The heavenly demon is not a person who would allow himself to do such a shame in his own son. That's where their conversation ended. It is time to dive into the study of new technology. The son told the man in detail about all the nuances of each of the 4 stages of this technique. explaining how to use them in a real duel. The man listened carefully to every word and, following the advice of his son, immediately mastered the new technique in fact. They took a long time. However, the heavenly demon immediately understood everything and picked up on the fly. When Mugek completed his speech, he asked his father to ask if he had to repeat what was said. But the man was able to remember everything without any difficulty. He mastered this technique so well that even without additional training, he could do it no worse than his own son. In addition, this technique was strikingly different from the one that Mugek owned. The father put her to her own needs. His power really impressed the imagination. He sincerely rejoiced mastering new equipment. This is a true art of battle that exceeds all expectations. After Mugek's regression, this is the largest fracture in all history. Will the Mugahoa be able to overcome his own father, who has mastered the 4 steps of the god of wind? Now the heavenly demon decided to share with his son the secrets of the technique of protection of the heavenly demon. He warned that he would only explain once, so Mugek had to listen carefully and etch every word in memory. He was determined and fully prepared for this moment. But in a moment, when everything is over, Mugek left the hall, decorating his forehead with a good bruise. She wondered with anxiety who dared to do so with a young master. Mugek explained that his father had committed him a slap. Mugek has mastered the skill of protecting the heavenly demon. After that, the son shared with the elder, which rejoices in their new common secret. It may be more pleased with him than mastering the art of protecting the heavenly demon. It was for such a cheeky replica that his father drew up his son a preschool kick on his forehead. It was from this that Mugek has a bruise. Mugek wondered, why is she not in the throne room yet? Because she said she wanted to protect him from the abuser. On this, she jokes, they say, she is only protected, not attacking. The young man inadvertently appeared. In his past life, this girl has never dared to joke with him so frankly. Before going to his room, he decided to share another thought with the girl. Mugek assured that he is not able to do so at the moment, but in the future he is inevitably finding a way to eliminate the side effect of body fossilization technique, so I asked her to wait a little more. He also mentioned that he spoke with his father about the need for changes in the sect. In his opinion, she should become a place where anyone will no longer have to sacrifice for the sake of saving others. That no one is forced to do what he does not want. The girl struck how much the wise words were pronounced by her master. Then Mugek asked her to listen carefully to everything he should say. She worshipped the boy respectfully, and the next moment alerted her ears. Mugek solemnly announced that from this moment, Lee the Academy of Sciences was no longer his guard. But Lee ached of fear. The first thought that flashed in her head was, the master just tries to get rid of her. However, Mugek denied and, contrary to expectations, appointed her a ghostly shadow commander. The girl looked around because she was sure that there is no such detachment. Mugek confirmed this because he intends to form a new team that will subordinate him to him. He planned to appoint a new detachment to the head of a new detachment. Therefore, he again asked her whether she agrees to lead the ghostly shadow detachment, which would act under his leadership. The girl bowed low and strongly promised him that he would support him on any way and in all his endeavors. Although he heard from him a promise to create a detachment that would come directly to him. In fact, it is not easy to organize. You cannot do without a relevant captain. To benefit, he will have to take advantage of the opportunity that appeared before his return to the past. Mugek decided to agree to one of the most profitable missions. Although the task was deadly, it promised a generous reward. The head of this dangerous hike was entrusted with an experienced soldier, young Dan. Anyone who dared at a careless act was at risk of paying for this life, so mercilessly harsh he was a leader. Mugek joined this mission on the recommendation of CEO. He assured the captain that his skill in battle could be their reliable support. However, Yang Dan considered this guy too self-confident. He warned, now there are times when scoundrels like Mugek part with his head as easily as dew disappears at dawn. Mugek reassured him, noting that he was only worried about money. While he is paid, he will follow orders. They had to accompany the influential lady and her daughter to Nanpin. Mugek was determined to save them, because in the past life, these two died. The warriors did not cope with their mission. The guy warmly waved his little girl's hand as a sign of greeting. She embarrassed and hid for her mother, but a friendly young man immediately appealed to her. The woman also nodded to Brunetta as a sign of consent, after which they disappeared inside the carriage. The carriage moved on the road, accompanied by a whole row of riders armed with teeth. They did not stop all day and overcome a considerable distance, but only with the onset of twilight allowed themselves to relax and break the camp at night. Who knows when the next time the opportunity to have a snack, so they decided to dinner at the same time to get back before the further road. In order to quench hunger, they chewed dried beef, and to warm up, they were breeding several. Mugek kept away from everyone, watching the situation carefully. In his past life, he was rumored as if their detachment had been ambushed and was broken by some robbers. However, the bodies could not be found, and no one knew the exact circumstances of their death. Suddenly, Mugek noticed that one of the soldiers suddenly roared, began to suffocate and cough so much that his lips were irrigated with blood. Soon the same fate befell other members of the detachment. What really happened? Why did they all suddenly find themselves on the verge of life and death? Looking back, he realized the source of their torment was the poison mixed on the food they had just ate. Suddenly someone shouted Mugek with annoyance, noticing that only he was still on his feet. He was headed by young Dan. Mugek immediately guessed that he threw his poison to the dish he treated his people. Only Mugek escaped a deadly trap of strangulation. He was the only one not touched the dish that the commander was treating. So Young grabbed a sword, set to put an end to the young man's life. Although it is not believed, but the team leader was a traitor. Mugek with annoyance threw Yana that he was pathetic. How is he going to live further, realizing that on his shoulders, the fault for the death of his comrades? It was much more important for Dana to replenish the reserves of exquisite wine and surround themselves with attractive women. He will definitely not be tormented by reproach when he will finally be able to spend the money received on any of his prejudice. And for that he deprived the life of so many people. Suddenly some strangers appeared on the lawn. A small detachment of warriors appeared in front of us. Their faces were half-closed tissue bandages, and wide dark raincoats gave them special mystery. They made a truly powerful impression. These were the commander of the commander. They strictly ordered the woman with her daughter to immediately get out of the cart until they decided to burn him. A few tense moments have passed, but they had no other way out. They had to obey orders. Mr. Kwan, the leader of the warring group, has long been hunting for this woman with his daughter, and finally his search was successful. The woman knew this man well. Burning tears streams on the cheeks of the brown hair. She begged the quad, even if she had left her baby alone, had mercy on at least his baby. He nodded approved and promised that for the sake of the past, he would not cause any harm to the child. But he was only suited for the suction, in fact, he did not think of any pity. The husband ordered her to fall around and ask for mercy. How did she dare to ask him at all? The frightened baby pressed the mother even harder. The woman begged her baby through tears, promising to give out more than more. However, Mr. Kwan advised her not to waste time on these nonsense. Her father was already caught. But suddenly the conversation sharply interrupted Mugek, immediately attracting the commander's gaze to himself. The man asked Yang who this guy was. Mugek was called those who were instructed to spend this group in exchange for a reward. Yang noted that it was just a young mercenary whom they never managed to get rid of. Therefore, he stated that he would handle him simply instantly. Mugek noted that these people seemed to be a common flock of traitors who returned against their master. Did they really believe that their promised reward was destined to become a reality? Yanga is likely to be eliminated, and all its share will be appropriated. Mr. Kona swept a real rage because of the daring and unceremonious words of Mugek. Mugek could speak more sharply about them, but refrained, did not want to swear in the presence of a child. The commander engulfed rage. How did some wandering mercenary talk to him in such a tone? Mugek asked. Does it really hurt him in his eyes? Unable to withstand the tension, the Quan commander ordered his subordinates first and foremost to neutralize this bold young man. The guy, laughing, threw that if he should be removed at first, then Yang's death is already waiting for his turn. However, it was not necessary to wait long. It was at this moment that a man released a dagger thrown by Mr. Quona. Now for him, Young has turned into an unnecessary one that can simply be thrown away. He did not cope with his own task. An attempt to poison the detachment failed because Mugek managed to survive. Mugek did not feel a crumb of pity for this man. Such is the fate of those who betray others for their own benefit. All the subordinates together rushed to an attack on a dark-haired one. Mugek was gently appealed to the woman to cover the baby's eyes. She did so. At the same time, she closed her eyes and plunged into her own feelings. Only now Mugek finally has the opportunity to deal with his enemies. To help him came a new skill. 4 steps of the god of wind, the steps of the master of demons. He, as if moving in space, found himself next to Mr. Quint. He could not understand how this guy managed to get so close, unnoticed, to bypass his people and to go completely unnoticed. But the young man not just walked past them. He pierced everyone with a lightning movement on his way, instantly depriving each of them. Now there is no one who could stand up for the commander, and he was engulfed in true horror. Mugek sought to find out who this Mr. Quan was and why he was pursuing such perseverance with such perseverance. Unexpectedly, the woman replied that his name was Kavon. This is one of the vassals of her kind, which swore to protect them to the end. It is Gim Sayan, the daughter of the owner of the Golden Estate. That is why Mugek hid his real face and joined the ranks of mercenaries. Her father is the Asu, one of the most famous merchants of the region. He is more wealthy in Fuzian and has a gorgeous, as if washed with gold. In his previous life, a painful incident happened to him. The owner of a magnificent golden estate was deprived of life by one of his closest servants. But his daughter also befell his fate. Taking advantage of the fact that Mugek turned away from the lady, Quan saw a wonderful opportunity and rushed to attack the guy. However, he immediately navigated and struck before the man managed to do something. The guy withdrew his head with one quick movement. Now there is no threat to them. The body of the commander, deprived of life, fell to the ground. Mugek, annoyed that the vicinity of the scoundrels were always trying to curl from behind. Finally, looking at Mugek, the woman said she wanted to hire him as a conductor to lend them to the house. The young man smiled warmly. He did not deny, but noted that after recent events of his service would be more expensive. The girl was well aware of this truth. Her relatives will pay him as much as he desires, if he only agree to intervene and save her father. Mugek could not disagree. Soon they reached the gorgeous golden palace in which the accomplices of the Quina kept the man in captivity. Seeing how the cart was rolled out, the men immediately thought that it came to Mr. Quan and his accomplices. Finally, the idea that they cherished for 10 years began to be realized. However, to the surprise of everyone, an unknown young man came out of the carriage, and with him, the mother with his daughter, goals and intact. The guy informed them that the Quona was no longer alive. He survived only one. The men decided that Mugek was their accomplice, so they did not attack, but instead wondered who had destroyed the commander's life. Mugek replied that he was won by an extremely gifted martial arts master, a young and impressive attractive. The captain of the detachment was angry. Why does Mugek pay tribute to his enemy? The guy was silent, but his facial expression said more than any words. Finally, the head came to the head. It was Mugek who became Kavon's murderer. The guy smiled ironically. However, his opponent was not as naive as he seemed at first. The detachment instantly approached, wary of raising the swords. The head could not understand. If Mugek saved a woman with a child, why did he bring them to the palace instead of escaping with them? Mugek barely restrained laughter, hearing that the enemy magnifies his detachment brave tigers. For the guy, they were nothing more than pathetic sheds, which are drunk in the hand of the owner, which feeds them. So, it turns out that she was killed, and their target, along with the guard, appeared just on the basis. At the same time, despite the surroundings, Mugek seemed surprisingly calm and radiated unbreakable confidence. The head realized that he is clearly not a regular mercenary. The man wanted to know who really was this young master. Despite the fact that their first meeting took place in not the best circumstances, he would prefer not to clean the young man from his way, but to get acquainted with him personally. However, Mugek assured that it makes no sense to please them. He is not going to ceremony with these people. Then the leader, without any hesitation, threw his army in the order to destroy the enemy. They rushed at him from all sides. Mugek immediately snatched the sword and did not even blink when the whole crowd rushed at him from different sides. In an instant, he turned to the enemy, and the lightning movement cut him with his sword. The rest shuddered sharply to see the incredible speed of the boy. However, they did not have time to look at the sight of the deadly blade. His blade slid through their flesh without any effort, like softened oil, and the enemies did not even have time to get closer to the young man or harm him. So the swordsman punished each of the traitors. They lay down at his feet, and failing to do the boy at least the slightest harm. The leader shouted worriedly to Mugek, trying to find out, "Who are you? To the hell, that is!" The young man remained unmoved and tired that he was simply a mercenary with an unmistakable feeling for earnings. The head of horror asked what amount he wanted to get Mugek to spare her husband and leave him alive. Mugek smiled cunningly. Is a real treasure trove hidden in his chests? If he is so wealthy, then why resort to meanness? If you want to change your life, you should use your own savings. Why climb your master's pocket? The leader bit the lip, getting lost and not finding words for answer. Suddenly, another surviving subordinate appeared behind, who grabbed the hostage Gim, setting his sword blade to his throat. He ordered Mugek to immediately throw a weapon, otherwise threatened to kill an elderly man. The frightened daughter burst, giving the head another opportunity to snatch a victory. He turned to Muck and strictly ordered him to surrender without resistance. But the boy did not even have to approach the enemies. He waved his sword calmly and without unnecessary emotions. A devastating wave stretched out of the mighty blow on the earth, which rapidly rolled to the enemy with the sword. She went straight between his feet. Thanks to the powerful energy shield, Mugek skillfully cut the enemy in half. It was the technique of burning sky that belonged to the art of a flying sword. Mugek was so boring to fight these people that he was indifferent to the enemy's breathless body. Once he stepped away to a single surviving enemy, he immediately scared. Mugek noted that the man came the right moment to flee the time if he does not seek to die. However, he thought that the guy probably had to exhale after he had spent so much energy on his sword. Therefore, he is convinced that he will be able to give advice to this scoundrel, so boldly rushed to Brunita. Mugek has without any effort to beat this blow with his sword. Then the man decided that he should try to put even more power in his blow. He waved his sword again, but this time Mugek was skillfully steaming the attack. A cloud of dust was rising from their rapid movements in the air, and the crossroads of the swords were accompanied by a piercing bell. Despite all the efforts of a man who tried to put incredible inner strength in his blows, Mugek confidently kept the protection without letting himself be broken. After long battles, Mugek's strength was almost completely exhausted. The man decided that he had no right to lose such a chance. The boy was barely able to repel these powerful blows. A little more, and it will certainly break. But he was very happy. It was this moment that Mugek used. His blade was lightning at the breast of a man. The young man was indignant that a person who had to devote himself to harsh training and improvement of skill allowed greed to master his own life. As the head of protection of the Golden Palace, he had no right to act as follows. Because of this, he was shamefully deprived of his life. The Jim's family did not find words to express her boundless gratitude to her rescuer. Ahu assured that he would always remember his mercy, because it was he who saved them from death. He is very fond of finding out what kind of Mugek comes from. However, the guy stood stubbornly on his own, claiming that he was only a mercenary from the side. The man was aware that even the legendary owner of mercenaries would not overcome them with such ease. However, Mugek just smiled and quit that he was exaggerating. At this point, Ms. Gim reminded that she promised the Lord's reward. and his father could not leave the young man without the reward because he really deserved it. If their patron wishes money, he will certainly receive them. It was for this reason that Mugek was a mercenary for them. He urgently needed funds to collect his own detachment. Together with Mr. and Ms. Gim, Mugek went down to their repositories. For the salvation of his own life, Asu should give the young man everything he owns. However, unfortunately, it is impossible to do it physically. Mugek did not need it. The man could simply give him a specified amount, but instead decided to make another offer. He was going to open the door to one of the treasury rooms and allow Mugeku to take as many treasures as he could carry it at a time. Only a Yu asked to do without a cart and unnecessary helpers. However, Mugek can take advantage of his abilities. The young man asked if he really had to take so much permission, but he saved the life of the Jim family, so the owner did not dare to show stinginess. The young man sincerely thanked the man for such a generous reward. After that, Mr. Jimmy pressed a special button. The heavy door opened sideways, opening the free passage. Mugek entered the impenetrable darkness. The San told her father that with such abilities, the guy was able to get much more than they planned. But for Mr. Gima, there was nothing more expensive than the guy took his defense today. Grandpa does not need nothing more. The main thing is that his relatives are alive and healthy. These words deeply impressed the woman to the heart. In addition, Mugek is not an average person at all. Although he tried to hide it, but his youthful appearance and remarkable abilities are immediately distinguished from others. The power she saw in it was much larger than the usual skill. The boy has an unbreakable spirit of spirit, which is difficult to convey in words. Although he met many people in his life, only now, at a good age, he first had to cross with a person from whom he literally blows freedom and powerful charisma. Money can always be earned, but to meet such a person, a real gift of fate that falls once in a lifetime. So he did not worry about how much the guy would take. It was important not to buy, but it is better to find a common language with him and to establish a relationship. At that moment, the guy just left the room. The next day, Mugek again stepped on the threshold of the pavilion. He divided the treasures brought from the Golden Palace and later sold them. Since it would be inadvertent to sell such a large volume in one place, he sells the goods in small batches in different shops every time when he came to the city. As a result, he managed to collect almost 4 million nyangs. This amount will be the foundation for creating its future organization. Returning home, Mugek immediately appeared in front of his father. The father listens to the reports several times daily and makes key decisions. Who will remain among the living and who was destined to die? Does it suit such existence? Perhaps he has a situation like Mugek with Lee. He had no choice. He had to turn into a heavenly demon. When the son crossed the threshold of the room, his father said he heard that Mugek left his studies. He confirmed this and confessed that he worked there to earn money. The father wondered in surprise why he needed money at all. Mugek replied that he was not going to live forever at the expense of parental funds. In the future, he will need much more money. He shared the dream of establishing his own organization. The owners of demonic heights always have their dedicated supporters. To repel them, Mugek must gather their own team of allies. The father denied, calling it a nonsense. After all, if such an occasion falls Mugek, then his older brother and the rest of the people will certainly desire her. The heavenly demon would not allow it. And Mugek did not hope that the man would immediately give him consent. So he pulled out a scroll out of the breast pocket and handed it to his father. The heavenly demon, rising into the air thanks to levitation, cleverly snatched money from his son's hands. He unfolded the scroll and wondered what it was. Mugek reported that he allocates these funds for his father's needs. The father was amazed at the heart, but managed to hide his emotions. He mastered himself and calmly informed his son that he had a lot of money. Mugek knows that his father is the richest person on the planet. The money he handed over to his father is a mirror of his gratitude for everything he did for him, raising his son. And this is the first amount that he sincerely gives with gratitude. In the future, he will send even larger amounts to his father. He always dreamed of doing it at least once in his life. After that, Mugek bowed low his father and decided to give him peace. leaving alone for rest. The man was surprised at the money that his son stretched out to him. In his eyes, he unwittingly flashed softness. Therefore, Mugek went to the Pavilion of Justice, also known as the Nirvana Pavilion. It was there that he came across. For a while, CEO approached them. He informed Mushek that it was time to go. They were already waiting for him. Mugek smiled, seeing that the guy had dared to reach out to him. He offered his help. In fact, Darren was genuinely impressed that the guy was in general to work here. In short, in words, all three moved to leaving the building. As soon as they stepped into the yard, as they understood, they were already waiting for them. All the pavilion staff gathered on the street, lining up in the column level. Once Mugek stepped into the yard, they all welcomed the new master of the pavilion together. The guy was surprised. His subordinates were much more friendly than he imagined before. Mugek asked if SEO really scared people, threatening to reduce their salaries if they did not honor the new master properly. The guy denied this, but why is such a friendly and warm atmosphere prevailed among the workers? Darren replied that they are genuinely pleased with Mugom and their readiness, because they thank him many things. So, all this happened because of the investigation that the guy conducted about the army of their cult. The Dan, who headed the first building, deprived the life of an official who was to investigate corruption in the army. When Mugek was engaged in the investigation, he arrogantly attacked one of the guy's assistants and cruelly crippled him. This time everything ended safely. Mugek instructed the most fair healer, Mr. Ma, to take care of the wounded and later smashed the skull of the Ghana. CEO appealed to the master to ask his new subordinates with several words. Mugek solemnly stated that he could not say for sure whether the employees became happier or, conversely, were disappointed, learning that he became a master of the pavilion. However, in one he had no doubt. Their hearts tapped faster than before, and the crowd exploded with loud applause, greeting a new leader. So Mugek's service began, quite well, until he was thrown a whole mountain of papers for work. Darren, who handed them over, noted that the guy himself asked him to provide him with all the information about the incidents that were silent. Mugek wondered why all of them, as if conspiracy, deal with a demon of the blood-nosed blade. It happened by accident, Mugek asked, and the guy immediately brought him all the cases that met his requirements. Lee the AC suggested this time to decide. Last time, the demon of the bloody sky barely restrained its true essence. However, Mugek could not remain indifferent to the injustice that had faced these people, so he stretched her documents, suggested to see everything in person. The girl, having read, admitted with reluctance that they would have to intervene. They soon went to the entertainment pavilion. At one of the tables, a warrior warmed warriorly, a sad warrior who was constantly filled with his grief with alcohol for a long time. Even the owner of the establishment was worried, and approaching the boy, politely asked him to restrain himself and not overdo it with drinking. However, the man did not imagine how else it was possible to cope with his emotions. The freaks that were crippled by his child were unpunished. They were found innocent. The owner wondered how much it could have happened if the Pavilion of Justice had already taken up. The investigator explained to the man that his son had only quarreled with a neighbor's boy, and he was injured by accident. Like, everything happened during an innocent children's fight. And the thing is that the neighbor's boy was the son of the legendary demon, known as the owner of 100 swords. The demon of hundreds of swords is a faithful servant of the bloody heaven, a detachment commander. The servant from the Pavilion of Justice was corrupt. He replaced the case at the request of the demon of the bloody heaven. Now, the unfortunate man, unhappy man, as if trembling, died on the investigators of the Pavilion of Justice and on all those who were involved in this unfortunate history. The owner tried to cheer him up, saying that in difficult times it is necessary to find courage to accept what happened and to gather with forces. However, if their son does not, his mother will not stand this pain and will also leave this world, because he does not imagine life without her child. For her, it is the greatest treasure and meaning of all existence. If something happened to him, his father would, without hesitation, would destroy a demon of hundreds of swords and then put a blade into his own heart. Suddenly there was a voice behind. "Will a man become a strength for such?" A young guy appeared behind him, and two more of his comrades followed him. He turned to a man with a reproach, asking how he could boldly praise the whole of the tract that he would kill his father. At that moment, the man realized that he was faced with the guy who broke his son's life. Without holding back emotions, he began to cure, accusing the young man of depriving him of his child with the opportunity to live like everyone else. The young man worshipped the man deeply and sincerely asked for an apology, recognizing that he had committed a serious crime. But after his reaction, after the apology and the contemptible intonation, it was clear. He did not think, and the apology was uttered only for the right. It offended a man to the depths of his soul. Surrounding the influence of alcohol, Sten immediately grabbed a sword full of intention to teach a cheeky young man. But he turned out to be more agile and more motor. In a moment he jumped to the man almost close and swung on him. The young man completely smashed his nose to the stranger, throwing him on the next table, and then declared loudly to the visitors of the tavern, there was no responsibility from him, because the sword was the first to pull out. His disgusting associates then rolled his leader. After that, the guy jumped on top of the man and began to slap him with his fists, because he dared to complain about him in the pavilion of justice. The young man confessed that he was angry and brutally beat his son because of the refusal to steal a little money from his own home. The guy exposed him to a failure, deciding to portray himself an obedient and honest son. Suddenly, the man threw a hoarse voice that the young man finally confessed. Everyone in the tavern heard what he said and found out why the guy beat his son. Just made it clear that the fight did not have to look friendly duel. His attack was quite deliberate. The young man threw a harsh look at the audience and asked if someone heard that he had spoken such words. Well, they heard everything. But knowing that a guy from a wealthy and influential family, no one dared to get in touch. Therefore, everyone suggested that they did not hear his confession. Then the man exploded again with bitter crying, and burning tears rolled on his cheeks, mixing with the blood flowing from the wounds. The boy's suffering and despair only entertained him. His friends laughed with him. At that moment, the newly arrived Mugek paid attention. His voice was strictly, he assured that he heard the boy's confession. This was enough to boil in it rage. Who dared to appear here and dared to deny him? Mugek finally lost faith in the guy's upbringing when he began to offend the young master, even not having to find out who he really is. The guy seemed to have apologized to his friend. But soon the feelings were erupted, and he broke into a cry, saying that he would never be humiliated. Mugek, with a sarcastic smile, noted that, watching the child's behavior of a thousandth demon, he could assume that the guy has already achieved the same strength and authority as his father. From all that he sounded, the boy offended only one thing. Mugek was dared to call him a child. He categorically could not agree with that. Suddenly, the man standing behind the Javalets recognized among the newly argued officials of the representatives of the Palace of Justice. But why did they find themselves here? And for the first time in the young man missed true fear. He asked Mugek to question whether they were investigators. Mugek reassured the audience, assuring that the investigators came to the entertainment pavilion only for rest. Li Ank whispered something to the owner, and from her words the tension among those present only increased. The young man immediately began to apologize feverishly. They say he did not recognize the noble gentleman and was mistaken because of his own inexperience. He sincerely apologized for his inadvertent rudeness. Mugek noted that, judging by his actions, to call the boy a inexperienced fool tongue will not return. He still remained adamant, firmly stating that he did not understand anything in life. The guy was far from stupid. He was able to feel the moment when it was worth biting the tongue in time. Still, he had no right to release him. He came for his soul. The young man was scattered. Are he really waiting for trouble? Brunetta told him that he had appeared here to investigate a recent attack to which this young man was involved. The young man reminded, "Did the pavilion be innocent, isn't it?" This was really true, but the pavilion decided to organize an additional investigation. So Mugek accused the young man of blackmail because he demanded money from a child who was already injured. In addition, he charged the theft of theft because the guy forced the poor to theft in his favor. Finally, he accused the murder because the young man beat his opponent before his death. However, even this hooligan seems to be not enough. He came here and attacked his victim's father. Heard by Madek more than enough to plead guilty. The next 20 years he will hold obedience in the walls of prison, serving his sentence in isolation. The young man immediately began to deny this decision, convincing that only a friendly duel took place between them. But the master heard a few minutes ago the guy confessed. The investigator documented his sincere and outspoken confession. Realizing that it will not be possible to turn his words back, the young man went to threats. He stated that if Mugek still sets him out to prison, his father will not stay away and certainly come up with something. However, Mugek had no doubt. His father is not at all to his own son. He is also arrested, accusing the pressure of the Pavilion of Justice. At that moment, the guy finally lost his self-control. He exclaimed in anger, "Does Mugek really seem to come out of his hands? His father will not leave it so much. The guy himself will certainly pay off the investigator as soon as he is released." Moreover, he threatened Mugek, if he dares to get to his prison, he will have to say goodbye to his life without delay. Notwithstanding the flames, Mugek suddenly struck a poor young man in his stomach, so much that he had rubbed in the air, torn his legs from the ground. The tears rolled across his cheeks, and he fell down on the floor, roaring from unspeakable pain. Mugek wondered if he knew that threats of the pavilion master were envisaged by 30 years of imprisonment. The young man, when tears, began to apologize again. Mugek strictly warned him, "It is enough to engage in the conversation of his father. If you ask for forgiveness, voice at least one good reason why I have to forgive you. Perhaps he at least saved someone's life once? Did he reach out to the help of the one who was in trouble?" Mugek promised, if the guy remembers at least one good act that he performed, the investigator listens carefully to him. But the guy was silent, because he did not yet do anything like that. So, for what reason does this man have to apologize to him? The young man pleaded with the investigator to show him mercy. However, in response to such boldness, he gave him a slap. There was so much force in this blow that the boy cut his lip, and the attacker himself fell to the floor. Mugek advised him as soon as he came out of prison to live so that his question was always an answer that is not ashamed to mention. After that, he cast a strict and prickly look at the guy. Those, staring at fear, went to justify themselves, swearing that they were not guilty and only obeyed their leader's orders. Mugek warned that if they do not outline the information they know, the following questions will be addressed personally. Brunnett ordered the boy to take another place, and then compare their testimony. All three were removed from the pavilion for further investigation, and Mugek warned all those present, if in the future someone has to expose someone's criminal intentions, they cannot hesitate to turn to the Pavilion of Justice. While the young man holds this position, no one dares to press on witnesses. If there is someone else who tries to scare him, talk about his father, as the detained guy did, let everyone understand. He always has anyone to contact. Lee, the Academy of Sciences, approached the wounded husband and reported that by order of the Lord of the Pavilion, the demon head of MA has already examined his son. The man could not restrain his joy. His son was examined by a respected and extremely busy specialist. Mugek noted that the son of this man has the same meaning to the cult as any other participant. Before coming here, Bruneta visited the boy and became convinced that he had already come to mind. So now the father will be able to see his child. The man was feeling tears with joy and could not cope with the powerful waves of admiration that scumed on him. He could not restrain his tears and thanked Mugek again and again for his sincereness. But Mugek just had no choice. After all, he devoted his entire life to serving his cult. Isn't the cult in response to protect their followers and take care of their safety? He hugged Mugek's hands firmly and could not hold back tears for a long time. Mugek was full of joy because he managed to save the life of that person and his whole family. This ended the adventure in the entertainment hall. The next day, Mugek gathered all his subordinates in the courtyard of the Pavilion of Justice. Frankly, he was convinced that the first attack would come from the faction of the demon Bloody Heaven. However, to his own surprise, it was the officials of his pavilion who were the first to find dissatisfaction. One of the warriors confessed that he sought to meet his head personally. However, given the large number of officials who divided his views, they decided to turn to him all together to express their thoughts at the same time. The special investigator, Mr. Gwak Gokman, said they became aware. Mugek decided to renew the investigation of a long, closed case, which had already been declared a sentence and justified the accused. Gokman and his comrades were convinced that such actions were seriously harming the reputation of investigators of the pavilion. And almost everyone in his pavilion shared this opinion. But Mugek had his opinion on this situation. In his opinion, the decisions of the main investigators, on the contrary, suggest their authority and puts them in a disadvantage. Gwak Gokman wondered what the head refers. Then he asked them if they knew that during the arrest, Janho openly found all his crimes before people. They were already aware of it. It was then that Mugek exclaimed, "Why know all this? They still arrange this senseless circus." Men noted that it was not about it. They were outraged quite another, that the issue that has already been resolved was suddenly discovered again for discussion. So rather it was about the issues of principles. The will of the investigator is a law, and this approach is fundamental here. In addition, since the founding of the pavilion has never happened that someone would look at the previously accepted cases, there were simply no precedents. Mugek sharply cut off the words of the investigator Gwak. An innocent child was forced to steal and later severely killed. The offender confessed to the committed and was arrested. Is it not clear now that a pre-closed case requires mandatory viewing? Mugek wondered how, according to Gwak, investigators in other people's eyes will look, if even when they find themselves in such a situation, they will still stubbornly follow the outdated rules. The young man suggested to settle the dispute peacefully. He appealed to all the officials who support the case and asked them to become to the right. Investigators abandoned the views on each other without hiding uncertainty. The first on the side of the owner was CEO. He believed that the case should be revised because the investigation was poorly conducted. In addition, it is possible that the investigator had an external pressure, which he was simply powerless. Mugek agreed with the boy's opinion. After that, he wondered whether there was someone else who shares this opinion. Then another young man came forward, named Iko. He deeply revered everything that Bishop has achieved lately. It was the same young man who, after returning from the demonic army pavilion, helped heal the broken ribs. Mugek wondered how he was doing, for which the guy assured that everything was fine with him. Then Mugek appealed to the investigator Chunho. As far as he was known, he was responsible for the case. I wanted to hear what he was thinking about what happened. The man assured him that he had carefully understood the case. But then Mugek suggested that the investigator probably got a bribe to make such a decision. Otherwise, the result would be completely different. Gwak Gokman exploded. How did this guy dare to say that? But Mugek cast a strict look at him, ordering to remain silent, and directed his demonic energy on him. He should not look back without the permission of the mentor. After that, he again turned to the boy, insisting on the answer. Did he receive the money from the father of the accused, a demon of 100 swords, Bek Dogi? However, the man swore on his own life that never happened. If the manager does not trust him, let him organize the appropriate investigation against him. But Mugek had already checked everything in advance and knew well that Chunsta did not take any money. The guy sent a request and immediately received a clear order from the cult leader to conduct a full-scale external investigation. At that moment, Gwak Gokman suddenly was alert. Mugek asked in Chunhof why he lined this case if he did not even take any remuneration. However, the man did not silence the case based on the results of his own investigation. He was blackmailed, threatening the safety of a younger sister, and Mugek knew well about it. In conducting his own investigation, Mugek learned that Chunad is marked by an unwavering principle and always operates in accordance with the law. However, these facts did not convince him. Mugek felt that something was hidden under the surface, and therefore decided to dig deeper. Mugek did not find any evidence of bribery, and then I thought, What happened to happen that such an exemplary official who always adhered to his own beliefs suddenly betrayed his principles and covered the case? It was here that he understood the most painful place of the investigator. Everything is spinning around his relatives because he only has a younger sister from the whole family. Guak wondered without unnecessary ceremonies whether the man was blackmailed through his sister. And he was angered when he failed to give him an answer. Mugek was well aware of both the emotions and the motifs of Gokman. He took the initiative in his own hands because Chunad is his favorite student. Now he tried to do everything possible to get possible as little as possible due to existing circumstances. Mugek interrupted their conversation, turned to Chunva. If he is silent because of anxiety for his native sister, then he may not restrain himself and express everything on his heart. The master had already ordered his soldiers to deliver his sister to a safe place. From now on, it is under a reliable protection of the cult until the Mugek investigation is finally completed. This gesture was so generous that it seemed incredible. It was not believed that it really happened. Then the investigator fell to his knees and sincerely confessed that all this was true. He acknowledged that he had committed an unforgivable sin. Carefully but confidently, Mugek reminded him, "Even if you are blackmailed, you have no right to stop the case." He himself was well aware of it, so he was ready to accept punishment for his crime. Mugek ordered him to shut up and get up. If it had happened after he headed the Pavilion of Justice, the young man would not forgive the Chunvei such an act. However, since it happened before he became the ruler, Mugek decided to forgive him. The man couldn't hold back tears from shame. Do he really forgive him this crime? Mugek acknowledged that it was true, but the investigator should be remembered that he received forgiveness not from the young owner, but thanks to his past, honest life and service without complaints. All the achievements of Chunhos suddenly lost meaning, as if they had disappeared. Now he will have to build his life from scratch, starting again. But the man exploded with the words of gratitude because he finally had the hope of changing his life. Mugek solemnly informed his subordinates, once he became the master of the pavilion, now and all their families will be considered his own family. Anyone who decides to harm the investigator or their loved ones is mercilessly undergoing Mugoko anger. From now on, the Pavilion of Justice will not allow any external interference in its affairs. No one dares to harm either investigators or their families. If someone tries to blackmail them, it is necessary to inform Muck immediately, and he will immediately take all the necessary steps. If they do not believe the master, let them rely on the authority of the cult leader. Even if Mugek's native to protect him, he will not be hesitant. From now on, they must immediately inform Mugek about any intervention from the outside. He sought to provide investigators with the opportunity to do his job without worrying about the safety of his relatives. When they make sure that their families are in complete safety, nothing will interfere with their duty to the Pavilion of Justice. Mugek is convinced that the punishment should be inevitable. No titles, merits, or noble origin should affect justice. The one who committed the crime, regardless of his situation, must be responsible for his own actions. And no circumstances can prevent it. Even if the grandiose war of demons breaks, criminals will still be well-deserved. Mugek assured that even if the head of the cult decides to crime, he would certainly hold him accountable. He is not afraid of the ruler or the 8 of the divine masters of martial arts. His only anxiety is that their pavilion does not become too weak and defenseless. This is what happens now. They failed to protect people, although it was their duty. The one who had to be punished avoided the deserved retribution because of their inaction. And it is this helplessness that scares him to the depths of his soul. From the crowd, the voice of the man who supported the decision was made by the pavilion's owner. He also apologized for not doing it right away. A young girl, who was called Jo, was confidently emerged from the crowd. It was she who voiced these words. Other investigators began to move behind one by one. Each of them supported Mugek in this dispute. In the end, only Guak Gokman remained on the opposite side. Mugek noted that he would need the experience and help of a senior officer to realize his plan. So I reached out to his hand and asked him to join my plan. The man finally acknowledged that Brunette was right in his judgments and sincerely thanked him for it. Then, Mugek ordered the investigator to gather a squad of the guards and immediately go to John Then, his father, John Ho. He must arrest this man and deliver him to the pavilion. Gokman regretted that this man is unlikely to agree to fulfill their conditions at their own will. In addition, under his leadership stands a whole 100 fighters. Mugek stated that he could act at his own discretion, but if refused, investigators may accuse him of treason. After all, after a certain pause, a demon of hundreds of John's swords came to the office of the young master. The young man immediately outlined the boundaries and demanded that he would be referred to him as the owner of the Pavilion of Justice, not the ordinary young master. Then his grandfather explained that the challenge sent by the owner indicated the accusation of betrayal. He became wondering what could it mean. Mugek said simply, "Nothing complicated. It has passed a lot of time before he finally appeared and fulfilled the legal demand of investigators." Yang asked for an apology for not immediately executing the arrest order. However, the guy should be aware that in such a confused structure as a cult, you have to carefully maneuver between different opposite interests. In addition, he could not afford to lose authority among his own people. Mugek understood him perfectly. The man believed that the reason why Mugek called him did not deserve such attention. In his opinion, there was nothing special in all this. Ordinary children's quarrels, you should not make this tragedy. He hoped that he would be able to understand Mugok, because not only external support, but also additional financial resources would be needed to control the pavilion in the future. Although the man exaggerated, he still tried to bribe Mugek in a veiled form. The old man also noted that if a brunette dreams of becoming an heir, he will definitely need their support. After all, he realizes that the majority lean on the side of his older brother. Mugek assured him, if he supports him, he would gladly stand on his side. Jan assured that he would do a real service for the guy. He was already ready to collect his team to share with them this news. But suddenly Mugek stopped him. The young man wondered, did the old man not hint that he would support him when he would finally leave prison walls? The guy understood everything correctly, but intentionally pushed the interlocutor, allowing himself an ironic tone. The man noticed the master of the pavilion that his humor is characterized by special originality. However, the young man did not joke at all. It is an extremely serious crime, the threat of murder of an investigator's relative. Yang categorically stated that he had never threatened any of the detectives. However, his own words did not relate to business. Meanwhile, the investigator who was threatened has already outlined his version. According to the rules of the cult, the testimony of the servant of the Pavilion of Justice is of the main weight when making a decision on punishment. After all, these principles were developed to emphasize the impact and maintain the authority of the pavilion among all other cult organizations. It seems that John was not aware of this rule, because even Mugek only recently began to study the legal intricacies of his new position. Too many people are convinced today that they will get out of their hands. It is only necessary to deny any accusations. It was for such situations that this law was passed. So Mugek suggested that the man sincerely admit it. In response, he promised to reduce the sentence to 10 years. However, if he continues to deny the guilt, his prison will last 20 years. The man thought that the investigator had finally lost his mind, but Mugek's true goal was to achieve justice at any cost. Yang asked why the young man did so. The young man recalled that Jan Ho attacked his peers and almost scored him to death. And this was not a one-time case. Torture and abuse continued, repeating from year to year. And Yang, the father of the accused, tried to intimidate the investigator, threatening the murder of his native man only to force his son to close. And after all this, he still has the arrogance to ask the master, "Why do you do it?" The man was angry. Mugek believes that he has not commonly accepted rules only because he is not some pathetic storekeeper. How did the injured one? His words were spooky. They combined bitterness and a tremendous anxiety. As the man began to threaten, Mugek decided to change the tone of the conversation and talk to him differently. However, Yang warned that the master should only touch him, and the demon of bloody heavens will not stay away. Mugek had no doubt that this time he would stay away. After all, when a guy was killed by a general who had a brother, he did not try to intervene at least. So why would he suddenly worry about the fate of the subordinate now? Blossoming with rage and despair, a man with a stroke of his fist broke the wooden table that stood between them, and again began to threaten. The owner of the pavilion with sarcasm asked, "Is this man, and he will also threaten him with the massacre of one of his relatives?" His time has already fallen. Mugek left the room and advised the man to write a confession, not to drive himself into an even deeper pit. When he left this place, a shrill scream of a man who was trapped in the air. But there was no shadow of sympathy in Mugek's heart. It seems that the collapse of the cult in the past life has not only happened because of the mugs. When a pathetic mercenary dares to threaten the investigator from the pavilion of justice, it indicates a real crisis. Moreover, he even tried to press on him. Their cult was in such a pathetic state that it should be changed immediately. At the entrance to the Mugek pavilion, a demon of the bloody heavens, armed with his blade, was already patient. It was located just in the middle of the yard and tasted its filling slowly. Noticing the appearance of a young master, he immediately greeted. He later invited the boy to sit side by side and split a glass with him. The guy sat silently opposite the demon without speaking. The demon reminded Madeza that he warned her. Nothing good from their meetings would work. Mugek noted that the demon is constantly seeking to organize personal meetings with him. The old volley emptied a glass and then confessed that he had recently discovered the features in Mugek, which he had not noticed before. When he won the martial arts tournament and expressed his cherished desire before the leader, the man thought that the guy did perfectly, just as it should. Such a desire is a sign of a truly intelligent person. Brunoto also seemed that this decision was extremely successful. But as it turned out later, all this was only a prologue to real events. He forced the demonic sword to shed tears. Mugek wondered if the man really believes that this sword sobs through him. These tears seemed to be an echo of bitter sadness. After all, this person's students publicly disgraced Mugek at the tournament, and another follower openly despised his subordinates. Demon's younger brother directed an army of a demonic cult to achieve their personal goals. Meanwhile, the commander of his detachment of warriors tried to intimidate the investigator, putting pressure on the judicial investigation. The sword sobs, mourning those who surround his ruler, because they do not share neither the spirit nor the character, nor the willpower of their master. The words of the young man impressed the demon with their brightness and inspiration. However, Mugek remains too young, so the guy appealed to the man to reveal him the true essence of events and explain all the hidden details. The demon caught up for the guy's words that people around him allegedly were not a level, but in fact, this is not true. Everything is quite the opposite. They reflect his character and follow his will. That is exactly what he really is. Mugek still knew that the demonstration of the bloody heaven was not the average elder. In the end, it is always easier to negotiate with those who have dignity, a sense of duty and honor. The demon ordered the young man to release Bekdogwi, whom he took into custody. Because of this, the morale of the old warriors is much weakened. But Mugek was extremely stubborn. Only when the investigation proves his innocence will he be able to regain freedom. The demon is still aware, and a bloody red flame broke out around it. Suddenly, Mugek felt the unbearable pain pierced his whole body, twisting him in terrible torment. The spiritual energy of the demonic sword of the bloody sky was characterized by a completely different, incomprehensible level. Only now Mugek really realized why his father insisted, his time has not come. The demon decided to share with the young man with one advice, but Mugek immediately refused. If his grandfather addressed him with a question concerning the work of the House of Justice, he will be willing to help. At the same time, you should not give advice on how best to understand this case, or try to warn it in any way. The demon, although he continued to boil from anger, he still released the boy. Suddenly, he realized that the guy was right. Nowadays, people who are able to speak so openly and directly occur. Mugek warned the old man, "It is not necessary to lose vigilance, even if everything seems calm. After all, the quiet smoothie turns into standing dead water over time. At their time, no one wants to be in muddy water. Sinking into something, we get attached to it in one way or another. And trying to constantly influence the situation, we deprive ourselves with a chance to allow her to flow naturally, retaining her commitment to languages." However, neither Mugek nor the demon belongs to those who are ready to get stagnant in the mire and stay there. So Mugek advised the man to take the opportunity. Let the dirty water spin, and transparent will come to her place. Such people do not deserve the perch of the elder. After listening to all this, the demon only invited the young man to split a glass with him. He stretched out a young glass, which he looked at with some alert. However, having decided, the guy still accepted the invitation. The old man said that he would give the murky water to leak quietly. The young man, taking a filled glass, smiled and noted that it was a really smart choice. However, he could not predict that the demon suddenly stated he was saying that Mugek was a new source of clean water for him. The young man was confused for a moment, trying to understand what the demon of Docs HE means. Suddenly he said, "If a young man really wants to become a heavenly demon, let him drink a glass that extends." The old man promised to be reliable support for him. Just imagine, the demon of the bloody heavens offered him this. Meanwhile, it is known to everyone that he used to open on the side of his older brother Mugek. Is he suddenly changing his position? Mugek wondered in him. Did this man stand on his side of his brother? However, with a wicked smile, Doxa noted that he considered so only until the moment, until he found out how crazy Mugek could be. Mugek looked at the old man and thought that two of them were a true crazy person. Grandfather is okay to go for everything for his own ambitions. The guy destroyed his younger brother, left his disabled people, and sent all subordinates for the lattice. And after all this, he still dares to invite him to become a support on the path to the throne of Bishop Demonic Cult? Docs explained Mugek. As soon as the chicks go to free flight, leaving their native nest, they lose their connection with each other and become alien. That is why the loss of the younger brother did not bring deep pain or despair. Even the smallest rolling pin stuck under the nail caused him much more acute pain than the death of one of his relatives. Formally, the demon never became an ally of his older brother. Moreover, he did not even say any promises. And even if he promised, is not it natural for a person to listen to his own heart and change his mind? Having a demon support is like getting a whole army of devoted supporters under your banner. Therefore, Mugek could not but think, why did this powerful ally choose him? Docs replied that the fierce passion of the young man inspires him with confidence. It is this person that he can entrust his own destiny. With such a frantic courage, Mugek can achieve any goal that she will set. Mugek may have believed himself for a moment to believe in his own exclusivity and that he was chosen for something great. However, he relied unconditionally on his words. He is well aware of what dirty methods are able to use older ones to influence the younger ones. But does he want to become a heavenly demon? Everything that Dokshi said was so convincing that it was only necessary to believe him, and Mugek would inevitably reach his goal, climbing the throne. He honestly appreciated the praise of his actions, but explained the demon that he is currently burdening his duties, which he must fully fulfill. He did not want to disappoint his father with his actions. After all, if he learns that Mugek has neglected his duty for the sake of political intrigues and his own benefit, he will only blame him in non-compliance, and will be right. Then Doke wondered, what will happen next when Mugek will fulfill the task of the ruler? And what if the heavenly demon leave Mugek in this position forever? It turns out that he will have to go out quietly in the pavilion by the end of the days without breaking out of this boring routine. Mugek is faced with a single choice. Either he will go the path that leads to the title of the ruler, or chooses a completely different way. In fact, the heavenly demon will certainly take into account that Doc. Even his choice towards Mugek is already a sufficient reason to pay close attention to the yard. Mugek was aware that his grandfather was right, but there was a detail that he did not take into account. Supporting discipline and order in the sect is not only the will of the cult leader, but also the sincere desire of Mugek himself. He looked carefully in his glass and said that he needed a little time to consider this proposal. The demon agreed, because Mugek did not at least hide the truth. It was the best way to solve this difficult situation. Only a fool will drink only because they are asked for it. Dox pulled out his sword, which still resting calmly on the ground. He suddenly lifted his sword, swinging him on Mugek. He barely managed to react and repel the attack. The blades were faced with such frantic power that sparks of demonic energy flew around the blades. He stated that the guy was waiting for the answer tomorrow, but Mugek insisted that he would only answer in 5 days. The last thing that the demon is 3 days. He is no longer going to endure. After these words, the man turned silently and left the yard, leaving Mugek in full loneliness. The next day, Mugek decided to organize a workout for pavilion detectives. He forced the men to stand in the bar on their fists, while a massive, heavy well was lying on their shoulders. Their mentor was Young Ho himself. He did not make any leagues for the boys because, although the task seemed difficult, it was only one of the main exercises for warriors of the demonic army. After all, they are like the guards of the Palace of Justice, which are simply obliged to withstand this burden. This moment was of particular importance for their training, because the strength gained during these training will remain with them for life. Seo, who, along with Mugom, watched the events, could not hold back smiles, looking at the efforts of Yunga. His zeal looked fun and even touching. His excessive responsibility in some places really seemed fun. However, CEO was interested in a completely different aspect. Darren wondered how Mugek managed to bring so brilliant to the end of the last thing. The perpetrators not only pleaded guilty, but also made public apologies. Mugek, laughing, suggested that the boy ask himself why they agreed to it. But CEO was afraid that if they hit their eyes, it would no longer return from these two. Mugek ignored the questions, instead advised Darren to go to prison. Send it with his son to the harshest of all existing cameras. They must be punished in full and face to face with the consequences of their own actions. CEO leaned in the bow, assured that he would certainly execute the order. If Mugek did not intervene, the culprits would continuously rejoice in a luxurious life, while Guak's family would have suffered a slide fate. Through people, like John, both in a demonic cult, there are hundreds of families similar to the Guak's family, and Mugek has no idea about their existence. And every day, their number is only growing. Mugek needs to stop the spread of this abomination. Criminals like Yang should not remain unpunished. In the evening, Mugek went to Magacron. There was a solemn opening of a new wing of the Pavilion of Justice. Mugek told the residents that anyone can now turn here if the supporters of the cult have caused them harm or committed a crime. The young man asked the locals to whom they addressed in the case of quarrels or disputes with the martyrs of martial arts. They were silent because they did not even suspect that they could somehow influence this situation. All this time, they silently endured a similar attitude and tried to live on. Obviously, even those who heard about the Pavilion of Justice did not dare to visit at least once. After all, to step into the inner rooms of the pavilion, you first need to name the purpose of your visit at the first gate, to undergo identification and give yourself to find careful guards. And this ceremony was repeated more than once, until the petitioner finally reached the Grand Palace of Justice. From now on, the Pavilion of Justice welcomes the door in Magashon for all peaceful inhabitants. If someone is a victim of criminal acts by martyrs of any cult, he can now immediately report it to the department. Mugek instructed the table to spread this news to the whole village, to pass on Magashon residents that they can safely turn to officers without bearing any trouble. After all, anyone who dares at least to hurt the complainant risks their own lives. He will be imminent death. People could not believe that this young owner of the palace actually did something for them. The taverna owner promised that he would definitely tell everyone about it. In Mugek's heart, It has become brighter than the idea that people will now be able to withstand their troubles, not reconcile with harassment. And this is just the first step. It will be a support for the ordinary inhabitants of Magashon, young martyrs of the martial arts of the initial levels, and all who do not have the power and suffer from injustice. He will make people realize that the lives of cultural followers have the same value as any other. It will remain true to this principle until the end. Already in the evening, the guy returned to the pavilion. And there, surprisingly, the demon of the bloody heavenly blade was already chatting. He asked the owner of the pavilion to ask if he would make a company for a glass. Mugek declared his readiness, lifting a glass from the ground, which he left in the yard after their last conversation. The demon filled her glass with a strong drink and ordered the boy to drink. But Mugek stated that he would definitely need something to have a snack. In particular, it is about the army. Mugek agreed to drink only if Doxa would give him a whole army of demons. He wondered if he was aware of the young man that there is a natural system of things in the world. Mugek wondered, did the snack for alcohol, isn't it a clear thing? Dox recalled that he had already released the boy for 3 days, and he has enough boldness to make such absurd demands. At this point, the demon broke out. He vowed to cut off his head of Mugek himself and personally take her to the hall of the heavenly demon. The opponents firmly grabbed the hand of the sword, preparing tensely for the duel and sharing full of fierce views. Dox was well aware. To deprive Muck life is not easy. However, this complexity only warmed his excitement and the desire to act. The demon rushed on the offensive. Mugek managed to stop the flame sword, not even let him get closer to his face. 2 prominent craftsmen, incredible power, came together in a fierce duel. Everything was burning around, and chaos and destruction absorbed the battlefield. Their swords collided once and once again, sparkling, but none of the fighters could have caused an effective blow. Each attack was skillfully reflected by the enemy. At some point, Doksha struck such a powerful blow that Mugek did not stay on his feet and flew in the opposite direction. But the guy cleverly gathered with his forces and immediately returned to the battle. This instantly ignited genuine interest in the heart of the elder. Mugek realized that he was unable to restrain his powerful energy, so he decided to try the steps of the god of wind. He became wondering if the demon blast sky would be able to withstand the pressure of his art of the supreme demon. But suddenly Mugek realized, it is too early. Time plays on his side. It is foolish to rush into a dangerous duel until it lacks the strength. He insisted again on his own, demanded that he be given an army of demons. The old man wondered who Mugek sees at the head of the demons. After all, apparently he does not mean himself, because he already holds the position of master of the pavilion. Mugek expressed his desire to appoint Hanho commander of the army. The demon was surprised to see the boy manage to drag Hancho to his side. He noted sarcastically that Mugek's gluttony would turn into a stomach upset sooner or later. Then he expressed the opinion that it was the demon stabbed the boy to do so and decided to protect the young man. After all, the path that goes crazy is never easy. Suddenly, the demon was slightly softened. It became less tense. Crazy? Mugek noted that for someone else could go completely differently. But will anyone be in common sense who voluntarily enters the fight for the inheritance of the head of the cult with it? The young mentor never learned what the real goal of the demon of the bloody sky. He died, and without having time to reveal his intentions. Interesting paradox. Among all the 8 owners of demons, he was the first to meet death. How did it happen that this kind of vicious and insidious viper died at the beginning of the struggle? In the end, Dox did not joke and stated that Mugek's insatiable greed had ruined the whole festive atmosphere. So he flew up sharply and disappeared into the valley instantly, not even wanting to continue this conversation. Even then, Mugek was well aware that the demon was not able to deny him the request. After all, he understands no other. Besides him, there are 7 more owners of demons. 2 days later, Mugek called Mr. Young to his office. Hanho asked the master to ask if the demon of the bloody heavenly blade put him his candidacy for the post of head of the army. At that moment, Mugek was convinced that his assumption about the demon was correct. It is the fact that Gancho turned to the boy that he is not only intelligent, but also able to predict events. Brunetta confessed that he had asked this request, but Young was worried that he would not have the strength and ability to cope with a new position. Mugek advised him not to humiliate his own merits too. Even real scoundrels occupied this position in his memory. Yang has their ideals for imitation. He firmly believed that Young would be able to become the most prominent commander of a demonic army in history. The man still thought that the young gentleman was appreciating him too high. However, it is possible that this warrior underestimated his own forces. Be that as it may, others claim the role of the selected, so there is nothing left but to wait for the solution. In the end, Young still had to give consent. Mugek ordered him to wait, but he intended to boldly move forward and tirelessly open new ways for himself and for his associates. So in the evening, Mugek visited his father. It was not the usual clothing, but a light robe. In addition, the hair fell freely on the shoulders. Mugek even thought for a moment, did his father decide to change the image? He replied that he was just his pajamas. Then he wondered what made his son visit him so late. Mugek noted that it is not too late. His father was used to going to bed very early. He advised to be more careful, because detractors can find out about it and have a night attack. The father eagerly asked to move faster to the essence of the conversation. He came to tell his father that the blade of bloody heavens would soon become an obedient tool in his hands. The man was surprised. Did his son not be deprived of his life recently? However, the guy came to the conclusion that depriving the life of such as a blade of bloody sky is a waste of strength and opportunities. He understood perfectly. It is no secret for his father. The moment the demon advised Hanho to post the head of the army, the heavenly demon probably realized he was already supporting his younger son. However, the man warned the young man, the demon is not so easy to obey him. Mugek did not think to tame him. It will simply use this creature until it breaks. He is still deserving of Mugek to appreciate him. If the Dox decides to strike him, Mugek will not be a surprise, a gap between them. The old sword has long lost its power. A few chips are enough, and it will crumble on piles. In the meantime, the guy will heal the wound, hardening him even harder. The father noted his son that it is much easier to speak than to act. So why did Mugek appear here? Came only to inform him about it? Mugek noted that since he now lives on the funds he receives from his father, he must honestly report him about such cases. The father asked, does the son indeed insist that he acted according to the will of his descendant? Does the young man wish the father to accept the advice of the bloody sword of heaven? But Mugek, on the contrary, was about to ask him to refrain from supporting a demon's candidate. The heavenly demon was confused. Do not support it? Brunette stated that he intends to take the opportunity and break the will of the bloody heaven. He is so proud of himself, so absorbed in his own advantage, that it sometimes allows himself to behave as if he surpassed even the leader of the cult. The son sought to break his arrogance and curb his superiority. The heavenly demon noted that Mugek sacrifices his own ally among the top of a demonic cult only in order to humiliate the pride of one of the masters of martial arts. But in fact, the young man wanted from the blade of bloody heavens completely different, and to get what he wants, he was vital to make the demo idea a devastating defeat. And it has even more weight and value than having their own person among the highest demons. Mugek assured his father that he would not worry. The post of army commander would still remain for his set. The son strongly sought to get everything without arrest. The father strictly ordered his son to stop the nonsense and get away immediately. The guy only had time to point out that no joke would be able to surpass his father's pajamas this evening. The next day, the bloody blade turned to the heavenly demon and reported that, although it contradicted the desire of the leader himself, it is worth noting that recently, the young gentleman became the object of close attention within the cult. The heavenly demon noted that the blade of the bloody sky itself contributes to it. The demon has only recently realized what a prominent young man the son of the head grew up. He has not yet acquired maturity. It was for this reason that Doxa decided to make one interesting offer Heavenly Demon. He was Crudy to help Mugek to reveal his true potential and become an even more prominent person. The Heavenly Demon gave the old man a full will in deeds, because his intervention would be a great chance for the son of the leader to declare himself. The blade of the bloody sky expressed its sincere gratitude. Then he wondered if the leader has already given his parental blessing, then he may also decide to fully support all the do-do-do-do-dos. The man wondered what he meant. The demon sought to obtain permission to resolve the situation with the new leader of the army of a demonic cult. However, the man recalled yesterday's words of his son. He would not want it. So he noted that the question of the future head of their army is not easy. Since the second son is already receiving a lot of support, the father should not be forgotten about the needs of the elder. Teaching his students, he, a blade of bloody heaven, realized one important truth. When you decide to support someone, it is important to give this person all your strength and resources, completely focusing on it. The demon repeatedly reproached for the fact that he could not act that way. But the heavenly demon remained unmoved. After all, unlike the old man, he without hesitation destroys anyone who dares to offend him or questioned his approach to learning. After that, he asked if Dune wanted to discuss something else or everything. The demon stated that it was time for him to disappear. He did not say a word to the heavenly demon, but in his soul he had already wrapped up alarming doubt. What really lies in this strange uncertainty? If the leader is on the side of his younger son, he should remain in this position until the end. That evening, the blade of bloody heaven reported Mugek that apparently the cult leader gave preference to his eldest son, not the younger one. Mugek seemed to be surprised, although in fact everything went on his plan. It was a mutually thoughtful trap to convince the demon. The guy then stated that he seemed not destined to have a good relationship with Dox. After all, if he is inferior to his older brother, should the old man not compensate him with this injustice? He asked in surprise whether the young man really hinted that he was not worthy of more. Mugek carefully clarified that he wanted to emphasize, even a blade has its flaws. This is incredibly angry of the old man. He immediately told the young man that the appointment of Hancho was not possible from the very beginning. Mugek wondered, did the man lower his hands? He noted that it was in vain to hold on to what could not be done. But it seemed to the boy that the demon was simply frozen in place, not even achieving the desired result. The anger of the old man was gaining momentum. With every moment his rage only increased. Mugek noted that Do-Do-Do-Dos first appeared and immediately offered his support. If he realized in advance that he was not able to achieve the goal, he should not recommend that the council on the council. Suddenly, the guy grabbed the sword and ran a clear line on the ground between them. Earlier, the demon emphasized that a particularly high level of trust prevails between him and the ruler. The young man sincerely believed in these words and in the invisible abyss that separates their mutual trust from others. However, according to the young man, the border of trust in Dox was in fact much narrower. To show it clearly, he drew a simple scheme on the ground. The man was unable to find words to answer. Mugek confidently stated that if he was the case with the commander of the army, he would have long been resolved this issue. The demon only smiled and challenged him. He suggested trying his own strength. Once he mocks the old man, let him demonstrate how easy it is. The demon believed, even if the guy tries, he still does nothing. Mugek thought about how well Doxa is aware of the heavenly demon. But despite this, I dared to challenge the challenge and argue with him. Dox warned that if Mugek fails to persuade his father, he will have to become a demon of a demon. Mugek wondered, what happens if the victory gets him? The demon plunged into reflections. He stated that in such circumstances, he would agree to fulfill any desire to Mugek. Mugek has put forward a rather risky and bold demand. If the victory is behind him, the demon should get an elixir for him, and not a little, but much better than the usual Magog pill. There is a reason why Mugek appealed to him to get an elixir. He knows exactly. It is the doxy that this tool is. The elixir capable of giving much more inner strength than the glorious Magog pills. Mugek is not so easy to appoint Hanho's commander and a demon to get an elixir for him, so their couple is quite fair. In the end, Doc surrendered. He promised, if the guy is able to overcome the test, he will receive a precious elixir from him. Mugek was satisfied with the result of their agreement. So, to approve this, men crossed their swords. After that, the demon moved into his world, returning to his own home. If Mugek takes this potion, none of the 8 large demons will no longer be able to overcome it because of their lack of inner strength. He was well aware of how to win this dispute. The next day, Mugek addressed his father's right hand and shared the idea that Hancho had a real chance of becoming a commander. He was courting to find out how, according to the elder, the man evaluates his chances of winning. He replied that even with the recommendation of a demon of a bloody sword, his chances were 1 to 10. After all, the heavenly demon has already rejected this option, and he is known for never deviating from his decisions for no really serious reason. Mugek understood it better than anyone else. Then Mugek wondered if the chances of Hanho would increase if he could get another recommendation for him. The man wondered if he was not one of the famous 8 great demons. The young master confirmed it in his own words. If that happens, Hancho will have a real chance to become a commander of the demon's army. After all, the second recommendation gives the bishop a cult reason to review his previous decision. Is it possible at all? Or one or another, Mugek still decided to try. The young man left, and the older one had to hope that the second recommendation of Mugek did not mean Sunrin. After visiting the office of the elder Mugek, he went to a warrior from the Northern Sky Sword clan, Chak. He appeared in the Pavilion of Justice because one girl made some accusations against him. However, the man stubbornly claimed that all these accusations were a lie. Someone may have brushed her, or he once failed to do with her, and she hides the image. But in no case did he show any aggression or coercion to her. Mugek thought for a short time, and then allowed her husband to organize a irate. The guy ordered CEO to hold this girl in his office. Surprisingly, the girl turned out to be much younger than Mugek suggested, still a child. The man suddenly rushed to her, exploded, and began to demand explanation why she was talking about it. Mugek warned him, if a man increases his voice again, a personal meeting is cancelled. The investigator asked the girl whether this man really did unworthy acts. She barely nodded, but John the Ga exploded even more anger. He rapped her so much that the girl trembled with fear and burst into tears. Mugek drew the attention of the man to how much the girl trembles with fear of him. Moreover, the guy already knew. Mr. PN threatened to the girl that if she at least tells someone what happened, he would return and kill her mother. Thek kept his breath. Will the investigator trust the child more than him? Suddenly, 2 more girls appeared in the room, a little older than the first. Each of them at one time served Mr. P. The man immediately recognized them, although they have grown noticeably since then. Mugek has already passed his sentence. He knew that this gentleman was also mocking these 2 girls, not forgetting to intimidate their parents. He entertained with them for 2 or 3 years, and then released mercilessly, seeking to get a new, even younger subordinate. The man realized that he was in vain to justify, so he acknowledged his mistake and asked the investigator to ask for condescension. After all, no one has been thrown for lattice only for entertainment with ordinary people. The master assured that he had never encountered such. Mr. P.E. solemnly promised that he would never happen again, and even expressed his readiness to fasten his words with written confession. But Mugek assured that there is no point in going so far. The nobleman would never be sent to prison. The faces of the girls immediately distorted the horror. In their features reflected a real, unbearable fright. John Takika was ill with joy. He thanked the guy again and again for this act. However, the words of gratitude cut off the sword of Mugaka. In a moment, he pulled his head. He was not in prison, but a death sentence. A breathless body with a deaf knock fell on the parquet, and Mugek was cold-blooded in the vagina. The one who was bullied by the girls is already dead. Their families are safe now. They are not threatened. Now they were able to live quietly without worrying about their own future. However, everything that the inhuman has done with them will remain in the memory of Muck forever. But at least a moment when their abuser finally answered his evil deeds will make their burden a little easier. It was the best act that Mugek could do for these children. The elder of the girls bowed low to the gentleman, sincerely thanking him for the just punishment he had paid to this man. All three were crying, but this time their tears were not from pain, but from relief. Mugek painful to contemplate their tears. He assured that gratitude should not be to him, because it was thanks to their courage and determination that the guy was able to punish the owner. They received a punishment they deserved, so Mugek urged them not to keep fear in their hearts and to continue living in peace and harmony. After that, Darren spent girls outside the pavilion. Turning to his father, Mugek thoughtfully thought that if they are not able to protect their children's sect from the owners of strength, then they will finally lose any respect, and their enemies will only be tightened on their neck loop, which they hate so. Although not, there will be no loops on the neck. They will simply be wound their throat. After all, they are deprived of voice. They will no longer be able to say a word for their own protection. At this point, a worried worker was faithful to the room. She said that the killed belonged to the clan of the Northern Heavens, and these people would not leave so impartial. Is Mugek not frightening their anger? The only thought that made the young man tremble with fear is to die without getting rid of all this rot in the sect. Since he headed the Pavilion of Justice, the deeds of the cult are increasingly coming up. If they continue to hold such a bar, then it may happen their cult will even be noble than Murum's alliance. But the guy thought differently. He believed that violence is a deviation from the norm, and the absence of violence is not a sign of righteousness. Until now, they did not notice such things, and it was a serious mistake on their part. Mugek instructed CEO Darren to send news to the Sword of the Northern Heaven. Let them tell them that there were some difficulties during the investigation, and Mugek personally is the solemnity of the Lord. It was for this reason that Mugek appeared in the palace without delay. One of the servants of the Northern Sky Pavilion spent Mugek and Darren directly to their mistress. They were already waiting in place. The ruler was a young woman with a restrained facial expression, dressed in the same bright outfit as her subordinates. Her name was Ilmanu Sunran. At first glance, you will not give this girl 20, although in fact she was twice as old as Mugek. In the sect, even a statement emerged. The world changes, and Suenren remains unchanged. Moreover, it seemed that over the years it did not grow old, but on the contrary, becomes younger. Mugek had not had to talk to the elder for a long time, so for him, this meeting became a true joy. The woman was unusual when she was approached by elder, so she asked to call her simply older. However, given the significant age difference, Mugek did not dare to turn to it in this way. She did not think that people deserve respect only because of their age. In her opinion, honor should belong to those who really deserved it. If a person is young, but has received respect for his actions or character, this respect must belong to him. Therefore, Mugek promised to turn to the woman as she would like, and in response, he hoped that she would call him name. He then introduced Darren, adding that he was a special investigator who was dealing with the same crime she had already heard of. But the girl did not even want any details. If the Pavilion of Justice decided that a crime had occurred in the Order, so it is. She firmly believed anyone who dat sword to harm a young servant should pay for life. Her sect would not even make claims to the person who investigates the case. Mugek and Darren exchanged his eyes, and SEO immediately guessed that it was time to delicately leave the Lord from the lady alone. She then told the young craftsman who heard about how Hard's work of one invisible person, their cult, began to change. Mugek did a truly grand work. This was only possible due to the fact that powerful demons have become a true, unbreakable support for him. The woman stated that the young man should not waste his efforts on her address. Mugek struck how the woman called herself old, though, in appearance, she could barely give 20 years. However, she considered it a complete nonsense. Soon she will have to go to the shadow and devote the rest of her life to search for true enlightenment. However, Sunren leading a completely different life, not as described by her words. After the death of his father in his past life, a fierce struggle between the 8, the most powerful demons, the leaders of the internal sect or clans of sectarian cult, broke out for inheritance. Although all of them were distinguished by power and power, only one was truly the most powerful. In the end, the authorities were in the hands of Soyenren. Throughout its reign, the cult choked in blood flows. Perhaps if she was more masterful of political games, such cruel events would be avoided. As a result, she could not retain power even for 3 years. She was deprived of her life by the next head of the cult. Mugek confessed to her that having received the case of Mr. Pooh, he felt extraordinary pressure. She probably heard that a lot of controversy with Dox and the clan of the Bloody Heavenly Sword has been erupting near his pavilion. He specifically mentioned Dox to trace how she would react. It is no secret that of all 8 bishops with him, she has the most comprehensive relationship. Therefore, their factions constantly encountered a cat with a dog. Mugek confessed that he sought to influence the decisions made by the Mugki clan. But again, a loud business is thundering. A new confrontation, this time with the mysterious clan of the Northern Sky. However, Soenren was a completely different grade than he. Mugek understood it perfectly. The woman also had to hear that Domo recently proposed a candidate for the post of commander of a demonic army. She wondered in Mugek if he had any information about it. The young man noted that Hancho is an extremely talented and devoted cult. Moreover, if he speaks frankly, he is the protege of Mugek himself. Mugek cleverly affected the pride of the demon, convincing him to recommend Hancho. He summed up, "Is it not fair to choose the future commander for real achievements, skills, not be guided by someone's political intrigues or only personal sympathies?" The woman noted that such a reason could hardly be affected by the Dox. Mugek suggested that he apparently did not want to admit defeat to Mrs. Illman. The young man lied as if the demon had addressed him personally and told something. It is said that among all 8 large demons, it is the Blade Sky Blade that is marked by the greatest devotion of the sect. However, even he was unable to appoint Hanho's commander. The great strategist proposed one way out of this situation, although Mugek is unlikely to find it easy. The woman wondered what kind of idea he expressed. Mugek explained that such a decision can be made only if such a recommendation is also received from another faction of their cult. However, the main obstacle is that none of the parties wants to combine efforts. However, Senrin did not support this opinion. Does he really think that all the does? Mugek was in a hurry to correct himself because it did not mean it at all. She realized why Mugek decided to appear in front of her. He wanted this woman to join do's, even if it affects her self-esteem. In the end, she realized that she was actually leading the young man. So, the best moment for sincerity has come. When the intricacies of games and strategies are so deeply penetrated that the boundary between them and truth almost disappears, that is when the true taste of exciting intrigue is born. The guy agreed. She really guessed what he wanted. She probably couldn't understand why this stubborn grandfather went so far, rejecting her pride only for cooperation with Mugok. The girl stirred at him. Now she has revealed the reason why the cult leader entrusted the post of head of the Pavilion of Justice to his son. The woman suddenly leaned to Mugek so close that their faces were divided only by a few centimeters. She looked insightfully in his eyes. Sunren noted that Mugek has some special charisma. He is able to penetrate into the soul of people and move their hearts. Her mouth blossomed with a smile. Returning, she suddenly stunned the boy, agreeing to give her recommendation. The woman turned away, making it clear that the conversation is complete and she would no longer change her opinion. Finally, she noted that this act Mugek could make sure that Dox is not the only great master devoted to the cult. The young man bowed in the bow before her, sincerely promising that he would always remember her kindness and support. In the end, he still managed to achieve what he wants. Senrin may have suspected that Mugek could be an heir, and she was scared that the Dox was the first to understand it. That is why she seeks to use her help as a means of monopolizing the impact on Muck. In the end, her disdain for Dox is so deep that she would not be released on the road and the crumbs of horse manure. A striking testimony of this is the fact that the first victim of the lady in her past life, when she became the head of the cult, became Dox. The outstanding strategist, discussing events with Heavenly Demon, sincerely admitted that he did not expect to see how a young gentleman won the attention of a woman. The Heavenly Demon realized that his son cleverly used the enmity between the two masters. Then the elder asked his advisor to ask if he believed the one that this Hanch is able to lead the army of the demon culture. The man replied that he had excellent skills, although rather he can be called a skilled master of martial arts than an experienced politician. However, the elder was convinced that the young gentleman made the right choice. The Heavenly Demon suggested that his son probably acted under the influence of emotions, and at first did not even suspect the true abilities of Hancho. But the elder thoughtfully noted that emotions can be a source of both our strength and weakness. The leader, with dissatisfaction, noted that it is a manifestation of weakness. But instead of a dispute, he would much like to hear the leader's opinion about the issue that concerns them all. Once, two of the great rulers chose this warrior, they had nothing left but to support his candidacy. In the end, the honor and dignity of prominent masters is unacceptable. That is why the Heavenly Demon confidently proclaimed Hancho the new head of the army of the cult. The elder bowed low and promised to personally inform everyone about this news. After learning the latest news, Mr. Young immediately went in search of Mugek. He sincerely sought to express her gratitude for his support, but did not imagine what he could thank the boy in response. Mugek smiled noticeably, delving into his own thoughts, and looked somewhere in the distance. He noted that in view of Hancho's luck, he would not really be able to thank the boy for his help. The man wondered why Mugek was thinking so. He explained that he appointed this man for two reasons. First, Mugek believes that among all candidates, it is the yoke that is best in this position. It is not even about what benefit this purpose will bring or Mugek, but the value of the cult and their army, if their ranks appear in their ranks. The man was distinguished by its extraordinary modesty and believed that he did not deserve such a high appreciation, but he was pleased to hear that Mugek was thought about him. The second reason for Mugeki's actions was his confidence that the army of the cult would be a reliable support for him. Mugek wondered in a man why, in his opinion, the first and second reasons did not contradict each other. After all, Hancho, with his virtues, is unlikely to be able to easily establish a close relationship with someone outside the army circle. Mugek did not intend to force Hancho to make friends as a fee for a position, but he would be really pleasant if they had a real good relationship between them. The man stressed that Mugek is deeply mistaken if he thinks that he is able to give up his personal attachment for the cult. He filed a complaint because of the death of his brother on the battlefield. At that moment, his only desire was revenge. Hancho is an extremely sentimental person. Feelings and close relationships for him always have the most valuable in life. That is why Young solemnly swore to serve Mr. Hemus honestly. At the same time, this does not change the fact that he will obey the will of the cult and will be ready to put his own life for the sake of strengthening their army. However, above all, he will remain loyal to Muck. Hancho proved to be even capable of than expecting Mugek. He was enthusiastically expected to work with them. Young could say the same thing. After this conversation, Mugek met with a demon of the bloody heaven. Seeing him, Mugek noted that the constant presence of this person nearby gave him a sense of reliability and rest, as if there was always a preferential stone that protects and cares about him. A man with an annoyance through is the reason that his thoughts are as empty as inside a stone statue. The guy with a smile denied that it was not true. The demon, though quite reluctantly, still congratulated Mugek on the fact that Hanho was appointed by the commander. Mugek expected the man to become angry because the young man had involved Soyenren in this case, but he kept a surprisingly cold balance. However, the boy should not relax. This grandfather can throw a surprise at the most awesome moment. The demon asked how Mugek convinced this girl. The young man promised to share everything he knows, but only on condition that Doxa promises not to be angry. Mugek confessed that he had touched her pride when he stated, "Doxus is a real lord of demons, who sincerely care about the development of the cult. He also apologized for drawing a demon into this little intrigue. But the old man realized that the guy was just involved. A cunning woman would undoubtedly see his slight trick. He had no chance to go unnoticed. The man warned, "Sonrin has not yet shown all her trumps, and the young owner is unlikely to be liked. She will probably invent the reasons to keep Mugek from meeting with Docs, hiding behind Hanho's alleged help." He was wondering how Mugek would behave in this situation. The young man replied that in general, Doni was the first to address him with his proposal. Whatever the woman did not try to use the help of Mugek to him for evil, the demon was still the first to reach out to Mugek's support for support, and he sincerely appreciated it. Then the demon turned to the guy with a proposal that he simply could not give up. He stretched the boy with a small wooden box. Inside was the elixir promised by a man, a small ball with a blue tinge and a barely noticeable muddy. He was before him the heavenly elixir, exactly the one he asked for. The young man was stunned. Is the warrior really going to give up and give it to him? He was convinced that the demon of the bloody heavenly blade would be swept away by a banal excuse, they say. There was nothing suitable, or came up with any other occasion, just not to part with its preciousness. Du Docha has stored this thing for many years, deliberately refusing himself in the elixir and holding himself within strict limits. And now he really handed over this thing to the young man. His honor did not allow him to renounce the word he had already adhered to. The man with anger threw the sword, and the shoe with crunching crawled into the ground. Then I drank to shade the alarm through the committed. He comfortably settled on the stone of the stone, pulling his knees to his chin, and turned to Mugek. The grandfather frankly confessed that he's seeking to devote the rest of his days to service. The sword of bloody heavens posted on the table his strongest cards. He did not even try to cunning or inventing new pranks to have fun with Mugoko. He proclaimed everything confidently, without a shadow of hesitation or doubt. Mugek once told his father that the blade of the bloody sky was not worth honor. Now he was determined to refute his own words. If the man went so far, the young man should take care of him. Mugek sincerely thanked the old man for his trust. The guy stated that he intended to accept the elixir right now and asked the demon to protect him until he plunged into meditation. The demon was outraged that Mugek dared to drink the elixir just in his eyes. But the guy believed that if Docs gave him this elixir, then he has the right only in the presence of the old one. Protecting someone when he focuses on his energy is much deeper than a regular service. To trust a person's own safety in such moments means to show the highest level of trust that can only exist between the martyrs of martial arts. So the demon was quite amazed at how much the young man trusts him. If the protective elixir was poured into the protective elixir, the old man would patiently expect an antidote from him. He had no doubt about the purity of the elixir. He was convinced that his grandfather would never resort to dirty tricks. The blade of bloody heavens asked, and suddenly the intuition of the young master brings him, and what if he is wrong? In this case, he would postpone reflections on this topic until the right time, when the appropriate occasion will come. Hearing these words, the guy did not hesitate to lift the elixir to his mouth and immediately drank it. He instantly disappeared inside, dissolving in the body of a young man without any trace. He began to disintegrate slowly, sending his parts along the young man's veins. He slowly merged with the blood, saturating the body of the boy with such a frantic wave of energy that he closed his eyes, barely held this stream so that the force would not escape outside and damaged it. He barely managed to distribute it evenly through his body, because if this crazy wave covered him by suddenly, he would immediately break into pieces. Under the influence of elixir, its internal energy has increased many times. When the guy finished meditation, the demon wondered what the taste of the elixir. The guy confidently replied that the result was just wonderful. In his entire life, he did not have to taste anything so wonderful. Because of this, the man began to blame himself. Why did he hesitate for so many years and did not absorb it much earlier? Mugek advised him not to be upset, and even assured that he had mastered the elixir is 10 times better than any gray-haired old man could do it. Now, even if the boy has to come together with a demon from the bloody heavens, he is no longer threatened by defeat due to lack of inner strength. Noticing that Mugek has plunged into thought, his grandfather approached him even closer. He glared at the guy's suspicion. Who was this bold brazen, and how did he manage to embarrass the demon's mind that all his worldview immediately turned upside down? Moreover, he was able to gain the trust of a man so much that he gave him an elixir. Then the young man decided to show him the power he gained today to reflect in his own glance. He is one who is able to bring the cult to new peaks and lead their way forward. Of course, if my grandfather lives at that moment. Around the guy, the tension increased sharply. His inner strength erupted outside, filling the air around the invisible streams of energy, which he could no longer keep in himself. The strength of this young boy was so impressive that even a blade of bloody heavens shuddered. The young man asked the elder whether there is something in this world that he would like all his heart. The man thought, what dreams can stay in the old age? He only indulged the current of life, allowing the river of his past to carry himself forward. However, Mugek noted that the demon is clearly too nervous as the one who makes such statements. The man froze with his mouth open, not finding words from indignation. Mugek confessed that when his grandfather is forcing him to work on the verge of opportunities, sometimes he seems to be dropping for decades, becoming again full of strength. In such moments, the guy felt a frantic flame in his soul of the demon. On the side, this really had the same look. The old man felt relief and sincerely felt. He had already begun to worry that he finally burned. Mugek was well aware of the feelings of his eldest friend. It doesn't matter how many ambitions, desires, or dreams you have. Subsequently, the time will take some of them. The guy closed his eyes and exhaled with a heavy sigh. After that, the young man smiled to his grandfather and suggested raising his glass with him. This was extremely surprised by the demon. Why does a guy invite him to drink, but if he was defeated in a dispute? Mugek assured that it was at the moment when his grandfather stretched out to him the elixir, the victory was already behind him. The young man agreed to take a bowl from the hands of the elder, becoming a new clean water for him in his plans. Mugek was not sure whether he would succeed, but from now on he decided to make every effort to turn a blade of bloody heaven into one of his closest allies. The man hesitantly turned his gaze on a bottle of alcohol and later poured a boy. Without hesitation for a moment, Mugek immediately emptied the bowl to the bottom. This marked the beginning of their work. Mugek noted that if the blade is once a truly extraordinary, it is worth making sure that the guy will be able to cope with it. The man thought about what the young man just said. Then he laughed loudly, struck by his perseverance and unwavering determination. The guy asked the man to top up, and he gladly fulfilled the request. Mugek saw perfectly. Though the old man and laughs from his soul, he has not fully revealed his heart. Such a man like him is not the one who can make an idea by looking through the barely open doors. Mugek has no idea that it hides on the other side of this mysterious door, and it will depend on its contents how their relationship will be made. Or the young man will burn in a burning flame that blows, or the old man will bend from the sharp blade of his sword, and suddenly a friendship that will last a lifetime will be born between them. The day when these doors are finally opened will change everything. Immediately after the conversation, Mugek went to the training room. It was important for him to find out how his feeling in battle would change after taking the elixir. Due to the increase in energy, its techniques have become even more accurate and rapid. Now the guy could calmly compete on a level and with the commander of the army of Cult and with the heavenly twins. However, this has not been enough. The young man should strive for the highest. The more it grows in its strength, the majestic it will be able to achieve. Suddenly, someone entered the training hall and, turning to the boy, noted that his energy is felt quite differently, at a completely new level. He was in front of me, heavenly demon. Mugek shared with his father that the blade of bloody heavens entrusted his elixir. The man was not surprised at all, because he understood that his grandfather had such an elixir for a long time. After all, this artifact was personally presented to the old man himself many years ago. It was at that moment that Mugek realized why the demon found such amazing trust in the young man. The demon did not lie to the young man. In fact, he enjoyed great respect for the heavenly demon. The father asked his son that he laid it on a convoy during a dispute with a demon on the elixir. Mugek replied that he was about him. In such a situation, the father should admit that this agreement for his grandfather is a real failure. Mugek reported that he had just started to realize his plan. The next target will be the twins of heaven, whom he intends to rob. The father remained absolutely indifferent without even giving sight. It seemed strange. Earlier, he would immediately call his son nonsense, and now he listens carefully without interrupting. Mugek wondered why his father was saying nothing. He sincerely confessed that he just believed his son could really get out. He finally acknowledged that the guy was really value. On farewell, the man only advised the boy to train even more diligently, and Mugek expressed gratitude to him for appointing Hancho by the commander. However, this decision was made not because of Mugek's request, but thanks to the recommendations of two demonic rulers. The young man suddenly addressed his father with the words, "If he is happy, then this happiness would spread to everyone around, and then the cult will certainly blossom." The man was already going to warn his son that he would last long with such views, but the guy immediately confessed that he said it jokingly and did not intend to be serious. The father looked carefully in his baby's face. He warned his son, "If he continues to step on the path he has already stepped on, you can forget about happiness." Still, Mugek decided to go to the very end, seeking to gain his happiness despite all the trials. He will go to everything to achieve his goal. That's a new day. Sunrin has easily wandered in the flower sea, enjoying the carelessness of the moment. Flowers seem to her a real embodiment of beauty. It is said that over the years the bushes do not lose their attractiveness, but on the contrary, reveal new, even more sophisticated shades of beauty. Mugek stood next to her on the field. She turned to a young master, noting that his own future would not soon come. However, Mugek understood perfectly. Even if he grows up, he would not change anything for him. The young man came to thank the woman sincerely for her support, and in gratitude he handed her a bottle of liquor. She gratefully accepted his care, but refused alcohol. She closed this issue for a long time. Mugek apologized for his ignorance. In fact, Mugek was well aware that she did not drink alcohol. However, he still brought a drink, not to surrender to those who are too well aware of her habits. It may seem overly cautious, but it is not really true. It is important to move gradually, step by step. This is the only way to build true trust in relationships with others. Mugek said he was always taught, "You need to pay for a good job with the same coin." So now the guy wondered if there was something that he could help the woman in response. Thinking, she noted that the younger one better break the connection with the blade of bloody heaven. It was this answer that he was waiting for her. Mugek asked why she thinks so. The woman noted that the ideals of the old man contrast sharply with the ones that Mugek seeks. The guy dreams of turning their cult into a center of order and discipline. Instead, the old man cannot tolerate any obligations and in every way denies the rules set. Mugek apologized and admitted that he was not able to break the relationship with Dox. These words noticeably touched the woman. Mugek had no other way out, because the man gave him too precious thing. Usually he would not even mention it in a regular conversation, but now he was ready to discuss this gift with a woman. After all, I sought to attract them to their side, to make my allies. It was not easy for the young man to share the story of such a personal gift, but the woman was convinced that their mutual level of trust allows you to talk frankly about it. Mugek acknowledged that it was thanks to her, so he promised to share this information with her in gratitude. Mugek shared that the man handed him a pill created from heavenly elixir. The woman could not imagine that such a novel entrusted something so significant and valuable to the young man. The young man, with a smug smile, noted that the demon came to the conclusion. Mugek was more important to him than the pill himself. He once again thanked the woman for her help and assured, if she once needed his support, let him just go. Before the young owner says goodbye, she was courteous to find out what he was thinking about a blade of bloody heaven. The guy confessed that he had an extremely weird and cruel luck, and usually does as he pleases. The first acquaintance with this man left a terrible impression. However, Over time, knowing him closer, he saw in it more and more good and unexpectedly attractive features. The woman wondered if the boy's opinion had changed after she gave him a pill. He did not even try to deny it. She noted that even in such circumstances, the bet on the blade of bloody heavens is a false move. If a young man really wants to receive her support, he will inevitably have to give up the old man. Mugek noted that in this case the woman would have to prove it in fact. It should prove that it is able to bring more benefits than Docs. He handed over the boy of the heavenly elixir to the boy. To break the relationship with such a person, you need truly convincing reasons and significant justification. Sunren asked, "Is not the concern for the clan of the clan is a sufficient reason for such a decision? Dreams, ideals, dedication." According to Mugek, these beautiful words are manipulated by those who are not able to give anything. And dark-haired to such people only feel disrespect. Then the woman was really serious. Mugek calmly withstood a wave of her inner strength and noted that he had no idea of how she treats him, but he is determined to exercise something truly meaningful and majestic. There are many new acquaintances with prominent people and true masters of his business ahead of him. He realizes that he will not always be able to make a perfect decision or give the correct evaluation of events. So he asked the woman to demonstrate something that could be evaluated quickly and effortlessly. Something is much more valuable than the pill he received from the old man. He was passionate about the lady to refrain from comments. Without any doubt, it is the bloody sky blade, the one who needs it. It is for this reason that Senren now cannot decide on his choice. Suddenly, she thought, and no longer attacked the young man with her stormy energy. She asked him what he really was. He replied that he wanted nothing at the moment. For Sunren, it sounded like a final sentence. She has no chance, because the guy already has a sword of bloody heaven. He assured that their paths from the lady would definitely cross, and repeatedly, but now it is time to go. The young man turned away from her, and a cunning smile shone on his face. Because of his words that he needs nothing, he will have anxious impatience in her heart. In the evening, Mugek, as always, met with a demon of the bloody heavenly blade. The guy shared that he saw with Sonren and advised him to break all the ties with the old one. The pact seemed to imply that she would make such a requirement. He wondered if the woman explained why Mugek needed to do it. The young man noted that the woman believes that they are separated from doxies with two different ideals. The demon, in her opinion, is too arbitrary and does not know discipline. At this point, the demon wondered what intentions it has to have and what he was going to do next. Mugek, with a smile, joked that he was ready to join the one who would put forward the most favorable offer. If you have different opportunities for choice, is not it natural to take a chance and compare all the options? Yet, there is now a doctor. Does he really think that Senren is able to offer something more expensive than heavenly elixir pill? The demon with dissatisfaction noted that the woman is quite capable of such an act. If it gives her the opportunity to harm the old, she will use it without hesitation. Mugek decided to move away from the main conversation for a moment, and taking the opportunity, asked where he came from, the lady and the old. The blade of bloody heavens froze for a moment, plunging into reflections and arranging thoughts. Mugek asked a question, though he knew what the answer would receive. The old man wondered if a person really needs a reason to feel dislike for someone. Then Mugek invited the man to miss a glass. When you dive into the swirl not too pleasant memories, the mood can suddenly fall for no apparent reason. Docs asked the guy what he imagines him. He replied that it was guided by cold rationality. However, this is unlikely to be called virtue. When Docs misses, he does not hide his emotions, and if the mood is quite bad, he just needs to speak to feel relief. The young man sought to help Demon to get rid of depressing feelings and get closer to him, so he carefully suggested that the man talk frankly and treat a glass together. Docs nodded to consent, promised to wait for him tomorrow in Magashon, and then instantly disappeared in the distance. Mugek smiled with pleasure, watching everything unfold according to his plan. As it was agreed, Mugek came to a meeting with a demon to Taverna Punre in Magashon. People looked with alertness at the mighty craftsmen who were located at the next table. Mugek thought that a man would call him to the home of pleasure, and, to the surprise of the young man, the demon was not at all a supporter of such establishments. Surprisingly, Don's younger brother, on the contrary, was fond of such establishments. The blade of bloody heaven suggested changing the topic of conversation. Mugek agreed, though he deliberately started this conversation. Scars in the male heart would not stop ache due to the constant flow of memories. The taverna owner greeted new visitors. Mugek, noticing the fear of the owner because of the sudden appearance of the demon, tried to reassure him. They say, they came here only because of the delicious kitchen and excellent soy, which is famous for this institution. The owner bowed, accepted the order, and slowly went away. Then the demon quarreled the boy, reproaching him for excessive goodness. The guy wondered, can something bad in kindness? The blade of bloody heaven was convinced that the affection for people is always turning to people. Here say, take as an example of the owner of this institution. Will the dish be more delicious if Mugek is friendly to it? Or, on the contrary, if the guy threatens that he will deprive his life if he does not like the taste of the dish? If we consider the situation on this side, the advantage of definitely remained on the side of a large demon. Mugek acknowledged that it is sometimes necessary to survive, but he would not choose the path that leads such soullessness. Even to a carriage moving this road, he would not sit. After all, he sincerely believed that a dish, created with inspiration and joy in the soul, would always have a better taste than the one prepared in nervous excitement or with fear in heart. The demon warned, one day this person feels that praise is not enough. He wants more. If you do not listen to her needs, the critic will first make a critic, and then she will go to the curses. This is the human nature. However, other events are possible. One day, he can answer a good thing, to help in a difficult moment, or even save life. Similar behavior is also embedded in human nature. The demon of bloody heavens thought about choosing a young man, and replied that it was worth waiting for the results to see what it would lead to. When they were served fried meat and drinks, Mugek noted a demon that he always considered him more emotional than himself. However, Mugek was able to repel his sword alone with the power of view. Is not this the highest manifestation of passion? So the old man thought that the guy was deeply mistaken. Indeed, my grandfather turned out to be right. Every meeting with Mugam awakens in an old man unknown feelings, those who have never touched his soul before. Even now, Dudakshi has a conversation with him in this tavern, although such places were not like him. And here, the old man demonstrates the emotions that in the past, it has not been to hope. Due to these conversations about justice, Mugek remembered that he wanted to remind her husband, it is time to pay attention to his students. Otherwise, they are waiting for unnecessary clashes not only with the army, but also with other forces. When the demon accused Mugek of arrogance, the guy in response noted that it was the elder who behaved arrogantly. It angered him even harder. But, as it was to go, as it is started, the blade of bloody heavens showed disdain for either the leader of the cult or the established laws. The demon did not consider itself powerful and invincible. Did he have anything about what happens to his students? The elder broke up on his feet and crushed the table on piles. What a bold guy who dared to throw such accusations. Taverna visitors were stunned and frightened by the fuss that the masters committed. The Pax did not come to Mugek with all his strength. How did this young man seek to boldly interfere with the old man? Now he really fell to beat the Zukvals to death. Angry, he began to disrupt the anger in those who stood around and watched it. However, this situation had to be solved differently. Mugek did not like that doznaya owner, so the guy quietly put a pile of gold coins on the next table. He apologized for the inconvenience caused and explained that this money was compensation for the losses he caused the institution. The owner, a little logging, tried to assure Mugek that he was in fact under control. However, Mugek insisted on his own. He added some more money and asked her husband to bring them fresh dishes and new drinks. The demon wondered, does the guy really want him to behave the same? Mugek noted that if the grandfather does not want to do so, then he should at least not break other people's furniture. The path of the demon, which Mugek goes, did not take into account the fact that in a moment of anger they could do careless nonsense. Doxet was indignant again when a young man began to teach him as if he did not understand anything in his life. However, Brunette calmly asked him not to shout and move to another table nearby. The demon burned in fury, but this time the willpower was kept under control. Mugek was distinguished by the true arrogance. And according to the demon, it was a real madness. That is why he decided to warn. If a young man dares to betray him, the demon would immediately deprive him of his life. Meanwhile, a frightened master, shaking, brought them another tray with ordered dishes. Mugek wondered if Dodu Docha thought of killing him if something went wrong. The man assured that he had never been so serious. Then the young master appealed to the eldest to solemnly swear to him. After all, this threat becomes important only when it is some time. First, the demon must prove its dedication with specific actions. And only if after all this Mugek betray him and leaves, only then the demon has the right to put a sword in his heart. The man cast an icy look at him but remained silent. Mugek first poured soya into his own glass. Then he filled the bowl that belonged to the demon. After that, he handed over the old man. If he accepts it and drinks everything to the last drop, it will be a true oath to both allegiance. With a tangible annoyance, Dox took a bowl outstretched. Mugek smiled. He believed something unconditionally. Although the demon did not hit a glass with him, he did not formally finish the promise. In his thoughts, he had already made a decision. Undoubtedly, in the future, he will become an ally of Mugek. Late night, Suinrin went to the floral meadow to admire the favorite place, illuminated with moonlight. The servant approached her and reported that the young owner was drinking in a ham with a fiery blade of bloody sky. The servant pursued his best for the lady to finally realize that Mugek is just a daring boy. However, these words did not like the woman at all, and she strictly advised the boy to watch what he was saying. He replied that he would be in memory. Mugek is no longer like the young master to whom he remained in her memoirs. The servant only shrugged, they say, all this, nothing more than a storm in a glass of water. But the woman noted, suddenly this bowl is so great that it can cover the whole Muri? The old scratch passes the healing pill from the heavenly elixir. For him, it is almost the same as to sacrifice everything he has. It seems that Dakchi recognized the potential of a real heir in this young man. Mugek really surprised everyone with his unexpected act. However, this is not enough for the lady to offer him such a rare value as heavenly elixir pill. And that is what annoys her most. Did this grandfather see something that she did not notice? Is there something that even the legendary sword craftsman could not see? The servant carefully advised the lady to relax a little to feel better. She has already found a new candidate for the role of her husband. In the end, the woman listened to the advice of the young man. After talking to Dox, the man returned to the pavilion of the heavenly demon. For the first time in his life, he was allowed to enter his father's personal training hall. In the middle of the room, from under the ceiling, a massive iron stove was hanging. It was covered with numerous burned holes. It looks like a father used it instead of a target. Moreover, it was not just iron, but a real centennial icy iron, which kept the cold of ages. It is almost impossible to leave it even the smallest D of it. Mugukov has never been seen to see it during workouts. Suddenly, a heavenly demon entered the hall. He sharply turned to Mugek, ordering him to stop his head and show the course of the god of wind. The guy got vigorously for the show. The path of the wind is based on 4 key techniques, each with more than 900 unique variations. The way you think about these techniques determines the manner of your movements and power that this martial art is able to give you. The guy showed his father several combinations, striking his skill. But for some reason, his father looked at him strictly. Did he do something wrong? The father, on the contrary, was pleasantly impressed, seeing that his son had already achieved such a high level of skill in this art. Perhaps precisely because the father finally recognized him, they managed to spend time together, passionately discussing the martial arts. The father shared with his son his most important discoveries and deep thoughts. He listened to Mugek silently and, more amazing, accepted their point of view. Mugek could not even imagine that his father would be so frank and prudent when it comes to the use of techniques. During the conversation, he asked his son to close his eyes. He wanted to open some truths to which he reached. Mugek was humbly fulfilled everything that he demanded from him. With every moment, he seemed to be immersed in deeper, gradually moving away from the superficial understanding of art and opening its hidden depths. After talking with his father about the art of wind movement, his skill in this technique has increased significantly. The young man bowed his head and sincerely thanked his father for his wise instructions. Mugek promised that he would surely thank for this kindness, and if not, at least, he would make another contribution to his father's pension piggy bank. Dad did not like the joke at all. Again, the son played too much. So he decided to put a point on this and suggested having lunch together until the guy left. Mugek stunned his mouth with surprise. The man drew attention to the confusion of his son and wondered what had happened. He replied that his father never called him to dine together. The man considered it a strange reason for surprise. There was nothing unusual for him. Soon they served a gorgeous table. The father noted that if this food is not enough, the servants would be pleased yet. Mugek nodded obediently as a sign of consent and went down. He soon noted how his father tightened. He was apparently alarmed that Mugek is unusually restrained today and does not joke at all, as usual. His father does not even realize that he is now sitting in front of him in his former life. Previously, Mugek never sought to do so, but now that it happened to him, he finally began to understand something. In the secret corners of his own soul, Mugek always dreamed of such relationships with his father. Soon the man asked if the son liked her son. The young man asked with a smile, "Does the father want to change the chefs?" Finally, he sighed deeply. Tat was released from tension and refused. Mugek appealed to his father, saying that he had one request for him. He sought to invite another person to their family. The father wondered if Mugek was really thinking about his marriage. The guy shook his head. He seeks to convey the art of the celestial sword of Li-A to his own guard. He intended to convey to her a full course of the art of heavenly sword. Only by mastering the technique of a flying celestial sword will she be able to take a dignity of the Lord of the ghostly shadows. However, this art is taught exclusively by members of the family of Heavenly Demon. Outside access to him is strictly forbidden. The father strictly noted that Mugek was constantly despite his brother, and now trying to bring his own guard to his family. Mugek confessed that Li-An is much more important to him than just blood in her veins. With this technique, it will be able to reach a lot of skills. The father wondered if Mugek really intends to do so, because Heavenly Sword is his personal, hereditary technique. However, Mugek noted that his own technique would be a demonic art of 9 colors. This is a unique student skill. It is unattainable for ordinary members of the genus, because it is passed only to a real heir. In the voice of Mugek, confidence performed. Suddenly, the man agreed to the request of his son. Mugek could not imagine that his father would agree so easily. However, even with permission, Mugek should not forget about one important thing. The guy stated that he was ready for everything to help. He said that if Mugek ever desires to destroy any of the demonic rulers, then first it is necessary to warn the father no matter who becomes his target. Of course, Mugek immediately agreed. After dinner, Mugek invited Liana to his training hall. It appeared quickly enough. Mugek addressed her quite formally, noting that he had an important conversation with her. He solemnly reported that he would now teach her new martial arts. The girl was incredibly surprised. And then Mugek announced that he would teach her art of the celestial sword, and this news stunned the girl even harder. She understood that only those who belong to the bishop's family can master this art. Mugek smiled gently with her and asked if it was the only reason for her refusal. The girl confirmed that it really was. She does not plan to master this art. She does not need extra trouble. However, at that moment, Mugek assured that he had permission from his father. He achieved permission to formally join their family. Then the girl wondered if Mugek really wanted her to master his unique technique. He noted that the girl should master the art not lower than the level that allows you to become a powerful lord of ghostly shadows. Mugek has long considered it a part of his family. In the soul of the girl, a true whirlwind of powerful, contradictory feelings raged. She continued to hesitate whether it was really the right solution. She never knew similar feelings. Ever before, no one has put it as high as Mugek is doing now. Then the guy came closer and carefully hugged the girl by his shoulders. For him, she has always been the most expensive treasure. The girl could no longer restrain the emotions. Tears rolled around her cheeks when she pressed the owner in the arms. Today, it has become a truly decisive and unforgettable for her. For some time, Mugek has focused fully on the study of Lee, the Academy of Sciences, and a few more cases. He was with great responsibility to work in managing the Pavilion of Justice. He did not forget about self-improvement. Lee Ank absorbed knowledge like a sponge water. She turned out to be even more capable than the Muges could hope. The unwavering power of her will, the tireless work on herself, and the ardent desire for development allowed her to grasp the skill so rapidly that even he was amazed by such progress. In addition, he suddenly understood another important thing. By teaching another, you gain new knowledge. In his past life, he never taught others. It was thanks to the guidelines that he gained an invaluable life experience. One day in the Pavilion of Justice gathered together for a general meeting. Mugek organized such an event for the first time in a long period. The subordinates confidently welcomed their leader, and Mugek sincerely pleased their morale. He gathered them together to ignite the fire in their passionate hearts. Near Mugek, on a small table, there was a painted box. He ordered CEO to reveal it. He lifted the lid and his face was reflected with genuine surprise. The chest was filled with money. Mugek ordered Darren to give each detective on a pack of notes. He humbly obeyed and immediately did as ordered. Mugek noted that this is his special surprise for his subordinates. Everyone was delighted and sincerely thanked the master for his extraordinary generosity. He gave them this money to show that the Pavilion of Justice was unwavering before any external pressure. In other words, they are strictly forbidden to take bribes. If they need money, they can turn to Mugek and he will give them an advance in a month. And if it is not enough, he will definitely find a way to help. All the workers shook together, fully supporting their commander. After that, Mugek released them and ordered them to return to work. When everyone dispersed, Darren asked Mugek to ask where he chose the moment so accurately. How did he say that Iko lacked money because his younger brother married? SEO shared that during his parents' life, Iko spent all his savings on their treatment, and now gives the latter for the sake of younger brothers. In his pockets is constantly empty. Mugek assured that he did not even know it, but SEO did not believe him. He did the right thing, because Mugek was really aware of everything. The information accidentally got to him, and at first, he thought just to give money. However, he finally decided to take this opportunity to show everyone his example. Mugek wondered, does it matter where did he find out? Darren noted that this is true. Faithfulness does not occur in an empty place. But the young owner reassured CEO, they say, it is not necessary to worry. It is just a tricky move to create a favorable impression for the subordinates. You just don't spend the guy. After all, even in a world where such tricks do not need anyone, there will always be those who will try to eat at the expense of the young owner. Mugek plunged into reflections but never said a word. After all this, SEO politely said goodbye and left. Soon Mugek went to Dodgon. There he decided to visit the blade of bloody heaven. He met him with a mockery smile and asked, did the master of the pavilion be true came to arrest him? In response, Mugek asked, did they see the demon had time to commit a crime? In any case, the guy had a completely different matter to him. The bloody blank blade was interested in the real reason. The young man stretched out a small box and said that he wanted to pass it on to his grandfather. He carefully took her into his hands, having distrustfully studying a small object. Then he wondered, suddenly in this box, a poisonous gas that can splash into his face is hidden in this box. Mugek became angry because of a strange joke that bordered with a real accusation. He advised the man to just open the box without spending time. The grandfather obeyed and fulfilled exactly as he was told. Inside there was a tiny red ball. It was the most exquisite poisonous wine. Mugek explained that it was his gift for the old birthday. From surprise, he spread his mouth wide and his eyes became even larger. The young man was not mistaken. Today, the birthday of a demon. The man had no idea that it had happened to him. He has long left similar experiences in the past. But how did Mugek know about this date? Mugek stated that, as a master of the Pavilion of Justice, it has access to any information about a person. It can learn even as many intimate details as the number of kits of underwear in a demon. Suddenly he asked with a serious expression, "How much?" Mugek, having a little discord, explained that only metaphor meant. After that, he sincerely congratulated his eldest on his birthday. That's what he said goodbye. The Sword of the Bloody Sky asked the boy with interest, "Is his appearance here? Just for the sake of a gift?" The young man confirmed, "Everything is as it is. A man should not be worried about or looking for a secret meaning." Dox wondered if the guy really was going to go so easy. Smiling, he noted that he was quite busy, but he would be happy to meet in the Tavern Punray in the evening. Having said this, he really went away. The man considered a bizarre box for a few minutes, as if trying to grasp her secret. The evening enveloped everything around, and the sky bloomed with colorful shades of the picturesque sunset. Mugek was going home. However, to his surprise, Senrin was already waiting for him in the yard. She warmly congratulated Mugek and invited him to put her company for a glass to relax after a grueling day. The guy, though not too inflamed with this idea, but still joined and sat down. However, he remembered how last time the woman confessed that he had not taken a drop of alcohol for a long time. However, she brought the drink not for herself, but for a young owner. She generously filled him with a bowl to the top, and he immediately drank everything to the bottom. The girl was surprised that he swallowed the drink without even convinced of his safety. And suddenly, there could be poison? But Mugek did not even check, because he was tuned so that he could even expect poisoning. He pulled out of his mouth the same pill that he previously gave the demon. It not only prevents the spread of poison, but also quickly eliminates toxins if they are contained in drinks. The woman was interested in her gaze on the ball lying on the palm of the boy, and noticed that, judging by her size, it is undoubtedly a pill of the highest grade. Mugek apologized for his tactlessness, but explained that he understands that the woman does not feel sympathy for him. In such circumstances, he could not afford to simply drink the drink she prepared without taking basic precautions. She was affected by the fact that the guy did so, because from Dox, he was quietly drinking soig without all kinds of difficulties. Sunrin asked Mugek with a question, does he not trust her so much? The young man noted that before to taste the first bowl, filled with his hand, a number of joint trials were already waiting for them. There has never been anything like this between her and Suinrin, even though she was advised by Hancho Bishop. Mugek also noted that the woman did not make this decision because of him. She got on the side of Hanho, but her act was not a manifestation of the worry of Mugek. First of all, she wanted to finally break the connection with the elder Dox He. Mugek dreamed of a lot of bright and difficult adventures with the older. He dreams of tasting the south, which she poured on her own, and take a sip without hiding the antidote under her tongue. However, Senrin decided that the guy was just trying to reassure her, although in fact he had already preferred Dox. To prove the opposite, he put the antidote on the table and again drank a full cup of soybeard with a bulb. It really made a certain impression on her. She has never suffered when she is compared to a bloody blade. Her pride assures that if Mugek has to choose between her and a bloody blade, he, without hesitation, should give preference to her. It does not belong to those who would pour poison into a drink. Sinrin looked into the distance and asked the master to say frankly what he really was striving. Mugek asked her to help him get the title of the heir. However, without making the requirements to completely break the relationship with the DOA elder. She noted that the gentleman should know, only the parents in this world help their children sincerely and unselfishly, not requiring anything in return. The young man rejected the smile and reported that this evening he was going to spend time behind a glass in Tavern Punray. If calm in her heart, let him visit. The woman left the pavilion silently without saying a word. When Mugek entered the inner courtyard, his gaze came across his father, who stood on the roof. Today, Mangaka has become a real test. At first, two mighty demons appeared in his path, and now the head of the celestial cult himself. Mangaka asked his father, which made him visit the home of his younger son. The heavenly demon replied that he intended only to find out how he leads his life. The father, for the first time, crosses the threshold of his home. Recently, they went to their first common hunting adventure together. After they had dinner for the first time, his father first came home. Mangaka invited him to go, but inside the man found nothing that could interest him. When his son suggested that he take a chair for him, his father also refused. He was already saturated on this day. Then Mangaka jumped on the roof and stood next to his father. One doctor once warned him, "Too long seats steal in a person years of life. The longer you stay, the shorter your path will become." The heavenly demon asked his son whether he wanted to live a long life. Of course, Mangaka agreed. He was waiting for so many incredible achievements. And he asked, is there something that the father still aspires, except that he has already become a heavenly demon? He assured that he didn't need anything. But in fact, this was more reminiscent of an attempt to hide true feelings. In his head, they raged a desire that too many to put on a laconic answer. Mangaka confessed that he dreams of at least once to go with his father on a journey to the Central Plains. And he did not mean an alliance with Murim. It is a regular journey. Just walk, look into the daily lives of people. He heard that the snow-covered peaks of the mountains especially impress with their grandeur in the summer. The heavenly demon plunged into deep reflections, staring into the sky, slowly wrapped in night darkness. Subsequently, Mangaka visited the tavern, ordered the dish, and sincerely thanked the cook for the exquisite dinner. But the owner only thanked him sincerely. Since then, as in their village, a pavilion of justice opened, who want to arrange hooligan pranks after drinking has become much smaller. In addition, people finally began to pay for their accounts. Not only the owner, but also all residents of the city were grateful to the young master. Even many of this taverna's regulations have sought help from the pavilion in recent days, and received it. At this point, a Sky Blade came into the tavern. With a sly smile, he questioned that Mangaka managed to become quite famous. The young man immediately approached the man and turned to all visitors, assuring that his grandfather had a gentle fortune, so they have nothing to worry. Like the past is just a bad misunderstanding, and they can safely enjoy their meal. When they sat down at the table, Doxit asked why the guy deceived others. Mangaka explained that it was a completely innocent lie. If a person has paid for food and drinks, they have the right to dine quietly, without shaking from fear because of the presence of a terrible master of martial arts. The Bloody Blade noted that if something does not suit them, they can always have dinner elsewhere. However, Mangaka believed that in such a situation, the demon is obliged to pay for the visitor who would have to go hungry. It's not even about Mangaka's nobility, is ordinary life wisdom. The Sword of the Bloody Sky asked, according to Mangaka, so should a master who chose the demonic path? He replied that demons are also people, so they should have their own moral principles. Dox was difficult to understand, because in his imagination, Mangaka was more like a spy from the Alliance Murim than a real demon. Mangaka would never call himself a demon as a demon. In his previous life, he left the cult early and spent almost all his existence in the Central Plains. He had different people and intertwined many fates before him. The young man lifted a glass of soya and suggested raising a toast in honor of the elder's birthday. Tot looked around with fear and whispered to Mangaka to behave quieter. And is it worth so happy because you just got a year older? Is this really a reason to celebrate? Mangaka, laughing, noted that this is a great opportunity to lift a glass and have a good fun. The Blade of Bloody Heaven noticed that the younger one likes to drink, much more than it seems at first glance. Earlier, he also had to find pleasure in alcoholic beverages, but now he almost completely abandoned it. Suddenly, the icy female remark came behind. They say that the demon could not finally get rid of his passion for drinking. Both men simultaneously turned their gaze on the girl who appeared. These were Senrin's warriors. Mangaka immediately came out, quickly rose from his chair and invited the woman to take a place nearby. She behaved with dignity, but she still agreed to the invitation. For the three of them, they kept silence until Soyeonren broke the silence, asking, "Why did Mugek invite her here?" He replied that today is the birthday of Elder Dox. From a young age he was taught, no matter how unpleasant a person, you must congratulate her on this holiday. He decided that this was a wonderful opportunity, so he invited the lady that the three of them could have a small holiday. In this case, the woman replied that she would not be able to join them in the evening. Suddenly the bloody blade asked, which was really so upset. Did she throw at the old piercing cold look and asked, did he really not understand anything? In response, he looked at her as cold and removed. The woman raised her voice annoyed, began to be indignant, and blamed her grandfather of something. He jumped on his feet and immediately began to indignantly reproach her, but their dispute quickly turned into a continuous confusion. To understand what was said, it was simply impossible. Soonrin flashed anger and called her husband a selfish fool in her hearts. He called on her, and she began to tease him in response, they say, let him get drunk, and again doing everything she pleased. But Mugek understood perfectly. They would not dare to raise their weapons. After all, the cult prevails in the cult. Lord Am demons are strictly forbidden to match each other. Mugek decided to relieve the tension a little. He noted that by midnight it is a long time, so they may well be left and see how this evening will unfold. But the woman was not going to calm down. She was insanely annoyed by such disrespectful behavior of the young gentleman. Does he really appreciate it that he decided on a similar act? He suggested that her sit, promising to tell her why he called her today to this tavern. He hoped that two mighty demons would be able to understand, because Mugek urgently needed the support of each of them. Mugek believed that the elders behaved too foolish. In his opinion, instead of quarreling, curse each other and ignite enmity, they could just talk. And even if one conversation is not enough, a series of meetings would help to agree and settle the conflict. They noted that the younger one requires too much of them. On the first day, Soonrin openly stated that she could not go the same way as Dox. The woman went to the exit, and the demon, meanwhile, drained her last glass of soy. He burned with anger on Mugek and raged because he turned. In order to get rid of the anger, he smashed the table in tavern, and then immediately followed the Soyeonren. Mugek had to put money to the owner again for the damage caused. He with a jokingly smile remarked to the owner that, do doc. Soon he left the establishment, disappearing in the evening bustle. It was such to develop the events from their first meeting muck. However, he will still have to keep his position and arrange such evenings for them. His goal is to get out of the most secret corners of their hearts those feelings that they carefully hide. He must force them to engage in controversy and blame each other, until the ancient pain that they have bruised them so long from the inside will not be nullified to a little thing that can be easily released and forgotten. At night, Mugek could not sleep. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Suddenly he felt, somewhere outside his home, another's energy appeared. The guy went out into the courtyard and noticed Soonrin there. But what made her appear in his yard at such a late hour? She was struck by the fact that, even remaining unnoticed, she was able to attract the attention of Mugek. The guy smiled and replied that he had an extremely sensitive dream. She reminded the boy how he once spoke about those who wanted to buy devotion with lush words and empty promises that would never come true. She was also disgusting people of a certain grade. Soonrin could not suffer those who sprinkle with beautiful phrases but are not able to support them. She came here to find out whether Mugek belongs to such people. The Northern Sky Sword challenged him. As Mugek predicted, the woman turned back to him, but he could not find any vulnerable place to attack. Suddenly, Mugek spoke with her about another category of people whom he cannot tolerate. She wanted to find out which one. The young man was not given rest, those who, possessing force, completely ignored the environment. He was disgusting by those who used their advantage to conquer others and conveniently equip human relationships around him. He could not indifferently watch the soullessness and narrowness of the strong cause suffering to ordinary people. In his bold words, the guy annoyed the woman more and more. Dust and sand were circulated around it, and the earth was shaking and rising, notwithstanding the pressure of its frantic force. She praised Mugek only once, and it was enough that his pride would ignite brighter than the dawn. The woman unfolded to him, opening her face. The young man appealed to Soenrin in his voice. What will she do if he wins in the duel? However, she was angry with the boldness of this young man. Does he really think he would be able to overcome her in a duel? The young man confidently reported that he would handle, and the lady assured that if he really was able to reward him with anything, even if he saves her to leave her life, she will agree. The woman had no doubt about her future victory. Mugek promised, if the victory remains her, he will answer her the same coin. She made it clear in advance, to remove Doxa from the life of this guy. The brunette could well explain her unwavering confidence. After all, after Heavenly Demon, she was considered the most powerful in the whole cult. Before the start of the duel, he asked the lady, is she not interested in finding out what he desires in the event of his victory? She also said that it did not bypass her. The young man swore that he would overcome it and would still declare his desire. His weapon is a black demonic blade. He can even damage her sword. The threats did not make any impression on the woman. She generously gave Mugek the advantage, the first 3 attacks, and only then she was about to start a real battle. Mugek gratefully accepted her generous gift. It will be a difficult test, but Mugek will be able to cope with it even without the support of the god of wind. He is able to deal with her in only 3 strokes, and it will do so by a reception equal to the heavens itself. The woman frozen in place, holding his breath in a moment when Mugek struck her first blow.